And we're live.
Good morning. We're ready to start our budget workshop for this year. So, Angela, could you call roll, please?
Roll call, Bryant.
Here.
Gonzalez.
Here.
Brenneman. No, he's,
Here.
I'll come back.
Here.
Brenneman.
Here. Here.
Haley. Mylan.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Lori? Is it over to you? Yep. Good morning, everybody. Today we'll be presenting our 2023 budget, to review, goals, objectives, and all the overview of all budgets. And after that, we'll go by revision. On the last page of the PowerPoint presentation there, kind of our schedule, what kind of vision and how we're going to close. We're going to try to do all the operations first and get into the administrative area in the second half. With that, you, Phil?
Thank you. I'd like to first thank Lori and her staff for putting together, all the other teams for putting together all the efforts for preparing the budget, making it available so we can present it to the board. Also like to thank Rob for helping us out on our Zoom podcast. And you see Jenny and Chris, they're not here, but thank you for preparing refreshments for this week. I always like to start part of the budget by kind of looking back over what we've covered in the year 2020. This year, like the last 2 years, has been a little bit of a challenging year. It's been a little bit different, but it's challenging nonetheless, as we have to work through a lot of complex issues impacting the electric and water utility industries across the country. So higher inflationary numbers, higher than what we've seen over the last 40 years. We're still working our way through that. Hopefully, the end of session is within our reach. A lot of volatility in the energy markets, where we've seen record high gas prices. Andrew, good job keeping the board up to speed on where the SPP market is and how that's impacting our ERC rates. Ryder was constantly had to adjust that throughout the year just to keep up that volatility. Hoping in 2023 start to settle down. Met frequently with Union Pacific management over what was looking like a shutdown or a labor strike affecting all railroads. Those industry by multiple unions, and some of them had agreed to contract terms. There was a number of them that hadn't. To the local national news over the last few days, Congress did pass a resolution to approve a contract for the labor unions, and President Biden, I believe, signed it, the law.
I'm not sure he signed it yet. Does he sign it? Yeah. He did sign it, yeah.
And so that's hopefully passed us, and we're certainly looking at supply chain issues that will even get better at that labor strike forward. So despite all of the downturn in the economy, we still saw somewhat slower but still steady movements within our construction, especially on commercial development. The Internal Logistics Center continuing to expand. Urban Outfitters got service in place to help the wealth of our community. Certainly a new customer load. Be welcomed by our water utilities continue to make infrastructure improvements, and as a result, we're still seeing gradual improvements in our reliability. Speaking on the electric side, we've gotten about 25% of our vegetation management plan completed for this year, which, if the board remembers, wasn't that long ago, that much your trim cycle. Thank staff for working on all of those efforts and getting us in better shape there. Also replaced about 40% of our poles, about 20% of the poles that were replaced this year was a direct result of our pole inspection program 2 years ago. We're well in the way on that. 3 years. We're well underway there, and that is a multi-year program. Every distribution, every transmission pole in our system, inspected, replace what's we don't. On the water side.
Bill, can I just interrupt you for a second? And it might be interesting for the board to find out how the vegetation correlates with outages at some point down the road, how if the aggressive that has been, how that relates to your, I'm hoping,
If you have any other questions?
down the road, that would
Stop me
be.
along the way. On the water side, we've successfully upgraded our interconnection with Water One at 118. I saw as a real concern. We put that in place several years ago. Structure improvement. Estimate, but that interconnection is important for us to offer neighboring water. We will bring in water from our neighboring utilities to our community in case we couldn't produce ourselves. It strives with improving that, and I would like to take a look at the other locations if you have water one. Completed the demolition of our 12 million gallon reservoir. A few months ago, Steve, I think Philip gave you a presentation on the KDG loans that we were going after to make improvements at the Argentine reservoir there, out of service for and we're finally getting around to replacing that. Continue to see stronger performance at our Dearborn Power Plant, all wood facilities. Coal-fired units turned in another good year, especially for a unit that's over 40 years. That was approaching 45 years, but still have seen that bounce back, and we're getting stronger performance today. All the combustion turbines have had longer run times than what the each one shows how active all of our generation has been in the market participating. Information technology continues to launch a number of analytics, number of type reports, administrative type reports. And the whole idea here is to better understand, access the data, better performance across the utility. This upcoming board meeting, we're going to demonstrate analytics to the board, be a short overview of any out we'll like touch on. Ramped up our communication efforts, trying to get more information to the public. Our website continues to get refreshed on an ongoing basis, trying to add more content. Also trying to look for ways of making it easier for the public to navigate. As you can see today, we're broadcasting this meeting via Zoom, and all of our, about half of our board meetings this year now website, and also is out on YouTube, channel, BPU YouTube channel. At meetings with our credit rating agencies here, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, Fitch, all reaffirm A2 ratings with stable outlook. That's good to know that despite all that we've gone through over the last 2 to 3 years, still maintaining good credit rating, and that's kind of a testament to work that the staff has done, support that we've gotten from the board, us working our way through a number of issues that we've had to. Thing the rating agencies noted is the utility gets want to make. We also have had some success at Topeka. Hasn't been as much come through the federal government here as in the past, but we teamed up with Evergy and Sunflower, sponsoring a bill to keep CCR program, carbon capture program, at the state level. We pay fees, we have to manage that program, all utilities do. And we worked on a fee structure with the state. The idea of things very successful in working with utilities. AMU, the cooperative investor-owned utilities I mentioned, the BPU, this was approved at the state level that we can maintain control over our costs. For the bill to maintain local control, comes to utility rate making, those bills impact BPU, we felt in a negative way. Most of that is just making sure that we maintain local control. Here, the board will remain in a position to set rates at the BPU board and unified government, or in a decision-making role when it comes to transfer of fees or anything else, that those decisions are made at the state level. Work closely with key accounts for any ongoing operations that they have. They still seem to want to go more renewables. Know that conversation is not as strong as it was, I think, before the pandemic, so to pick back up. They're also looking for more energy efficiency. Working through our current cost of service studies to try to come up with ways of reducing costs to benefit them, but it also introduced a risk management plan, adopted a policy the other day. I think that this will go a long ways towards helping us not only identify high-level active needs, also make sure that we have plans to address those before they ever come. A few additional staff changes in 2022. One being naming interim soon to be president. We do have some retirements coming up. I'll note that Don Watt will be the job may be posted through process there. Also, Tom Wynn is also the director.
The end of this year, the vote? The end of
22. So the overall budget for 23 is approximately $32 million higher than that. And primary increases are fuel and purchase power, prices higher than gas. An increased labor costs, increased, services, materials for a lot of capital construction projects. Corey, let's go a little bit deeper, explaining this further along and just a few objectives is just continuing to work on completing our cost of service. I think we'll be done with that in January. Be ready to start communicating outcomes of that study thereafter. Also, continue to work on how do we maintain control over costs and how do we decisions on what we're doing, operating at the end. Towards the utility. Use of technology, Harry kind of knows that putting a lot of efforts there where it makes sense. We can only go so far. The size of our utility, the size of our budget, but continue to build out more information, make our utility more smarter. That has to be the future, and I think it already has. I think as staff, just some things that we've already continue with our marketing, public outreach efforts throughout next year. Things changing much with the needs of us, needs to continue to communicate with the public. Want BPU to be a key player in economic development and working with areas where it makes sense for us, growing our community. BPU or stronger utility with having certainly help the states and tax bases, everybody else that lives. So to continue to work the halls of Topeka and Washington D.C. on any affect us in a negative way, and certainly, and we'll continue to build out our risk management program. Put that back to the board. Where we are with that program and what do we identify as important. In ending, I'd like to thank the board for all of your current support, past support, a lot of information packed in the presentation. Please feel free to give us any questions. Hope is that you'll come away understanding what our needs are, what our requests are. I have no doubt that preparing this budget, the needs that we have are far greater than what we're asking out there. Unless there's any questions.
All right, I'm going to be walking through the PowerPoint presentation. The PowerPoint was built off of, review book. I'm going to try to stay with PowerPoint, get into financials and kind of lose financials in PowerPoint. We start on page 2. So our objectives every year are to have positive income, so positive cash flow, being able to fund our projects, and also maintain our cash balances and fill our debt, meet our debt coverage. Debt coverage, our goal was between 1.1 times. Pilot, about our priorities, our capital program. We did go through and, did a work session with you on our capital project. So, you know, further questions on that, each of the operation areas will, probably go high level of their capital projects. Answer your questions there. So, on the water side, kind of the major projects that we have in the budget, we talked a lot about the CDBG loan and, increasing that. We're working to finalize that CDBG, receive all the approvals from the CC board as well as the federal government. So, that overall, loan of $39.5 million, we spent about $2.5 million. So we have about 19 million up here in 23, and the rest will be carried over into, 24, or on the electric operations side, we continue to do our meter replacements, that are the A-line meters, probably their average life is around 10 to 12 years, so, the AMI has been in place, I think, since 2012, time period 2011 to 2012, so they're reaching into life, so as those, reach their life, we're replacing those meters. Full inspection program, that is a continuous program, that we're going throughout the service territory, and, looking at poles and replacing them, or doing a evaluation of that, of the poles. Page 4, we placed our order early 22 for our transformer purchase. We haven't received our 22 order yet, so, we've already placed an order for next year as well. So, lead times are long on that, so we're hoping, to be able to get our 22 order here soon, and we do have some bond money that can cover that. Rosedale substation still, doing some continued work out there, in, the development of, developing the RGT project, electric, working through that. On the production side, there's a number of projects there on, maintaining the plant, doing some replacements, about 5-6 years since we put the AQC on, so a number of those, items that relate to maintaining, the AQC portion. On slide 5, this is, basically what our resources are, what are our funding that we have for our budget. So as you can see, our electric revenues is 72% of our overall budget. Our overall budget is around $389 million. 23. So 72% is electric revenue, and 12% is coming from our water revenue. Pilot represents about 10%, and also our other sources, which is, gas that we use, bond money, KDUC money. In comparison to 22, as Bill spoke, so it's about 38.5 million difference. When you look at percentages, between electric and water, 22, our revenues are about 71%, 72 this year. Water revenues were about 13%, they're about 12% this year. Pretty comparable, even though the dollars, have a variance there. One of the things that you'll hear with our, revenues as well as expenses is purchase power costs. And I'll get into what our projections are there and that compared to last year. On the budget uses, this is where we spend our budget. So 61% goes to our operating budget. Personnel costs, services, materials, and then our purchase power budget. debt service, pilot, it's an offset from the revenue side, 2%, capital budget 16. In comparison to 22, the operating budget went up about 2%, while our debt service budget went down about 2%. We're making, pretty good headway on our debt service, and our debt level. Slide 7. This is what we base our projections on, for the revenue side. On the electric, it's based on current approved rates, no rate increase included in this budget. We are going through our cost of service, and, giving the outcome of that. Our ERC, we projected in this budget, at a range of 4.3 cents per kWh. In 2022, we estimated about 3.5 cents. So we're seeing higher fuel purchase power costs, this year, so, you'll recall in our financials, you know, our fuel and purchase power budget, we've exceeded our fuel purchase power budget, so far to date. Our ESC, which is the environmental surcharge, that is the debt associated with our, environmental upgrades, it's projected to be slightly higher, about $163,000 higher than it was in 2022. In my presentation, we'll go over kind of the reconciliation of that. Our residential assumptions, are based on a 7-year trending. You know, we look at, we've had some pretty up and down years over the last 2 or 3 years, we try to just find some balance and put in a good trending forecast. So on residential, about a 7-year trend. Not many new customers anticipated. And then on our commercial assumptions, we did it based on a 9-year trend. So our commercial load is projected to be about 1%, below, kind of looking at a 5-year average of that. Our industrial assumptions are based on a 4-year trend. Load growth is projected at about 4.5%, 4.6% below pre-pandemic levels. We're seeing our industrial come back up, but not to the levels of what it was prior to 2020. On our water revenue, our projections are based on the current rate structure, no rate increase. Customer growth is based on about 200 new residential customers. So we do the water forecast based on a 3-year trend, so that was how we looked at it. And our wholesale sales are pretty stable with our 5 wholesale customers. So, interest income, this has always been about 0.5% or so, so we're anticipating we're going to be able to get a little bit more percent increase, interest rate increase on our pilot funds. And the pilot is to remain 11.9%.
Hey, Lori, can I ask a question? On the electric and water both, do you know what our net customer growth was on the residential side in 2022?
So the residential, what our actual,
What our growth was? I mean, we've got 255 and 200 here. I just wondered what our actual growth was.
Like 0.5%.
number of customers bringing,
Yeah, 0.5% is the number.
we projected in 22's budget about 400 customers in 22. I don't know if you have.
I can get the exact, it's around 400. We went from 60,521 to 60,000, I'm sorry, in 20, we went from 59,900 to 60,500 in from 20 to 21. So the 4-year average was 0.55%, so 0.5% increase.
500 was 20.
21. Yeah. right?
Yeah, where we're at here, yeah.
So, the assumption was 60,673 in 22. Now, that was on the electric side. Water's a little lower. I believe water is around 250 customer increase.
So, thinking about the industrial side of this, and I know that we haven't seen the growth, but we have seen the recovery, significant portion, but I'm almost wondering, and this is more for future budgets, are we seeing, as we're seeing more intermodal become hub in Kansas City, the growth of intermodal, out there is going to be, seeing our needs from Fairfax type of industrial business. In Kansas City, are we not seeing that kind, I mean, it's different for that kind of industrial than it is from intermodal. And over time, I'm just wondering, do we need to look at that and start projecting and thinking, are we seeing that kind of load diminish just because is industrial moving away from Kansas City intermodal, is it just being complemented by intermodal? Is that a kind of a large question on that? I would call it an intermodal because it's just a clearinghouse, like anything. Yeah. So to me, they have a different load need than like General Motors or Owens Corning, where they have heavy load for, periods of time. And I was just wondering if we're seeing a reduction in that type of heavy industrial jobs. Okay.
So today, obviously through the pandemic period, we did, those industrial loads did fall off. And here in 2022, we have seen a lot of that come back, almost all of that come back. And so that's been a great sign. It is really lumpy in the industrial class. There's only, a couple handfuls of customers that fit into that large industrial class. So we don't necessarily see anything changing in that industrial class, so we don't necessarily see that falling off here in KCK. We do have one of those large customers that is likely going away come end of 2023, first of 2024. Again, that's based off of our current knowledge at this time. But we're collectively, as a group of industrial classes, we're not seeing a movement away from KCK, but we are seeing some growth in the intermodal, like you've said. So whether that be the Amazons of the world, whether just here in the central part of the United States, even broader than just Kansas City, Kansas, that intermodal approach is coming. And so I do think that is likely to be the biggest growth factor on that, I'll say, seeing commercial side, like commercial side. So we don't have any industrial growth that we see, but we don't necessarily see a lot of fall off either at this point. So.
Thank you. Sure. So this is slide 8. So this kind of given a preview for 5-year history of our ERC. So as you look at 2018, 19, and 20, pretty stable. Around that 3.2, 3.3 range. 21 kind of definitely went down our power costs, and then what we're seeing is definitely volatility. So, our goal with our ERC is try to maintain basically a level ERC that allows for our industrial and commercial customers to invest more consistently, since they're the high users of high usage and demand. So in the last 2 years, it's definitely become pretty volatile, and we've seen we're in 21, we had over recovery. In 22, we were having under recovery. So, I kind of noted in last financials that, we have about almost 15 million of under recovery that we're working through the third and fourth quarter. generate a little bit more of that under recovery. Line 9, just, look at this past year, what our revenue was on the electric side, blue bar being our 22 budget, the blue bar is the 23 budget. The line above is what our actual is, so, they somewhat close, for the first 6 months to our, 23 budget, and then, last few months, that's when, our ERC rate, about 4 cents, in order to capture some of our under recovery.
I mean, was it like the fourth quarter of 2023 that they were anticipating gas prices might possibly double?
So potentially the third quarter of 2023, so yeah.
I knew it was late in the year.
Yeah, so the back half of 2023, at this point, looks reasonably favorable compared to where we've been over the last, 12 months anyway. Still expensive compared to 2 years ago, but reasonable, looks reasonable compared to what you've seen over the last 12 months.
Slide 10 looks at, our water revenues, water treatment system with their budget, the summer months, they're coming on the peak period as well. Electric is, pretty stable throughout the year on the water side. Slide 11 takes a look at our operating expenses overall. So this is where we break down our, components, personnel costs, services, fuel and purchase power, materials, supplies, and then our other operating expenses. Kind of gives you a 6-year, trend with our 23 budget. So our personnel costs, from 2022 to 2023 are up about 1.8 million. Services overall, are up about 2.3 over prior years. Some of the largest increases in there, hear about are from the tree trimming. We also have seen an increase in our, liability and property insurance, so that's, captured in this area. So our biggest variance, is our fuel and purchase power, so it's up about 22.3. And then on the material supplies, we are seeing increases in our costs, for materials, so it's up about 4.7. Probably one of the biggest areas on the water side is, an increase, 2022 and 23 budget, about 580,000. Chemical companies are at us pretty much on a quarterly basis now, adjusting their chemical costs. And then another, variance there, on the top of that is, the outage that we'll be having in 23, we work on the turbine maintenance, so it's about an increase in 2020. Then our plant, maintenance is up about 900,000. Next slide.
Excuse me, I'm gonna ask the personnel cost up 1.8, but there's a net drop from the personnel in terms of our overall staff, employees. Is the net change, last year or from this
For a
year?
number of employees?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll talk to that coming up, but, I mean, there's, so we've, used 4 positions from, we're at 563.
But there's still going to be uptick.
So we calculated, what a projection of what, our union increase is, regarding our union contract runs through July 1, will be the contract, so we projected about 3% for 6 months. And then, for non-union, we projected about 3% for the 10 period. also calculation of, benefit side of that too. So the 1.8, not only wages, but also associated with that increase. Slide 12. So this is the breakout for spending by division. There are more divisions than that. Purple is our utility-wide, it includes, our debt, our principal and interest in there, as well as the pilot, the electric supply, it includes our purchase power, cost of electric supply, and electric production, will be the fuel cost, the whole gas cost, and oil cost associated with the utility. Slide just looks at the graph and kind of more details for 23 budget, proposed budget is versus what was adopted in 22 increases. So overall, the increase is about 11.5%. Fuel purchase power of that power is about 27 million of that increase. About 9.1 million is other increases. Slide 14. Just recap a little bit. So no electric or water base rate increases included. We're at 559 proposed positions. 40% of our staffing, we should have been 560. We do have an acting and a regular prices. We do go down to 559. Max percentage is 11.9%. So for funding source, we're utilizing the KDHE loan program for the water side. So we're spending about 17.6 million, that's 37 million. We were seeing our operating costs higher, for materials, purchase power, and our capital overall, costs, have been higher in that, in those estimations of our projects. I'd be conservative on the projects that we're able to accomplish, the overall value of that is. Unfortunately, we do have some funding from KD. Debt service is about 52.4 annually, similar to 2022. Max debt service overall in the utility, in 20.
Hey, Lori, of the 550, how many vacancies do you have today? Anybody know?
These vacancies have.
When we budgeted the 77, what was our budget?
77? Thank you.
That's changing. That's what it's supposed to do.
Slide 15, we have a section, that we recognize the community contributions, so that's our pilot, along with, fire hydrants and, street lights, traffic signals, so about 14.5% of our revenues. We're all about 50%. So we move pilot, it's about 3.2% of our revenues, that are contributions. On slide 16, we'll do a few notable changes in 23. So overall, our increase is about 2%. million, so personnel cost 1.8, services about 2.3, building 55, 22.5, as well as our material supplies, one area that we did lower, operating expenses, very small amount, $130,000, but, basically we have a, true up between our, wastewater credits that we provide to the government and, based on their usage and cost, and that credit went up about $100,000. And one other area was our nurse expense, overall by about $160,000 with other operating expenses. As the nurse expenses flow through on the corporate compliance area. Slide 18 looks at our, budget, our overall staffing. So, that's where we kind of look at what our history is of staffing. So we're at 559 positions, 563 years ago. Between 21 and 22, we dropped a good 20 there, and that was a lot to do with the Cordero plant, closing that plant, and those positions for retirement. On slide 19, looks at the number of filled positions. We're at 491. Difference between the 559 and 491, budget has a, attrition, positions that are still, being filled or, we're holding on to see if that position that retires. So the value of that within the labor, the regular labor, it's about a $5 million out of labor, and about, so overall about $7.7 million was reduced, due to the but it's a moving target.
Apparently at the end of September. Yeah, that's the difference between our two numbers there, at 68, 78. In our budget system, we budget 77. That's partial attrition, some of them.
But it's just a total cap number.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fixed number at the end.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be really interested, I'm still trying to reconcile this slide 11. When we look at personnel costs over the last 6 years, 27, so our projection is 23. There's a fluctuation of actually fewer positions, but, you know, costs fluctuated, overall cost, total cost fluctuated. And I think there's a deeper dive for reconciliation to better appreciate that, how we're fewer people, or fewer staff, but the cost has escalated. Looking at, again, reconciling the operating expense chart on 11, this one, the staff we have, probably something that could be attributed to. We're just looking at all of them, because it does fluctuate. Biggest jump being in 22, and that's like a $8 million difference, $8 million actual to the budgeted personnel costs. But at the same time, there were fewer, I think we have fewer staff operating expenses.
So that's part of it. How much like cap?
So, and we can, so as Lyle said, so this is operating, so we also capitalize some of our labor on our construction projects, whatever. capitalized labor. We got back to 2017. We can give you more of that, what that capitalized labor portion is. And then, of course, through time, there have been increases, percentage increases. You want more of a reconciliation between 21 and 22, why it's up so much?
But, well, just to see what the trends are more than anything else.
Okay.
As there's fewer staff or personnel, fewer personnel, whatever that number may be. 564, whatever that number might be, inflation or living adjustments or whatever it is that we take into account. For pro rata or per employee, how it just fluctuates significantly. For positions in this case, I'm looking at 491 filled positions as of September. So that number, line item would reflect that it was higher, significantly higher than it was in previous costs that are listed from, 5, 11, and 19. Well, 18 and 19. But that's
Yeah, we can take Howard to show that as well, others are presenting this kind of. Okay, slide, 20. So our current outstanding debt, this, identifies, increase so our combined max debt service, for RP debt, you look at just the water side of it, they're reaching their max, debt here in 2023. And then on the electric side, and on 21, looks at, our debt structure over time, so we have debt out at 2046. I'd say we've made, good progress on our electric side of our debt. In 2020, we did a, refunding, had an opportunity to did have a savings of about $83 million. That was very beneficial for us, to lower our overall debt. In 2029, that's when we reach our future, $5 million. You have, as we work out into the future and look at, possible debt issues or whatever, we do have capacity kind of on the backside of that, to lay over some debt if needed, capital projects. Slide 22 looks at our water. Water is definitely making their way down. It just, goes down to 0.64. This includes $39.5 million, ADHD loans. So, a fairly significant drop coming out of it's been for that and happened in the ADHD side, and that's, a very, very good mechanism. $39.5 million. The ADHD has now gone out for 30 years, for 20 years. So doing, 30-year debt at 1.5%. Very good borrowing aspect of it. So, and I think it has raised a whole bunch. I think it's about a little over 2. So it's still a good, good mechanism for debt. Because on the revenue bond side, probably 5%.
And I would like to remind staff, I'm very appreciative, you guys have, you've taken some unique approaches in structuring the debt so that it doesn't have the spikes, you know, that it's a little easier, I think, or you guys are better at it than like something I work for, you know, it's harder to be able to plan out that debt, you know, without huge spikes at the beginning and trailing off, and you guys are able to kind of shoulder it back some so that it's more balanced and doesn't have such a heavy impact on the rate.
And I think, you know, we try to look at it, I mean, on the water side, when we were doing 20 years, that those water assets were lasting 40, 50, 60, 70 years, you know, and so, you know, these got us a little bit closer to that 30 years, and it was 30 years. But still, you know, probably do even a little bit longer, but, it makes it much more manageable.
Huge swings out of the cost.
Right. Right. Then, slide, 24. We'll talk about the cash flow statement, so, I'll walk you through cash flow. And I'll list to it, here, but, we always start with everything cash. And, the cash, how we look at that is where we are with, our overall, cash market security. So we started out with about $78.5 million. We have revenues of about $67 million. And then our operating expenses is about $237. So we'll generate about $130 million, from our operations. We need to pay our debt, which is about almost $52 million. So that leaves us about, $78 million overall. Take the pilot out, we have about $41.3 million, cash payable from our operations. And other funding sources, there we identify an AG loan of overall $37 million, and we'll restrict the portion that we aren't using in 23 down below. We have an EDA grant of $2 million, and that is for the distribution from the substation to urban outfitters. That project is more than $2 million, but there's a portion of it that's beginning that allowed us to have a grant to build out a portion of that line to support urban outfitters. And then we have between our 2016 and our 2028 bonds, we have about $1.5 million remaining, that we anticipate in. Then we move our restrictions, our reserve funds, rate stabilization, debt reduction. We reserve our 60 days of O&M. We reserve our 50% of our ongoing construction projects. And reserve also the portion of CNH. Our reserves are about $91 million. So that leaves us unrestricted for construction of about $69 million. We do have our economic development fund as well as our energy efficiency, with our heat pump rebates and things like that. They're part of our overall, our capital budget. So we identify them separately because we're able to amortize over a 3-year period. So we don't have to recognize that expense all in 1 year. And our construction requirement is our construction capital budget, so it's about $61 million. And we do have some reimbursable construction projects, and that's used with along with the state government. So our overall estimated net unrestricted cash available is a positive $8.5 million. 7.1 of that is on the electric side, and about 1.4 calculation of our debt ratio. So all debt includes AG, we do still have a little bit of debt with, regular income. Level growth is another portion that we are, we're about 2.46 times on a combined basis, and on the electric side, 1.85. And then when we look at our debt without pilot, about 1.75, 1.69 on the electric side, 1.36.
Excuse me. So, I know we have somebody who was out, actually at a meeting a couple days ago, and it came up that, some utilities, both public and private, are not fully accessing some of the federal one-time monies that, might be available, especially for infrastructure. Glad to know that we're doing all that you're doing, but also for aging water lines, especially some of the older part of the system that is water. And that, I don't know what it was, and I was wondering who we have, who are looking at the ARPA, Inflation Reduction Act, and there are other one-time monies that, so who we have, who are looking into additional funding, this one-time monies that are being made, available through the federal, some of the federal programs that have been enacted this year, that might be made application for, that we're making application for, especially to address the aging infrastructure.
I think there has been on multiple.
Well, I think what we're doing.
Yeah, a couple of things. We've been working, for almost a year now. I've been working with, Representative David's office and also Senator, Moran's office at the very beginning of the year on funding for aging water infrastructure. And both of them are sizable dollar amounts. They would be earmarks. We're still in the running. It's been a year process. The people think it's just out there willy-nilly easy to get to. It's not. It's a very long process. And then I pulled in members of the water department, and we have sent multiple reports, white papers in, phone calls. I do every 2 weeks, a daily touch base where we're at. We've made it almost all the way, made it the farther we ever have. We're at the final steps right now, waiting to see what happens with the budget. As far as the other dollars out there, we've got working together KMEA, Kansas Power Pool, KMU, and BPU working together. We've got somebody in D.C., boots on the ground, tracking all that. I've got us in the register listed in for any possible grants that come up that would be remotely something possible that we'd have a chance at, that we'd apply to. And then also going to wait and see what happens when those dollars come at the state level. A lot of those dollars are going to end up for rural broadband, a lot of other things. There are some dollars that are going to go directly for consumers, for residential customers, and they're going to go in the two areas that have already had funds before, and that is for the LEAP program is going to see larger funds going into it, and that's, they've already set up to administer that, and then the other side of it's going to go into, which has been in existence for 30 plus years, but more for home weatherization and types of things like that. So when those dollars get to the state level, then those state entities will start promoting those to residents in the state of Kansas. So we're tracking it, I would say probably almost daily, that following these different things that are going on. So it's taking up almost half my time that I'm doing on a daily basis. We're watching it.
We've also, to talk a little bit more, looking at grant money for the copper service line. Again, on that with the board too long ago. There is potential for grant. And Andrew's been looking on the electric side more.
Yeah, so we formed a small team primarily on the electrical side, between Maurice's side and electric operations and so forth, to follow with KMU, KMEA, KPP, and the state to try to track those funds and to see what of those funds would work for our community and our organization. So we are actively engaging that in multiple different avenues because, like you said, there are a lot of funds that are out there, that are coming out there. We're still really new to the IIJA and the IRA. Those are both really new. Both of those are generally 10-year type programs. But yeah, we are actively working on those programs there. So
out of curiosity, can we have a work session? You can wait until 2023. Yeah. Kind of goes through, because I myself am not well aware of all the different opportunities that the federal government is, through the trillions of dollars are being added to the annual debt. But I'm curious which ones of them would have the potential of actually applying to the residents of our city. You know, not so much what the things that we're not going to be applicable to. I don't care about that. Just curious what we could possibly do. Thank you.
Slide 24, we'll move on to so the next three slides are looking at our income statement. First one up, slide 5. So this is the combined income statement. So our overall revenues, about almost $299 million from our total sales of energy, water. So those are electric and water revenues there. Our other utility sales are water, mine, and wholesale market sales. We have about $18.5 million. As you can see there on the wholesale market sales, I think we're pretty conservative. We're pretty conservative last year on what our market sales would be, so more history of Dogwood has moved into the SPP market as well, so projected about $17 million market sales. Then the other revenues are just our, most of the discounts, our connection fees, diversion fees, things like that, full attachments, represents about 9. And with revenue, the 1.9%, the revenue there is about $7 million. So our total operating revenues are about $360.7 million. It's up about 33.9 from 2022. We look at our operating expenses. Overall, our operating expenses are $281.4 million, up about $34 million from 2020. Obviously, production agreements up $4 million. Fuel or purchase power up about $10 million. T&D is up slightly, about 1.1. About 230,000. General administrative up 3.6. Station up about 2. Overall, our operating income is $82.4 million. Pretty much in the same place on the inside. We have our investment income, our interest on our long-term debt. File it back out. So overall, our income is about $6 million. We have about $500,000 of contributions from developers on the water side. About $28.1 million in our positive change in that. We're pretty close to where we were in 2020.
Yeah, it's kind of, I guess the word's scary, but just eye-opening to look at the change in fuel and purchase power, the volatility of that marketplace. And I know that even though we have now 40% renewables, the reality is they're not, they don't have long batteries. So therefore, until that technology grows to the point that we can store energy for more than 4 hours actually, and someday it will. I hope it's in my lifetime. But, volatility, you know, this is why it's so important to have a broad portfolio of energy options, because if we were solely relying on gas, this impact would be much larger. And I remember back when we were doing the decision on whether or not we would have the air quality control system here, whether it was worthwhile to do it. You know, it was at a point where gas was come off of $4 and was on its way down, bottoming out. Gas is so cheap. You know, now that fracking has started, nothing will ever change. This is the future of the United States power. And we didn't completely buy into it, and we decided to go ahead and do it at the expense of keeping the demand coal, but making it much more attractive for our it shows right there, because coal costs running with nearly as expensive if you were just we have others that we can help offset some of these costs too throughout the year. This is one right there that probably opens my eyes more than anything this year's budget. Change it to and how volatile.
Go to the next slide. This is looking at the electric side. Concept there from our mind. So our electric sales are about $255 million. About $20 million higher than it was. Our wholesale sales are $17.2 million, so about $6.9 million higher. And overall, we're about $310.5 million of total operating revenue. So that's about 33.1. And pretty much, fuel purchase power is the driver. So power rating at $10 million from 22 is lower fuel from 12 million from 22. So we're about $245 million in operating expenses. Our non-operating income is comparable to 2022 levels. We have a positive change in net position of about $22 million. Just about slightly from 22 budget by about $5 million. Now, remind you, in our ERC budget for 23, projected to be about 4.3 cents on a purchase power, whereas 22, the budget is 3.5 cents.
So that you guys know how I look at this whenever I look at these budgets. A lot of what I gain from this is I look at it's a direct reflection of this action. So I can look at what we budgeted this year versus what we budgeted last year. And if the pilot rate has stayed consistent, which it has for years, judge, I'm seeing basically our costs are going up, or our expected sales are going up 8%. So that's in an era when in the last 18 months we've seen costs across pretty much everything in our lives go up, 23%. That's pretty good that we're expecting to hold the changes to our rate payers throughout the community.
How's that reconcile with the
sales that are gonna go up 8.1. But you understand, some of that is gonna come through the ERC, which is the cost that we're seeing increase in fuel and purchase power. What I'm saying is, if you look at the fuel and purchase power, it's going up 28% almost from 22 to 23, but yet the impact on our ratepayers is only going to be about 8%. That's managing the costs fairly well. Sometimes to get the bigger picture, you have to actually look at, step back and look at how it relates in different pockets. The first few years I was in here, and these numbers really overwhelm you, but then you have to just start looking at, I find certain things that I look at, that I can judge year to year how the impact is changing on our community. And what I look at is, okay, what are the big drivers in our change of our costs from 2022 to 2023? I'm saying fuel and purchase power is huge. That is a change of 28% when you're talking already in $100 billion. So that's a significant driver in change in budget year to year. But yet, the total impact that happened to all the people who pay rates, the total change in the number of dollars that we plan on billing for electric and water is a positive 8.1. So that would be the change in cost. Your rates are going to stay the same. So if everybody bought exactly the same amount of electricity and water as they did this year, their rates are going to be the same. So those base costs are going to stay the same. What that 8% represents is the cost in how much of the purchase power and fuel we're having to pass through the changes. If there's going to be 28%, we're passing through. It all has to pass through. It's a nonprofit, so it all has to pass through. But we're doing it in a way, cutting other costs and being efficient and other things that it's all. So if you went to the grocery store and everybody else's groceries went up 25%, yours will only go up 8%. It's up to what they're doing at their grocery store to make sure it's close. And if I could, maybe just kind of break down what it costs per kilowatt hour, whatever. So, ERC is like the base rate is,
Yeah, so you got your, kind of, it depends on the customer.
well, let's just look at residential.
Okay.
Yeah, it's much easier just to look at residential.
So all in, it's about 14 cents. So you back out your ERC, which is 4, and then you back out a penny, which is 1 for the ESC, gets you down to around 6, I think, 6.5, somewhere. Yep. So.
Kilowatt hours, it's not changing. The rate has stayed the price of electricity changed.
You say those at some point, half cent?
Last year, we projected the ERC to be 3.5. This year, it's 4.2.
ERC just is how much fuel and purchase power is. That's, you've got to separate that from, that it has to be treated and it fluctuates so much. So that way you're not impacting the base rate, because everybody pays, base rate, and then, there's buckets to pay in. And the ERC is what we use to capture the cost of fuel. And the more it changes, the more it impacts that ERC. It's not actually rate. It always stays the same. It only changes when there's a rate change. Yeah, we have a rate hearing. We would reset that.
Okay, next slide, looks at the water, income statement here. So, revenue is staying pretty constant, up a little bit, we're at 43.7 million, in 2023. Monmouth County, so that generates almost 1.2 million. Other revenues are about 2.4 million. So, overall revenues are 53.2 million, and it's up almost $1 million over 2020. On the operating expense side, we have about 40.8 million in operating expenses, up over 22 levels by about 1.9 million. Biggest variance there is labor and chemicals. Driver water side. So our other non-operating income expense is about 6.8 million. That is down about 400,000 from 22. So water's change in net position is a positive 6.1 million. Next slide is our cash balances. So this is just a historical look over the last 4 years, what our balances do from a month-to-month basis. See that the orange section of that graph is our cash marketable securities. So that's basically our revenue we're getting in, and customer revenue as well as any reimbursables or other revenue that we receive. The other lines stay pretty constant. Those are our reserve funds. This section is the system development reserve. There is revenue that's generated from there for the development, developer, and has to take risk portion of the construction fee. So there is a slight increase in that, at about $500,000 a year in that fund. Next slide, one of the every month, whatever. So our daily cash on hand, so we're historically here about 4 years. Through September, we're at 58 days cash on hand. We mentioned that there's still that under collection of the ERC that's still projected in the fourth quarter, and then under collection again in the third quarter, and in that first quarter of 2020. So the 90 days represents kind of our target level, we're trying to get to. We continue to build and try to improve, our credit leverage. 110 days is the projected target. That's kind of a key component. Maintaining an A rating calculation for our rating agencies. So we always put our targets in there where and on slide 27, so these are kind of our instructions for, what we do throughout the year, when we put our budget together, and we improve our budget, and then, we're always asking costs of spending at the beginning of the year. As, our, peak periods of revenue, run from about June through September, sometimes to get into October. So early in the year, so being cautious, continue to focus on improving our cash on hand, also improving our debt coverage, and with increasing revenues and lowering expenses to maintain our credit status and bond rating. And as we always do, there's support the growth and development that happens in the community. Recap on our budget objectives. So we do generate a positive net income, 22 million on the electric side, 6.1 on the water side. Positive net income of 28.1. On our cash flow, generating about 7.1 million on the electric side, 1.3 million on the water side, for a combined of 8.5 million. And then our debt coverage, Next slide is kind of a recap on, capital summary, and funding. So our capital budget is about $61.4 million. So the largest areas, of capital are, within our electric operations, as well as our water side. So, I'll kind of go into each of the sections, later on as we start to talk about their budget. We also break down the resources there, so we have about $700,000, towards, electric operations in the 26 bond, that should complete that bond. And those are, identified for the transformers that we have on order. The 2028 bonds, about $300,000 remaining, that will work down around the Rosedale area. There, we should finish that bond if you, look up the, $2 million of the EPA grant that we have, related to, hyper substation distribution lines, there. So, plan on spending the majority of that in 2023, $2 million. And then we've got the water so that comparison to our capital this year to last year, we're at next slide looks at our history of spending on the capital side of the our budget. So as you can see, historically, we don't spend 100% of our capital budget each year. And I would say in 22, part of that was getting our KDHE loan and getting, the water project was, part of the delay in that. Pretty much had a level of capital plan over the last 4 or 5 years, a little over 50 years. We're trying to be conservative in what we can budget, what we can get done. Things do change throughout the year. Things happen with projects, quicker than we and we're also having to consider the longer lead time on getting that's impacted some of our work on the construction. And the next slide looks at just some of the major projects there. So on the electric capital budget, so we're at 31.2 million, expected to be 1 million in 2022. And then here are some of the identified some projects, both on electric operations. There is 1.2 million in electric supply, and projects. Out of the 31.2 million, 27.8 million of that is from cash. Next slide looks at the water side. So water expenses is 24.7 million. Projects, and one of those projects, 7 million, is being provided from cash. And in 2022, just a comparison there, about 7.3 was cash, related projects. It's pretty close to it.
So that will come out of the electrical side, not the water side.
It's electric infrastructure that we're moving along the levee for the Corps of Engineers, not the levee. We have poles and things that sit up on the levee now, and they're moving that. We have to move all those poles with the levee, so that's what that is.
You're moving electric infrastructure.
That's correct.
technology budget, basically, had any, information technology capital work, so there's a number of, projects, projects that, IT is gonna be handling in 2023, so out of the $4.1 million, all of their, project money is coming from cash. And then on the next slide is the common capital budget, so it's about $1 million overall. This is kind of handling ground and, facilities here at 540 Minnesota. We do have some admin service technology, so we have a copier lease, that's part of that, both database, development, HR security, we've done quite a bit of work related to enhancing our security, around the organization, providing a little bit more, cameras, take a look at the, able to use some of our, O&M expenses, that, by not having as many security guards that were not handed that. So out of that 1.1 is all coming from cash. Next slide. So the next few slides are focusing on our environmental surcharge, what we call our ESG. So this is one of our requirements in the rate rider to review the reconciliation report. So we started the ESG in 2011. So I have about now our forecasted to have revenue from the ESG about through the end of 22 after about $3.5 million. So we built about $135 million for that. The bond payments are around $35.5 million. So we have a under collection. We are close at $436,000. So our debt payment in 23 is 21.8. That's our goal each year, is to be able to take that debt payment for the year, take the collection that we have for the year.
Clarification, so it's covering things like other specifically capital projects that work for.
It's capital projects that are only debt funded. It's just the principal and interest associated with the debt funding of that. And so the AQC driver on that.
The tuner.
Yeah. I think there was some work in early 2011 for.
That's what I was wondering when we did the NOx.
NOx burners.
Yeah, the NOx. Yeah. We did the AQS.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's still on there.
Right.
I think it was like 50. NOx. 40 or 50. Between one and human.
Next slide looks at our ESG rates, by rate class. So rate class, 121 is our most essential. So it's been, around 1 kilowatt hour, as you get into, like rate 200 are small commercial, rate 50, medium commercial, 300 large commercial, and the rate 500 is the USD 500 schools. So, as you get into commercial classes, industrial, there's a KW component instead of KWH based on it stayed, fairly consistent. It's been dropping.
On the ESC? No, we still got, yeah, a couple of years, there'll be another step up, and, there's a graph, I think, provided in that presentation I gave, it actually peaks in 29, but there's a few little steps, and then we stabilize, and then we take another little step up, 29.
Then the last slide,
Yeah. If, barring any additional thing, it was sunset, right?
yeah, 20,
I think we didn't we plan it over?
I mean, it was a 30-year debt
Yeah,
issue.
yeah.
It was 25.
It's 30, yeah.
So it probably,
Unless we add a new
right,
one to it and have a restructure.
so it's like either right at 2040. And then this last slide, there's is the customer impact, to what the environmental surcharge. So we're a rate 100 residential customer that uses on average about 800 kVA. That ESC charges about $8.75. As you go to, 400, it's about $1,289 for an industrial customer.
Forgot to give to the board, please. I asked about a month ago for a self-evaluation, and then I don't, so I'm gonna give you another copy today. It was my hope that before my tenure as president is over, that we could discuss it, the way to improve ourselves as a board. So I'm gonna give you another copy and ask that I still have a chance to discuss this with you, at some point. So, how long a break?
10 minutes,
Or just be back at,
10:20.
10:20?
Been told we need the lime green.
Yep. We'll first start with electric operations.
On our first page is just kind of a summary of electric operations and our goals, objectives for 2023. I'm sorry, Gary New, acting executive director of electric operations. So we have, 6 major sections of electric operations. Our administrative staff, our electrical insurance department, our the engineering, our operations planning, our substation group, our distribution services, and lastly, our fleet maintenance group. Fleet maintenance group, provides all the vehicles, work equipment, maintenance and purchasing for high utility. We have our substation side for high voltage substations and transmission, our distribution side for our metering and distribution lines, underground, everything in that wheelhouse. So our goals and objectives for 2023, we're of course going to continue observing here all aspects of our strategic planning goals, maintain our compliance requirements for our different regulatory bodies. A couple of these, you're going to see, we've talked about a lot of these budgets already, and we'll talk about them a little later, but obviously we're going to continue our vegetation management program we've been pretty successful with. As the Lake County Commission on a 4-year cycle for that. Maybe doing some basic technology like integrating our SCADA with our AMI system. Continue with the Rosedale feeder project, the Barber feeder project, and retirement of the Fisher substation. All 3 of those line items are part of the BART project, the Rosedale area reliability project. We're still kind of finishing that piece out for the distribution side. Continue to support economic development efforts. continuing our staff, we have an electrical engineering development program and training programs that we're continuing on. Continue pursuing candidates, trying to fill some of these, hard to fill vacancies we have. Continue efforts to address our aging service center facility, try to be more cost effective with our strategies and maintaining our equipment. And continue our system-wide coal inspection program, something else we already talked about. This is our third year. Next year will be our fourth program. And also complete the levee rebuild project, something else you saw in the highlights slide. And then also lastly, complete replacement underground 59 kV transmission line to our Victory West substation. Talked about that last board meeting as well. So, moving on to our annual budget operation summary. Talked about some of these things, just kind of going through the highlights here. If you kind of look down the rows here, 2022 versus our 2023 budget, we're pretty consistent with what we were last year. We've got obviously got higher personnel costs there, higher services costs. That's primarily our tree trimming budget for the next year is up over the last year, and that kind of just more depends what part of the system we're in, and we move for the cycle, how many customers we're hitting and what lines those are. Our fuel costs, which is primarily the gas and diesel for all of our vehicles, that is up significantly, obviously gas and costs are constant. Our material supplies we're a little increased there. We're pretty consistent, obviously. We're feeling the same cost increases there and what else, so we try to control that. Moving down to our spending by areas, and just to touch there, so our 2022 budget was $42.6 million, and we're at almost $55.6 this year, so almost a $3 million increase. A lot of that contributing to tree trimming, some increase in our capital costs, like our transformers is a big one, but everything, conduit, cable, everything's up. Our distribution budget and the spending by area were $8.1 million to $9.8 million. Again, a lot of that's driven by the tree trimming increase, it's over $1 million. Cover that as well.
The tree trimming, we still have two, right? As one in, right?
And that's just labor,
Yes,
labor costs.
yeah, it's contract, it's a contract, tree crews, Aspen and Wright Tree Services. Now, as a package, looking at all the circuits and feeders and areas of town we're gonna be hitting this year, and so we bid that out kind of in advance, and then those are, fixed, known costs.
But it increased.
Yeah.
No.
And part of that is, increases on their side. Obviously, as you see, our fuel budget for all of our trucks and equipment has gone up substantially. So have theirs, they're running those tree crews, the trucks, the equipment, all over town, chainsaws, culture, shredders, all that kind of stuff. So, that's a big driver. Also, it does fluctuate by what their cycle will is how many, try to do it by customers. Bill said we did about 25% of the customers this year. But, depending on where you're gathering, you may have longer circuits and more circuit miles to clear and higher vegetation areas, depending on where you're at in town. Because you can have more trees and
And just as there's two, how often do they come back, or how long have they been with us? How long have we been with them, and how often do we evaluate or reevaluate the efficacy of their contract?
we're bidding, I said, contract is a 3-year contract that they're under current. This will be the last year of that contract, bid it again. Next 3 years.
How long have both of them been with us,
That's Aspen's.
I remember Aspen, I just didn't know. Yeah.
Right, this is right. The first year we did the tree trimming the way we're doing it now, we had a 5-year contract. We had three contractors that was important to. Aspen, Wright, ABC. This is the second year of doing, the second contract duration of doing it in this manner. We went from 5-year to 3-year, so in effect, we're getting through the entire system in 3 years. This time, the only successful bidders were Wright and Aspen.
Right.
Wright and Aspen, the same two of the previous three.
And Wright's been around for like 6.
This would be their last year, yes, for us. But it's competitively bid, it's advertised nationally. For instance, contractor under, when we did this contract, we had about 8 vendors at all of the bid meetings. We had 8 different vendors that scrutinized the system, and, some chose not to bid, others did bid, right? So, of the 8, we had the same 3 come back to bid, right, Aspen and ABC. ABC was discounted, they were significantly higher, but, we had difficulty with them in the first contract period, to which they were actually dismissed from the property.
Do we have anybody in-house that does the tree trimming, in Wyandotte County, that ever make applications that would have the capacity to do?
So there are people that come in, but I think it's being qualified,
Right.
because they're not, just trimming trees, they're trimming trees around energized house,
Right.
very close to them, so they have to have the right equipment. Some guy truck chainsaw wants to show up, we can't allow it, our equipment get hurt.
Yeah.
That's big.
Understandably, and finally, do they do some preventive maintenance? I mean, are those areas, how are those areas targeted service in tree trimming, and from the tree trimming standpoint?
We try to hit them every 3 to 4 years. It's kind of a 4-year program. It depends on where you're at, but so we'll hit that same circuit, whatever circuits we trim this year, we're gonna get come back 3. Back on through the whole system.
Thank you.
You bid it, just what I call it, you bid it by circuit, which I would call bidders. That way, everyone gives us a price, by particular, select who has the cheapest quote for all of the bidders. To add on to that, about 130 circuits. Each one of those circuits are evaluated by all the vendors, but they're also evaluated by our vegetation management, Peter Scott Hall, most of the board certified. He has a specific trim specification based on voltage, other apparatuses that are on the poles or in the right of way. So once they go and, they being the vendors, right, once they go, look at each of the 130 circuits, they determine a price for each one, and it's a firm price. It is what it is. If they tell us, I can trim this circuit in year 1 for $1,000, you don't get it to turn in $1,500, and they don't get paid until they say they're done. That vegetation management supervisor goes out, and he inspects their work, makes sure it's our terms, and they get paid. So we base how they come up with the schedule of splitting those up over the 3-year period is really just the type of tree, the amount of growth that's there. Obviously, the stuff that's closer to the line, we work in year 1. The stuff that's further, we work in.
We have someone physically that goes out to check after they've completed it.
We do not pay that until it meets our trim spec. If it does not, we will send them back out there to meet our specs, whatever location. That's correct. Then whack out and audit it again. And then
They just don't do a before and after picture and send it in to you.
No.
They'll send it.
Right.
And I think that, this is just my opinion, I think that we've seen much better results and competitive results. Wright was introduced as a competitor to Aspen, but prior to that, when you're the only one, there's nobody for us to
bid those things that way. And then we put out a second bid, which is for maintenance and projects. Storm support, engineering support, if somebody is putting in a new line to a new development through the woods. We have that contract on our, not just a fixed price, also the, time and material, kind of support. And you'll see different line items for that when we get to August, like usual. Thank you.
Sorry,
Fine. That way we can do a presentation at some point, a little more.
yeah, and have Scott come in and maybe compare what our outage rate used to be, or interruption rate used to be before we started. But it's not just vegetation, it's also impacts animals. Because now it's well close.
Yeah, that was like my point earlier this morning, to see if it's reduced our outages with more progressive.
I know, and it made a huge, I can tell you that for a long time, there's an area in Rosedale that was constantly on just momentary interruptions. Just stuff that was constantly, like, the power would click off, you know, and there were smaller interruptions and they couldn't get out. And it took a while, but they were able to go through and with the vegetation and creature, control, they were able to reduce those. To the point that the residents don't call me all the time about it. But it's very rare that I hear it, and usually it's like, yeah, you remember when we used to have all this problem? We don't anymore. So it's definitely the philosophy has changed, and it's positive. Of course, there was the period that when they do first go through into an area and change that philosophy, there's a lot of trees that were planted in places they didn't belong, and for most people.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that after the initial shock goes away and they start seeing that they don't have those issues that they've had year after year, you know, people, the whole saying, every time the wind blows, the power goes out. Right? Well, it's not the wind that's doing it. It's wind impacting something. Now I don't hear that all the time. It's tree trimming is a huge budget thing. I would understand that it's more expensive not to do.
And it's one of the things that you know, back and come back next time, you're just deferring the cost base. Because you're grow, keep growing, you know, cut it.
And not to look at it just strictly from a business way, but outages cost you money to repair, and you're not making any money while you're repairing. So it's a double hit on a business, and that's the way I look at this. You have to minimize the time that you're not billing or offering your services to, you know, offering your products to the marketplace. Minimize, you know, if you can, what you can do in advance to stop the cost of repairs. So.
Other thing is, it costs businesses a lot of money.
Well, it's not just our business, but we're not making money because we're not selling kilowatts. And, you know, this store is not open because their power is out, and these people are not able to cook dinner because they're, you know, they escaped. It's huge.
Most of our other, budgets in this area, you see are pretty consistent from 22 to 23. We did have some reductions in the planning administration and have positions that won't be filled until later. Those reduction of staffing costs, those positions will later on. Our fleet maintenance budget is up. Again, that's primarily fuel, gas, and diesel costs that are up significantly. Most of these other, numbers that are pretty typical, and again, we're about $3 million higher overall than last year.
We mentioned earlier about transformers, the 2022 contract, 2023. How many do we normally order in a year or for the year?
It really just depends, dollar-wise. I think about it, we spend about $1.5 million, and, you know, next year we'll spend
So has a transformer doubled in cost, or are we ordering more transformers?
It's both, but they've doubled the cost. Yeah, and we'll talk about it later, but yeah, Lori already kind of mentioned, the order we had for December 2022, we'll see kind of a small part of that. So we'll have more transformers. Fortunately, we're getting those at the previous price, before all the escalation for this year. But we have some deliveries that were delayed, you know, quite a bit more in 20, back to our solid stock ones. Right now, we're just trying to manage, you know, the money we have available with all of our project needs, and also just be a little bit part about how we we've been pretty aggressive with, changing out older transformers when we go through an area. Now we've kind of shied away from that. So, you know, operating.
Well, one of the things we will look at for the customer complaints, when you cut back, who's gonna move the tree limb and so forth. That's what they're concerned about. You walk away, say, well, that's your responsibility, but you need to tell the customer who's gonna. Most of them don't have any money to do that. But that's one of the number one complaints we receive with board members.
And just on that, we do still get a lot of, calls still typically, but they're kind of on that secondary side, customer side, as you mentioned. So our three guys are still, filling the same number of calls.
Well, how do we address that?
Just communication, I think. I know typically if we have a customer complaint, Scott Paulson, our supervisor, will go out there and meet the customer, explain that process. You know, what our responsibility is, and our responsibility stops and theirs begins, and a lot of communication and really just one-on-one basis. We have things on the website that talk about our tree trimming program. Everyone utilizes that.
That's not the answer I'm looking for. Who's gonna pay for moving the tree limbs when they're popular? They don't have the money to call in somebody to pick up limbs and take them away. That's their complaint.
Yeah.
Besides the other things.
Are you talking about Bob when we're out after storm restoration? Yes. Yeah, so after we have a storm event and we leave limbs on people's property, the city will pick them up if they get them to the curb.
That's right.
Yes. And that's usually what we have to explain to people. Well,
And they will only pick them up if they're a certain size, in my experience. The city won't, I mean, that's the problem with many, the ability to cut them up into a manageable size, the city will take it.
Doesn't the city used to offer like on bigger ones pickup, so they would have city trucks coming by, not like the regular,
Trash.
waste management. They would have like storm restoration.
Maybe over your way,
Well, I haven't seen it in years, but I don't have trees in it, so I don't know.
any other questions?
So Darren, I've got some questions for you. And just 'cause I just don't know, on the, medical insurance for the retirees, I see that is actually proposed to go down a little bit in 2023. You know what, how we account for that?
So that's based on an actuarial study. So,
And these are retirees of the electric operations.
and it's based on a percentage of the labor, it's how we allocate that cost across the utility. So we do an allocation study for all employees, whatever, and then based on the number of employees in electric operations, the wages goes to retirees. Okay.
8% of current employees' wages goes to.
Our burden rate, what we call a burden rate, 4%, so. Like, most of employees
today that is paying in their 8% of their pay. It's just for
It's an
their,
expense.
it's for their future, it's for the expectation of their expense.
And we're self-insured,
Yeah.
you know, so it's not a one-for-one. So it's just recognizing that potential.
It's a budget year, more than anything. So it's just we're setting aside saying that of the dollars paid out, or the total benefits, dollars and benefits paid out for employee A, 8% of it is being assumed for future costs as a retiree.
And, okay, and is that, so the 8% is set by an actuarial study, did I understand that correctly?
So what we do, come up with the breakout of the 4%. I think Randy takes like the year before of actual, and then breaks it out by each component. So we're tracking the actual cost based on last 10, 40, 50 dollars. So you looked at what has happened. So if the healthcare claims were higher or whatever, then we essentially adjust that percentage. So if our retirees' healthcare is lower, we're going to lower that percentage. Based on the usual.
Okay, so that's not something, and I'm just trying to get to how we, I mean, this is the only way that the board has any visibility, right? I mean, through this budget process. I mean, because we don't have visibility into, correct, and not that we should. I'm just trying to get to, because I think there's some misunderstanding about how some of this stuff gets set. A, whether it's statutory, and B, whether or not the board actually, I guess, approves this. So, okay, sorry, Derek.
These categories here.
Yeah. And so, and I'm gonna ask about the pension benefit, and I'm guessing, Lori, I have to ask you and not Darren, so, sorry. I just wanna make sure I understand that as well, because that looks like it's projected to go up. And is that equal, between, because we have, what, 2 tiers of pension? Is that equal between the 2 tiers?
And that's the contribution. And that's contribution, 8.5%.
That's the employer's contribution.
Yep.
That's the employer's contribution. And so how much of that 1.4 in 2023, would go to tier 1, and how much of 1.4 would go to tier 2?
So, it doesn't matter, both tier 1 and tier 2 pay the same portion of their salary, and the employer pays the same 8.5%.
So the employer pays 8.5%, so BPU pays 8.5%, so on tier 1 and tier 2?
Yep.
Yes, right.
Okay. All right, sorry, Darren. Well, I mean, this doesn't exist, this line item exists in some, of these individual budgets, department budgets, and it doesn't exist in others. Like Jerry doesn't have this in his budget, so I just don't know why that is, but maybe Jerry doesn't have, maybe Jerry didn't get to retire. Sorry, Jerry.
You never do.
Okay, all right, sorry, Darren, thank you, Lori.
On the next tab, our staffing tab, we are producing, one position, 2023, that was one of the, four it was, that we were cutting overall. That's from our engineering group, of our mapping and drafting position, has been vacant.
Will you guys outsource that? No.
Eliminating it all.
Yeah, we've had a couple openings there, and,
So is it just the duties being assumed in the role?
yeah, so a lot of our, focus is went to the GIS system, making that full.
So we got most of our, I know that like whenever we're responding to an outage, water, just, we're verifying the mapping on everything, So, and I know that's been going on for quite some time, but, I mean, how much of our system is, because I hear some really old pieces of our system
vast majority of it math, it's just there's, a lot of it is on like the secondary side, actually, sorry, so we have some, you know, neighborhoods where some of those connections are laid out very well as they are, some are just kind of falling. Yeah, a lot of it's annexed property.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is a lot of the old.
Casey Hill, and people like that, we didn't really put in.
Well, we completed it, I think, 99%, I would say. I mean, if you say it's 100%, really don't know what it's out there. Yeah, but that's what I mean, there are some, like, some roads that have no houses on them anymore, but it's hard to say whether, because they're like a dead end, do we even have services, and what services go down there, so. Because, grand scheme of things, they're not, there's.
We have some things like that that are abandoned that we do keep our map on abandoned place, we do keep record of in case something. Yeah. And part of that cleanup process, just projects, we also have bags that just underground services locating and testing, and so when they go to the section of through that process. All of our, you know, main circuit things are pretty good handle on a lot of the our stuff. Yeah. Our summary of operating expenses on the next page. I talked about that a little bit, but total personnel costs are going up by about $328,000. The next line down, researching services, again, is up by almost $1 billion. And I've talked about that several times, and the reasons for that. Really the main increase there in our services budget. And the vehicle fuel and our fuel purchase power is up substantially from the cost of gas and diesel. And moving on down, we do have an increase in 4120 vehicle machinery parts, all our trucks, equipment, vehicles that everyone utilizes.
Is that about what we're seeing? So that's like a 18% maybe, increase. Is that about what we're seeing in costs on our, the price of parts and stuff?
Yeah, I think so. And then, you know, of course, material delivery, vehicle delivery is the same thing. You know, you go and try and get a truck and it's 2-3 years out, so we're having to keep some things on the road a little bit longer. Repair costs, just because, you know, we can't get, the trucks.
Hey, Darren,
Yes.
on the labor where do we account for Capital Electric in here? For our outsourced line costs?
We don't really have necessarily one item on that. A lot of it's broken down in different projects. Like if we have, you know, certain capital projects, will be a labor portion of that. They also do hit, some of our O&M accounts, annual overhead, annual underground construction, pretty good line items. That covers, work our guys do, and materials, and also some work. And then restoration.
I have a question on 2380 sponsorship. What does that consist of? 2380.
That a lot of that is Lyman Rodeo. That's due out in Palmer Springs, the Lyman Rodeo. That we're gonna host next year, so that's a big cost. Once the facilities there that they're gonna utilize and do a couple other small things.
For your stuff here, right?
Yeah,
Rodeo and all that stuff.
we're working together as a team on the rodeo to host it for.
Okay. That's good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. On to our O&M history for the division. We've been, you know, fairly consistent these last few years with our O&M usage, really tried to, you know, hold our costs. We're we've evened down a little bit from years past, 2017, 2019. 2023, again, we're seeing, you know, just a lot of increased costs and everything, you know, again, talked about, cost of parts and materials, labor costs, everything's kind of up. So we've got a, you know, uptick in our O&M budget there. Moving on into our operating budget detail. There's obviously a lot of material in these next few pages. We'll go through and try and explain each budget, hit some highlights, and questions, let me know. First one, our 1900 budget, for our administration, that's $387,000. And that's primarily just personnel, our administrative staff out there, service center, those are captured there. The next budget is the same kind of thing, the electric operations planning budget, $236,000 there, and that captures a few positions. We have a planning engineer and a project manager. Two main things here, some additional costs associated with that. The 2100 transmission budget is a big one at $17.486 million. And this covers a lot of our transmission and distribution costs, all of our labor from line crews, things like that. Our pre-trimming contracts are here. If you look at the 57-100, 2010 budget, we have a tree trimming services line out there that's $1,020,000. That's actually for the time crews, time material crews that we were talking about earlier that do, you know, customer calls, forum work, hotspot tree trimming, things like that, clearing out for new lines. That's that line item. Flip over almost to the next page, almost the end of the budget, we also have a 59-300 2010, which that's our fixed price crews that are doing the circuits, the $3.292 million. That's just the cost of our 4-year cycle next year.
So when it comes time to do the presentation, to do a workshop, and everybody, it'd also be good to see the impact storms have had. I know that every year is different because storms change. Holistically over history, I think that we can kind of get an idea of how much impact or how much the impact of storms has been reduced by continual trimming, by this new cycle that keeps it away from the lines instead of, I know that there's still always going to be areas. It would be good to see that added into the storm damage historically, the cost of recovery in days or hours of outages. This budget costs, we buy a lot of our maintenance stock. So we have $750,000 for distribution parts and supplies. We have $7,000 for overhead, and then another $300,000 for underground maintenance parts. Also, our traffic signal inventory we maintain. And another item is the 2240, the building maintenance services, almost $300,000. That's just maintaining the service center basically, buildings, roof, HVAC, repairs, things like that. Any other questions about any other items? The next one, the 2200, that's our substation group. And, you know, we have got two main buckets here. We have transmission parts and supplies, and distribution parts and supplies, which sounds a little funny, but that's kind of what part of the substation we're working on. It's primarily distribution equipment like our transformer, switchgear, or more of our
software programs we use to track, all of our maintenance, our testing, licenses from, so testing and programs in that bucket. And then also about $25,000 we spend just on full testing for all of our transformers that we talked about from that presentation. So, just under $2.9 million in that budget total.
This is a weird number, and I don't know that, but I know that when transformers, are replaced, the old transformers have to be recycled in a way. There's a cost to the BPU too, right? Whenever we have those. Is there a number that we, each year that we're gonna spend? Disposal, basically, like transformers and things like
I believe that's done in the environmental budget. But,
okay, all right, so, okay.
but it varies quite a bit. If you talk something like a substation transformer?
Well, I'm just talking about like, you know, when people call and say, hey, my transformer went out, and the transformer goes bad, you know, it leaks or something like that, and it gets replaced, you know, it has to be disposed of. It's not like we can take it to a battery shop and they can recharge it, you know, and
So a lot of that depends on, you know, fuel or not, you know, there's a pretty big cost of PCB transfer. So there is a cost to get rid of that oil, but we do recover, you know, scrap value for the steel and copper in there, so the public company can actually use to pick up, you know, we test them, do all the paperwork, and they kind of get them scrap value tip.
do you think that offsets the cost that we have?
Yeah, I think typically we're positive, but I think you get something like a,
Flat.
you know, like, PCB oil, it's one exact contaminated transformer, or pushings out of the station, different parts, and those are actually more cost. But I typically on transformers, which make a little bit of money in terms of scrap versus cost, that's all.
Yeah,
based
yeah,
on
I figured with that,
steel,
it's just, if it's a wash, that would be good.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I just have a real quick question. I think it's probably gonna be to Lori. On that long-term care, I thought we stopped doing long-term care.
The employee pays
50% by the employee, okay. I knew there was a change at one point, but I thought we stopped paying totally, but no.
there were probably a number of people that dropped.
Okay,
Paid 50%.
right.
I thought we saw a significant reduction.
Still a good
From when
deal.
it was 100% utility.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Next budget is our 2300 telecommunications budget. And what that actually is, I know some of you are familiar and some of you aren't. We have a group that takes care of our radio system, that not only BPU, but also all in the county, police, fire, officers use that radio system. So that's the, you know, labor for these radio technicians. Also our cable location testers I was mentioning about, we have staff that, you know, locate any dig checks that come in. And so smaller budget, just under $1.6 million, but you see, you know, we have a pretty big ticket item on our dues and memberships where, the cost of being part of the Kansas One Mall system, all that ticket. I think we have maintenance on our microwave system, and our radio system is captured in about $1.6 million from that with labor. $2,500 budget, almost $700,000. This is where we process some of our claims through our claims coordinator, and then also most of this cost would be 2240, the building maintenance service. There's almost $400,000 in there, so that's you know, groundskeeping, mowing, property upkeep, things like that for basically all of these facilities are in here. It's really line items for all of our different properties, substations, and different service buildings.
That wouldn't have security though, right?
budget, is $4.8 million. This is, labor and tools, our garage staff, parts, you can see we've got $225,000 a year for vehicle, machinery parts, licensing, operating vehicles. Again, we see our on-road, vehicle fuel cost, about $100,000. And, primarily our fuel costs, and we have another on-road fuel cost, next page, $602,000. That's where all these gas costs are, fuel costs are captured from our budget. The 2,700 budget on the next page is our electrical engineering budget. Primarily a labor budget. You have some line items in here for computer hardware, software, $30,000 for our large graphic plotters and printers that we have to use for all of our drawings. They're expensive. We have a line item for engineering services, which is a lot of it is membership at some different organizations and engineering studies we have to do, for compliance with that's a total of $3.1 million. The 2,800 budget on the next page is for our electric meter department, primarily labor and miscellaneous parts, things like that, $2.5 million. Most of the actual cost, specific cost of the meters themselves is captured in our capital budget. And then lastly, our 2,900 traffic signals budget, which is just under $800,000. That's on our traffic center control group, parks, controllers, anything. Our total all-in budget is about $34.5 million.
So, have we seen, take out, the inflationary costs of parts and stuff like that, but for like the street lights and as those numbers remain fairly static over the years. I know that there's gonna be, of how many, and the manpower it takes to maintain, I'm assuming that as you grow the number, you put in a lot of streets with a lot of traffic signals, it's gonna take more manpower to be able to manage that and the materials to manage that. And we've seen the overall number of those assets remain fairly static.
I don't think so. There has been some growth. I have numbers in front of me. I couldn't tell you what it was, but obviously I need to build a subdivision, things like that. There's point time, but all probably not substantial. Obviously our cost of material, things have went up.
Well, I don't see a lot of some cities you go to, you see a lot of roundabouts.
Yeah.
Where they avoiding traffic signals with the introduction of roundabouts. That's not something you see. I can't. Maybe in the north, maybe off of Washington,
Yeah.
819, might have one, but other than that, I can't think of really that ever really kicking off.
Years ago, the UG, to upgrade all these intersections, grab all the capital funds there, and Jeremy, I don't know, if our maintenance costs have gone up based on all the electronics and camera equipment.
The cameras and the LEDs and things, the further they go, the cheaper they get. LEDs just become more efficient, right? So, for instance, you get about $90 to buy a traditional light lamp. The LED lamps were $300, $400, $500, right? Well, now the demand and the efficiencies and different things that come from those, they've actually gotten more price competitive. So when that happens, right, the demand for these other lamps has fallen off. Well, now they charge more to make those because the demand isn't there. So that's why we've sort of switched over to, we're not replacing any of the old lamps, we're doing all LEDs now, which have a significantly longer lifespan. And some of them we can run at different levels. You know, you could run at 50% of the diodes or 75% of the diodes, or extend the life of the asset. But, I mean, as far as cost, it's probably, I would characterize it as staying flat because of those efficiencies. We were paying when we first invested in the technologies here, where, you know, our older, more analog stuff was here, but now they sort of the market out, and it's naturally evolved and figured it.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I feel like we're doing. I remember when we first talked about, a previous mayor wanting to LED the entire city, the cost.
So,
To retrofit every single, lamp that we have.
you know, and that's something that, you know, Bill and I have been over that a couple of different times. There is a study out there that's a little bit dated, but you can't just go swap all the lights out. You're gonna need poles, you're gonna need cabling, you're gonna need additional parts and pieces. To do that in our city, would be really, really expensive, to the tune.
Yeah.
So, the other thing is, you know, when we talk about traffic signals, street lights, roundabouts, all those things, those are driven by the Unified Government. They build an intersection, they pay for that install. We were just lucky enough that we get the maintenance. Same thing with street lights. When they develop a neighborhood, the developer has to come with a lighting schedule that is included in that. When the neighborhood is far enough along, we go then and put the lights. Don't do it right off the bat because things happen. They're creating yards, they knock them down, the workers are there. Those costs, we recover some on the street lighting side, not 100%, but
Contract, from the, development.
maintenance.
So everything we replace now is LED? Did I hear you say that right? Okay.
So the questions, we can move on to our, capital budget. And, so a lot of our, I talked about in the previous board meeting. The first bucket, the electric operation, general construction, we have, cost for our vehicles, equipment, things like that. Also our tool budget, our technology budget for laptops, and some facility improvements at the service center. Also, that's about $945,000. The small budget for this telecommunications cost, things like cell phones, things like that. And our electric meters, that's that cost for our annual meter replacement program that we kind of talked about. Where, you know, as our crews are testing meters, they're finding some that are, accurate. So we're replacing those, and that's kind of the annual ongoing cost of that, so we're around $1 million. So, moving on to the overhead distribution, our big project here, we talked about these again, but we have $1.8 million for the Rosedale sub-overhead meters. That's to finish up bringing those, overhead meters out of the new Rosedale substation and fully retire Fisher. We also have $2.6 million for the overhead meters project. That's for bringing feeders down 118th Street to serve the Urban Outfitters facility, and also to kind of get the future development that's going to be happening in that area. That's going to be a kind of a several-year project, which will be driven, you know, partially by the development that occurs outside of Urban Outfitters in that area. Also have about $500,000 just replacing transmission poles. $100,000 for the Arbor Feeders project, and which handles all kind of part of that Rosedale area project, which is creating Arbor, as well as getting everything cut over. $2 million for annual overhead construction. Kind of talked about there's quite a few projects that hit this bucket. It's a lot of, capital improvements on our overhead system, various things, whole equipment, I can do eyes and feeders. That's something that Apple's lately will get in there as well, depending on what project it is. Next one down is distribution pole inspection. We have, $2.25 million there for, 2023. As you can see, that's a, ongoing cost there. We do hope in the future, once we get to our first cycle, cost emission drops. Right now, we're kind of doing, our first pass through the system, and, finding a lot of poles need to be changed out. Still kind of talked about it, but I believe the numbers I had so far this year, we've, 500 total, electric operations, and 44% of those for this project. So almost half, and the other half of things, any kind of service calls, like hard-hit pole, or, storm, or whatever, or even new construction, poles we put up, everything else is, okay, so we're really using that to, so that's not an inspection, but also a lot of the maintenance and upgrading, the poles, placing themselves. We have, $475,000 for the, 98th Street overhead feeder relocation. That's gonna be, I think, a road widening project we're expecting to happen next year along 98th Street. Okay, still there, 98th Street.
Where would that be on 98th Street?
It's, I believe, what's that?
Parallel.
Yeah.
Parallel.
I believe. And that, it looks like the project's gonna happen next year, so we budget for it. Obviously, we're not addressing that.
Before we go to the next page, the annual meter program.
Yep.
Go out, if we find a meter that's not accurate, if it's been overcharging or if it's been undercharging, do we go to that customer and say, okay, here's your, you've been overcharged, this might be a Lori question, and get a refund? Or if it's been undercharging, do we say, you owe us X number of dollars?
Yes, and yes, we do. When we receive information from our meter departments that a meter has not been performing the way that it should, whether it's been over or under, we either send the customer a bill if they have an additional amount that they haven't been charged, or we send it more than they should. We do both.
Hey, Darren.
Yes.
So on that same topic, you've got $1 million each year, in the budget for those. Do you know what close to the actual cost was spent in 2022?
Yeah, I think it was almost $900,000. I think they've been a little bit closer there, but we still are waiting on some years to make it in for the year, but probably will be first of next year.
Okay. And then I had an additional question, a little bit up there. Last line item under ops general construction, the electric ops work equipment.
Yes.
What accounts for the huge, increase 2024 and beyond?
Well, that's, I think, the number we've been trying to get to historically. But the big reason there is that's pretty much the trucks and equipment we, $450,000. And, even if we wanted to, we couldn't buy more.
Hope Springs Eternal on that then?
What's that?
Hope Springs Eternal that you'll be able to...
Pretty much. So, yeah. So, hopefully things will normalize. I think $1 million is probably optimistic too. Hopefully things normalize and we can start talking about these electric trucks. I mean,
yep,
a couple $100,000 just for one. Sure.
I think that was part of why I was asking, some of these other, as we're adding streetlights and as we're adding signals, you're gonna have to have another truck sooner or later, if you're gonna have to run. Maintaining, you know, I know that, like, when we report lighthouses, we have crews, we can go do that, sometimes they crew like storm situations, storm recovery situations, they're not gonna be available to do anything, you know, any of that kind of work, so. There's just a tipping point where you have to move that next truck, next task.
Thanks, it's Jason McVeigh, with Darren and the team is kind of refocus on equipment we're buying, how we're using it. So, let's take, for instance, a traditional truck that we would have repaired a street light with. Those trucks are now $190,000 to $230,000. That's smaller than, you know, the, out in the big wires are pushing $300,000. So, do we need that kind of truck? First of all, do we need that expense? And when can we get that truck, right? Now those lead times are out 3 years. Or can we bump down to more of a truck, like what our truckmen and our traffic signal people go out and repair things with, and get the truck sooner, save a little money, out there a little more efficient with our time.
I mean, that is one thing, why that kind of gives us that number of square miles. And there's only so many assets you can eventually build in there, but, you know, and that's what people are like, well, nothing changes, but it is, there's still a lot of used land, there's still a lot of, you know, property out there that I can see over time being turned into residential areas or commercial areas, you know, as the residents push, you know, into areas that you have commercial pop up. And there's a point that after a while, you know, what the number of bodies and equipment it takes to maintain an X number, if it's X plus something else, you're not gonna be able to do it that same number. Now it's gonna cost an increase. How we can do that efficiently and cost effectively. You guys seem to do a good job. Challenging situation.
On the, next page, we're getting into some customer-driven projects here. We have a 2-year extension, down by the power plant, about $255,000, which is a pretty significant electricity user. We have, several line items underneath the electric reimbursable, tab there. And those are customer-driven projects, that, you know, we would partially reimburse for. A lot of those times, those are just maybe placeholders we have there. Some of these have been inside the budget for a few years, and a lot of projects have been delayed, you know, by COVID or whatever the reason was. So you see big ones there, Arts 2 project, North and Rock Island Bridge project, Willow Development, Homefield Development.
So on this yard, isn't that the one that we gave? Whatever the number was, will that come out of that 700, or is that on top of that 700? So this 700 is just unaccounted for dollars.
Yeah.
And then the 1.4, that's gonna be the second phase of that, or the next phase of that, where it's 25.
Yeah, I thought the total was 1.1 would be an industrial.
For the
2.1's $1 million over.
For the electric and then the water.
Right.
So I don't know what the water.
Well, we're $1 million over, if it's, that's on some.
Yeah, that's what, you got 2.1 million, yeah. Where is that?
Yeah, 1.4.
Is that the two different projects? Because I know that when they presented, they talked about phase 2, or, additional buildings.
That first piece is for us to extend, a feeder down there through there. The second phase is, phase 2, and also a tie. So we have got feeds down the yards too.
And this is only the electric portion?
Yes.
And when it would, I'll take that back. So on electric reimbursable, so what does it mean that, okay, we got 700,000, where would we see reimbursement? what are we gonna get reimbursed from? I think we already understood that it's just a bullet we have to buy.
Yeah, I don't think that project's actually reimbursable. I think that would qualify for it.
I think it almost up in the category of funds.
Yeah, I think it's wrong about it. We'll get that correct.
You have a project under distribution, take numbers out to them.
Yeah, I think, it might have been the project number I used, but that should be the project, that should be it.
Okay. We'll move that.
Move that up to the category of funds. Yeah, should be no difference.
Right, I was wondering the same
We'll
thing.
categorize.
Yeah, overhead, yeah.
Now, we don't really, just a point of question is, underground, we don't really do much underground. I mean, I think that, like, in their own property, so much, if, like, let's say, American North, you know, on their grounds, if they want underground, that's one thing, but as far as offering that underground out beyond, like, downtown and in the legends, there's really not, is there a lot of underground in the KU area?
I'm underground in my
Are
neighborhood.
you guys?
Yeah, you know, a lot of individual neighbors, a lot of our peers, yeah, overhead. What we prefer, it's cheaper, easier
Well,
to maintain.
easier to maintain.
Yeah, so a lot of times the customer, you know, wants like a feeder extension underground or something like that, that would be on their property there. Maybe that cost, it's usually pretty.
Well, I'm talking like developers, you know,
Yeah.
beyond the residents, you know, or bigger ones, so. But we're not like going out and offering, hey, we'll put underground to get to you. Just, if you want underground on your particular parcels, here's the cost, and we'll bring the overhead to you, or however we deem it the most economical.
Obviously, the overhead is always cheaper, but with the cost, I mean, cable, but even just conduit, the cost of conduit and everything, is substantial when you look at the difference between bringing someone over and feeder, to the underground feeder.
Yeah, I know that there was a discussion, can't remember how many years it was, that we had in a work session about the cost differential between storm damage for underground versus overhead, but you have to weigh that out with the total cost of maintenance and installation and upkeep, you know, it's just, and it ended up being significantly cheaper in the long run to have overhead than it was to have, especially the lifespan of materials.
Right, and, you know, a lot of times it's easier to put back on and some other things. The cost of tree trimming and how successful I think that program, other things we're doing are, I mean, it's less than what you would spend on maybe just one or two projects. The, you know, underground, you would triple the cost of these projects.
The thing is too, our city have a, areas for underground. A few areas around the service area, but still
We're
about
not adding a lot of
5% of our,
Did you say 85%?
our transmission.
Moving on through, we have about $215,000 in, substation improvement, that's mostly just relay upgrades, pipeline improvements, replacement. $750,000 in transmission, transmission maintenance, and the Victory West, replacement project is in there. Underground, we have $2.7 million, about $2 million just in the annual underground construction budget. Rest is $500,000 for the downtown underground rebuild, and $200,000 for Onby Rosedale, improvements. We have, in the next, couple bullet points there, we have $600,000, to finish up the levee, project, a little bit of work, carrying the 2024, but we'll finish up, the biggest chunk of that next year, all of our infrastructure relocation.
The costs on those are costs above and beyond any federal.
last item there, is our transformer budget there. Like I said, we typically spend about, I think, 1.5 million, or $3.8 million. All in, we talked about the additional costs and deliveries, for a total of just over $21 million in our capital budget. Other questions?
Go back to Tom's question. Tom, you asked a question on these transformers. A lot of that's driven by construction cycles in, the customers, a certain amount of transformers. How many transformers do we use during the last couple of years over storms? That'll change the numbers, and Darren will go back and take a look at some of the reports of how many we've used last couple of years or so.
Yeah, we do track it by year, by month, actually.
Well, because of the supply chain issues that we have, it seems like it'd be critical that we're gonna need to stock up on transformers because it takes so long to get them in, and then that's a lot of money sitting on the ground.
Try to balance that out, so we do set stock levels for our maintenance stock and for engineering stock, projects and customers, service upgrades, so we have stock levels for both. So we're trying to, we are looking at lead time, look at what we do now, plus what we probably use next year based on historical usage. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we do track all that extensively.
Okay, so move over to electric production in the.
Lori, could I just interject, it maybe would be easier if we could either write our questions for going down and then all question at the, I'm just looking at time and where we are, and maybe here till midnight. Just,
I mean, we did go over the capital, you know, with you on the workshop.
right.
I mean, if you wanna dive into it, you can, that's fine. But, and then we can,
I'm just like looking at the, you know,
the schedule.
trying to schedule and the progression of the day. If we could help move things along by holding our questions till the end of his presentation, would that be helpful or not?
What we could do is just go over the highlights, things that are really significant.
Yeah,
I think everybody's had a chance to like look through and listen. If we have questions, I think
one of the things we did in the past was like, when we get back to the budget detail, it's basically, instead of walking through the different line items for us, just, you know, say, okay, did anybody have any questions in 1100? You know, this covers, 1100 covers this and this, APB. Do anybody have any questions about it? Just, I try to go through and highlight, you know, the ones that.
Darren was our newbie, so he has.
I enjoyed giving, his inaugural.
Yeah, it was a lot of.
He had, first come.
I just know as it gets later in the day, they'll get shorter. It's true. Okay, Don.
Would you please go to page 5? And page 5 will give you a quick history about electric production personnel, the size, fuel cost, and that was the next biggest cost of in electric production. As you can see, in 2023, we are proposing 5 positions less than 2022. And that gives us a total of 98 positions. And I do believe 98 position is about the lowest that we want to go with electric production. And just for history, since I involved with personnel budget in 2002, we use that 210. So we've been adjusting accordingly as we need to. And one of the advantage or disadvantage for us is we have to compete in the SPB market. And currently under the SPB market, there are 14 states, so we have to be as comparable or as good as LT or some other people as well. So that gives us an advantage. To me, is we constantly look elsewhere, who else is doing what, and what we could do to reduce reduce our cost. So consequently, in 98 position, I believe that's the lowest we ever want to go. If anything, if we're going to lower that, I'm pretty sure it will impact operation. Now go back to page 3, and that's the highlight. Personnel costs, as you can see, 2021, 2022, and 2023, we are trending back. So look at 2022, we are roughly about 700,000 less than 2022, which reflects the headcount is down, the cost is down. And services, we increased a little bit, look at the second line, due to Nearman minor outage next year. Basically, every 3 years, we do the outage on Nearman, and primarily on the turbine valve. In this case, we also have to do the generator as well. The third line is fuel and purchase power, but this case is fuel only. So if you look at 2021, fuel roughly pushing $50 million. And a lot of that due to the high gas price cost in February 2021. And then look at 2023, 46 million versus 34 compared to 2022. And then as up to this morning, I looked at 2022. By the end of October, we actually spent almost $46 million in fuel costs, and primarily due to the event in Europe, and then natural gas price is high, and consequently we have to run more coal at Nearman as well. So, example, in 2022, we budget Nearman roughly about 603,000 tons of coal, but right now we're trending 800. So that gave about $5 million in additional coal cost. And material supply, next year a little bit higher due to outages, Nearman outage. And the total operating budget, 77 versus 61, but that 61 actual as up to October is really like $72 million, and the bulk of that is a fuel cost. Capital budget is all the same thing, like $500,000 more for next year, and primarily due to Nearman 1 outage. And the rest of the first box is basically totalized what's there. And if you go to the second box, the first one is titled Dogwood. Dogwood right now, by October 2022, actually is $17.5 million, 12. So consequently, next year, Dogwood project to run a little bit less because of the higher prior gas price, so it's projected to run a little bit less. So in 2023 is proposed roughly about $50 million. Common plan, that doesn't change, actually going down quite a bit for common plan. Common plan is the group that provides service for the power plant. And company-wide, however, the role getting less and less over the last couple of years. And the Nearman, 27 versus 32 or 33 million for next year. The bulk of that is Nearman outage cost. And Nearman fuel is the same thing as explained earlier. Before I go to a little bit more detail on the class. Yeah, as Lori mentioned, the biggest thing for Nearman outage is the turbine valves. Starter valve, governor valve, and some of the main steam valves, because we have to do the work on that part. And then the the generator, we have to open the generator up. Consequently, some of the fire, I guess, on the status side, that over the years we have to re-wet. The total project cost for Nearman outage alone roughly about $3.9 million.
Did we not redo the turbine almost completely when we did the ACQ? And how, is this gonna be something like every 4 or 5 years, we're gonna have to go in and spend $3 or $4 million on a turbine?
You are correct. Yeah, we did the steam, the part that see the steam flow through, high pressure, intermediate pressure, and low pressure in 2016. That schedule, roughly between 10 and 12 years, but that's back in the inspector cap. So, and then, typically on the steam side, it's not that expensive. This one, we have to do the generator we have to do every 6 years.
Different.
Correct. And the turbine valves are the original valves. Those we do every 3 years cycle. And the next one is if you go to page 7. Basically, page 7, the first block is on the labor, and labor we're turning down. And then what I'm looking at is I just look at a few highlights that are, the variance is $100,000 or more. I'll start way down, flat 2030, engineering services, it increased by $120,000 due to outages. So we'll work on it next year. And going down, 2241, you see a big jump right there, the control room air conditioner, we had to change it out. The last time we worked on that is 1999. So whatever we have there, it's been served well. And so next year we'll look at a complete redesign and change out. And the class 3110, 3010, which is the fuel cost, and then was explained a little bit earlier. And the class 3025, which is reagent, that we use to treat the flue gas. What you see, right, it increased a little bit based on the projected fuel board. And I'm guessing, based on the market, I'm looking at roughly maybe 800,000 tons of coal being used for next year. And then the class 3030 is the same thing, more coal, we have more ash have to dispose. In this case, we do use for secondary beneficial use. Then, class 4100 chemicals, but that's not the chemicals we've been using on the cooling tower. And then particularly on water treatment is planned as well. So next year we look at, toward the end of the year, we have an RO rental, and consequently we expect it's a little bit more efficient than the system we currently have, so costs going down. And you see the big reduction in 4132 is basically road repair. And we have done quite a bit this year. So next year we don't need to do much road and railroad repair on FBM. And 4180, you see water usage is a little bit higher because we are running the cooling tower full time, and the intention is from now on, we will run the cooling tower full time and use our water through water system from Missouri River as a backup. Yeah, excuse me, page 8. 4251 is primarily the full system. We have 6 full feeders out there, and we intend to work on those and rebuild them. And we typically run maybe 5 to 6 years or so on those. We go from $185 to $500,000 roughly. And the same thing on the fourth outage on 4300. There's a jump in there, and the reason for that is previously it was charged the wrong account. Then 4302, the boiler mechanical, that's due to the outage on the next month. And 4304, the same thing, 4306 is the same week. And, okay, 4310, that's where the turbine generator, overhaul and steam generator overhaul, cost, roughly about $3.6 million in that part. However, and there's also $600,000 of those are being allocated to the capital side in addition to that. And what are these generator, it's very expensive, and so it's turbine valve. And luckily on a generator, we probably do at least, once every 6 years or so, but this time we look at re-wedging the whole, generator, so it costs us a little bit more. And the 4320, we see balance of plant maintenance, that's primarily the RO rental or the water system rental vehicles. That would conclude, the budget by class, page 7 and 8. Do you have any comments for page 9? Okay, a quick summary on page 9, you look at 2020 and 2023, that pretty much represent every 3-year cycle that we do the turbine valve. You see the column getting a little bit higher. And I would say 24, 25 a little bit lower, and 26 would be the same thing. Go to page 11. 11 budget details by cost center. Basically, 1,100 is the admin, 1,200 is cost, 1,500 is Sendero, 1,400 is Neiman, 1,500 is common plan, and 1,600 is Dogwood. And basically, those are the breakdown in detail on page 7 and 8. Questions are coming in before I move to the capital stuff?
So it's just a general, about fuel. So we're expecting reality 2023 Dogwood probably a little less because at least the first half because of the gas prices. Even though, it'll probably run more than a lot of gas plants, right? Because it is fairly efficient in comparison.
Yes. I would say Dogwood right now probably is the second most efficient, But with the last couple of years, Hitachi or GE come out, another class a little bit more efficient than that, but as far as Dogwood is like second tier.
Okay. But in lieu of the Dogwood, we expect Neiman to be called on, probably more.
Correct.
At least through the winter, at least through the cold, the prime months, the winter months, because of gas. Yeah.
But winter months, summer months for sure.
And we're confident that we have the coal supply and the rail system and everything to be able to fuel the needs of our payers.
Currently, we probably have like 39, 40 days of coal in the ground right now. I would expect maybe the next couple of weeks we build up inventory a little bit, but before the end of December, temperature could get down to the 20s.
And I don't remember in the past really hearing much about disruption due to storms between here and where our delivery comes out of Wyoming, right?
Correct.
So like crossing there, like huge snowstorms shutting down rail for any length of time.
We have last year and the year before, but this is like a day or two.
Okay.
Basically.
Not for long.
No. I think one event at the middle of last year, they have almost 24 inches of snow over 24 hours. They shut the mine down, our employees couldn't get to the mine, and once they cleared the road out.
Okay.
And that's why the storm wise, that's good, that's the mean, so.
I know, I'm just thinking of our fuel source, during the winter, and, I that's one area that I've never put to memory is how our days of coal on hand, you know, cycle through the year, like winter months, summer months, but our peak usage month, how much we change versus the shoulder months.
The shoulder month, we tend to either build up a little bit. When we build up too much, we either stop the train or send the train to the shop, or another option we've been doing the last few years is, Arizona Electric Co-op do need our service once in a while.
We can send it down there. Right. So we basically sell our coal to them.
No,
Or they take the responsibility of the shipment. So, and does that come off of our requirement, you know, that our contract with the coal is that we take so many tons a year. And if a situation like that where in Arizona, it's like, hey, we'll take it, does that go against our allocation so that we don't, it helps settle our responsibility?
No, there's two parts of that. First thing is, if Arizona Electric, use our train, they would not directly, they just pay a fee for using it.
Okay, so they're not taking our coal cost per se. All right.
And then Nearman is an old requirement contract with the mine, so we could say we may burn from 600 to 800,000 tons a year, and they will supply as we need that part.
So we commit to the lower number, but then we can flex up to the higher number.
And, you know, like example, this year, we normally get close to 600, but we're right now, we're trending over 800. So I would say by the end of December, we may be 800,000 or 810,000.
If we go beyond, or I know that if we go under, there's, you know, we have a penalty for not agreeing, you know, not satisfying our agreement. But if we go beyond that, do we get, I doubt it would be a discount, but my question is, would we get hit with a surcharge for taking beyond what our contract that allowed for?
So far, the only thing we may be in trouble for transportation would be Pete. But lately, the last 10, 12 years I was involved, example, there's a few years in the 16, 17 time frame we don't burn as much, we were able to carry that to the following year. And then the last 2 years we burned more than we normally before, and then I would expect the same thing next year. So that's concluded over there part. So you could go to page 35. 35 is the capital. And example, the first project is 149, which is the currently, I mean, we have 2 dozers running pretty much most of the time to move out, and then one of the spare one from there is pretty bad, and we really need to build one, or at least going on, because we have one reliable dozer, and that would be expanded over 2 years, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Roughly, $1.4 million for that project. And the other project is 1004-049, which is the motion to window flow control. Basically, the current system we have is the Mark 5 or Mark 6. It's been there since 2006, and something we can upgrade. We could go with the GE system or the Emerson system, which is what we have in Nearman. We choose to go to Emerson system, so we have less required training, so our techs and the engineer can work on both systems. I mean, on a single system. The other one is the 104052, which is the Nearman burners, nozzles and head replacement. We did that in 2012. That's when we convert to low NOx burners. That way we have major work. Then we've been doing repair along the way, but now it's really back when you really need to do flex and nozzle that part. And
Is that about the life expectancy of those low NOx burners?
And the last one would be, 104-121, which is the wedge. That's part of the Nearman outage. And that should conclude the.
And what was the expected, was it a 2-week outage?
So we look at 5 to 6, right, Mike?
5 to 6 weeks for this one, so it's a major.
Correct, major on the generator. Because they'll open up the generator, probably take a week or so to open it up, and then we wedging literally, if you have one person in there, maybe one can do it slow, really slow.
Heavy material,
Yeah, I mean, heavy machinery and high technical skills, and that's done by, Siemens Westinghouse. That would conclude my,
So next year we'll talk about, for the, patients going on, how the rebuild coming out, and also any change in Nerman or dog operation. We're kind of being cautious myself, Don, and here's our projection for runtime. A few years, sometimes we get it right, sometimes we're a little bit off.
Well, the longer we have, I mean, we haven't had that asset that long. So as we get to know the history,
not one particular, is heavily focused on it. If that's based on digestion, gas, police.
All the other generators.
So, we have lunch. So the option is,
Right. They can, or do they wanna, they don't wanna, do you wanna continue the meeting while you eat or take a break?
I have no problem if we take like 15 minutes for everybody to get their lunch and stuff, and then eat while we work. The person did,
I think it's in the, let's go check.
Mary, do you wanna declare a break, a quick?
Okay, we're gonna take, do you think we need 15 minutes to get our stuff?
That's it.
How about let's do 10 minutes, like we did this morning? Do a 10-minute, get your lunch, and then reconvene? What time would that be, Angela? I can't really.
At 15 after.
All right, 12:15, back in here with your lunch to reconvene. Is that enough time for everybody? Okay, see you then. Sorry. Okay, ready to start?
Okay, so now we need, water, these, water coming with.
Or you could, agua.
I'll turn it over to Philip Brown.
All right, thank you everyone for your time, thank you to the board, Bill, Jeremy, Steve, and Chris Stewart. My name is Philip Brown, Senior Civil Engineering Group, and some brief highlights of our annual budget for water operations. Our goal for water, as we deal with production at our treatment plant, our distribution as we maintain our line, is to finish our construction of our 7 million gallon reservoir, our routine pump stations, got a soft presentation on that. And then also, of course, next year, we're gonna have a big push on copper. That's gonna be a lot of, getting ready for public, customer marketing campaign. We're working with, our group to get that done. But we're working with David to get that covered. And then also, we are gonna, as always, our big goal is ILI, infrastructure leakage index, getting that to 3.5, and we're always pushing to get our leaks down below 400. Those are ambitious goals for us that Steve Green has set, but that's kind of what we're shooting for. And so in order to achieve that, for our annual budget, I'm on page 3, right? So on page 3, to achieve that, a lot of our budget hasn't changed too much from last year. There have been some minimal changes. But the two lines I did want to point to, down in the spending by area, is the operations at Dearman, which, from 2021, our actuals were 2 million, we're going up to 4 million. And then also our water main, which is going from, depending by area, on the actuals, that was 14 million, and we're going up to 28 million. And I'm gonna get into why those are the two biggest numbers. I'm just kind of talking about the formal items. If you have other questions, though, I can go. So, with those two areas, they are predominantly, we heard already talked about this earlier. For our operations that we're seeing a drastic increase in the cost of chemicals. So that is caustic, different chemicals that we rip through, and we can actually get the supply of those chemicals. And then also, what you're seeing in the water main, the reason it's going from 14 million to 28 million, a lot of that funding is actually part of our KDHE loan, so it's not all cash. So a big portion of that, again, is 8 million of that is our Arsenine Reservoir. Another 3 million is our small main diameter replacement project that we're starting. That's predominantly District 3, where a lot of those water mains are going to be replaced. We will also be focusing on lead and copper as part of that, because we can identify areas that have potential for lead service. We haven't found any yet. We're reviewing that now, but if there's a potential, we're going to highlight those water mains as the place to go to. I'm going too fast. I'm actually done with page 3. All right, questions? Okay. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was our staffing on page 5. For our staffing, the number is same, except for reducing one position, reducing one position in our laboratory, and we're also transferring some positions around. This is predominantly for our we have a number of departments, engineering group, where we have people at or close to retirement age, so we need to have a position ready for that. And then, and that's similar to the other spots, and also administration. So on page, I did want to show some actual raw numbers for these chemical increases. So on page 7, at the very bottom, you can see numbers from 40, 60, 40, 90. You can see our water treatment chemicals there. So we've got the water treatment chemicals, caustic, and chlorine. For example, that chlorine chemical is going from 290,000 to 610,000. So I just wanted to get that.
Would that be for the same amount?
Yeah, so we're not anticipating a large change in the amount of water.
So that just shows direct cost.
Yeah.
Wow.
And of course, just right, we don't know what tomorrow's food is.
But those chemicals have been sort of steadily increasing. I mean, it's not, this is a big jump, but it seems like over the last few years, they have tended to increase.
Yeah, we noticed that as more and more plastic, for example, we started using plastic pipe, for instance, they actually use the same, a lot of the same chemicals in their chlorine, caustic, PVC, and so because of that, the chlorine itself used for treating water is a very small portion of the overall, what they can make. They can make more money from other things than chlorine. Yeah, that cost is steadily been increasing. Sure. On page 9, I did want to highlight the O&M history. I thought this was a really great chart. That our average percentage change in our O&M costs in 2017 is 3.9%. As we've been going through all these years. Why is that important is for our people who are working, as they're trying to get all the work done, it's also going to tie into why all that and replacement for our budget is that we're doing all these things to try to be proactive as much as possible, but at the cost of different things, reason in the covered. So that's one reason why our KDHE law that we use for a lot of work allows us to replace really get that work done and use our small workforce. I am almost done, wrapping up really quick. So, on the annual budget, I was just going to step through and say which each group is predominantly focused on. I wasn't going to go into the numbers per se unless you have a specific question. And then on the capital, I'll highlight 3 projects. So on our 4,500, that's our water administration. Really just keeping all of us moving. 4,400, our water support services. This is pretty much the same. It deals with just how the things we do for supporting water. Our water civil engineering group, we have a small group out there off of Riverview. They do a lot of our design, stuff for our next, our GIS group is there. 4,200, that's probably our largest group, that's our distribution group. 4,200 is the group that you see out at night, doing all the water there. Okay. 3,700 is for our water meter, and that's our most critical part. Of course, even though water makes a very small percentage of the overall revenue, that is our group. 4,100 is our laboratory. We do all of our compliance. We have 100% compliance rate. Break it out on the side. 4,000. Take care of treatment plant. 3,900 for maintenance. 4,800 is our operations. These are the staff on 24/7. Make sure the treatment plant is running. And that is it for our annual budget. For capital, I know we have presentations about that in the past. I did want to just bring your attention to, again, kind of like broken record is, our $7 million reservoir, we're planning to spend $8 million on that. That is actually, sorry, that's correct. $8 million, that's actually on page 28, under the water storage and transmission, $8.5 million. A couple other ones that I thought were interesting that I know you guys are, the board is involved with, that are aware, is at the top of page 28 in that area for water distribution. We have the project 104108, that's our water distribution, 12-inch main, James Street to Kent Avenue, that's the Rock Island Grid. And then you also have the one just above that, Pacific and I-70 Central Avenue, that's our TPI ordinance where we have to add water. And of course, the biggest one in that group, 104043, the water distribution project, and those are the ones where we go through a lot of neighborhoods and impact a lot of customers, but that has a huge
The water distribution and leak project, do you know what the actuals are for 2022?
So we didn't do any in 2022 for this one. The last time we did it was, I'm trying to remember, we started in 2017. I want to say it was 2017 to 20. So it took us a couple years to do all this work. We still probably spent the total around the same, about that $3 million mark, I believe. But I will go back and find out the actual amount we spent. And I can find out how all the pipes were replaced and how many customers changed.
And just tell me again, when do we think the Argentine reservoir will be, that project?
We're planning to actually be complete, is next November. That's the date that's the contract right now. There may be change orders. Right now, they're dealing with supply chain issue of flash, getting that project. But, the contract date as of right now is,
I think we're supposed to, originally planned to go by the first quarter. Still running.
So that total 8.5 will be spent this year, basically, if we're on, in 23, if we're on schedule. Okay.
service need. That is in service and testing, and at that point, it should be, there may be additional other testing.
glad to hear that you're moving people and have the succession plan in mind. That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
So, next one will be, Jared with electric supply.
Okay, Karen for D, electric supply.
What color is your book, Jim?
Yellow book.
Yep, so look. So, just quickly, full projected, around, four functions there, similar to last year. Safe and reliable operation of our system, we focus a lot on training and development with our system operators. Proper procedures, protocol in place to make sure that we work safely with our fuel crews and, maintain reliable operations of our system. Market operations, maintaining open communication with our production group. We've got a proactive group in our building that does a lot of analysis, looks at a lot of the factors, and in fact, market pricing, which allows us to kind of better leverage our resources, how we approach the market. Again, the communication with production is important with us, providing accurate information about the power board and how they use our units. Fine. Is another core function with NERC, obviously, regulatory requirements that impact our group, along with the environmental regulations, and support the efforts to make sure we don't with environmental, along with production groups, to make sure that we're not exceeding any run travel performance. And then any support that we can provide as far as any long-term resource planning, renewable initiatives, and site management projects, things like that, with Andrew and his group, support that. Summary expenses, page 3. Andrew will touch on the fuel purchase power. Really the biggest change, you'll see some of the personnel costs have gone down. That's due to the transition of the planning group, moving into finance, planning. So that'll be forward previously in my planning. Andrew's group will now be financial planning group. So that's why you see that reduction in cost. Let's jump to page 5. You can see that reflected in the electric supply staff numbers. Jump straight to the operating details everything between this section and the capital projects. So if you have any specific questions on either the counts and or classes that you see, please let me know. The big one for us is always going to be computer software maintenance, to the resource, regarding, network security, a lot of quantitative reviews, along with, those are broken out, in the under 2031. For the most part, within a few $100,000 on the space, almost the same. That increases in maintenance support contracts, which is, I guess, understandable given the cost.
Hey, Jerry, on the, sorry to jump all the way back, but the 3050 and 3055 classes, so the purchase power energy goes up, almost 10 million. I understand that, that's going to come fuel source, that's the cost for bringing in more?
I'll take that, Jeff. So the purchase power renewables, the bulk of our renewables are fixed rate prices, right? So all of our wind is fixed rate prices, but we do have a few resources that get reset by the Chain Consumer Price Index update. So every year those update by the cost of inflation. And so that's landfill gas, that's power shock. And then you can look at some of the government hydros and so forth that they change a little bit. So we expect both those to increase just a little bit, but we actually also expect a little bit more output off of some of our resources next year than we did this year, based off of the way SPP is dispatching resources and so forth. So we expect it to go up just like you said, is about 8%, 27.6 to 29.8. So a little bit of that due to the inflationary pressure on a couple resources, but some of it will be output based.
So it would be nice to see, the renewables just continue to be usable.
Yeah, so the goal, I think, is we'll see lower amounts of curtailment off some of the wind than we have in the past. And so SPP is getting better about the way they are able to curtail less power than they have, because that's, free power effectively when you don't curtail it, so.
And these don't actually include, like, our transmission costs don't necessarily go up with more distribution.
So our transmission cost is included in 3080, purchase power transmission.
Okay.
And so actually what you're seeing on our 3080 account, it's going down.
Is that because we changed our delineation of what we were?
It is. So most of this is tied to us going to being network owners instead of just network customers. And so that's really been advantageous for us over the last few years to get into that from where we were before.
Does it help offset what it is?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Is there anything in the, topic details that you'd like to use this for detail and clarification on?
Karen? 2030 on page 7, engineering services.
Yes.
Did you guys have that in the 2021 budget?
Yes. So that essentially would cover, right now, we have one contractor. That doesn't take up that amount, but we have some additional, funds in there, an additional contractor, based on historical turnover. We haven't had it. So that was one of the things that we started to set aside. Now, we haven't seen the turnover last year and a half, but when we did get pretty hard with, some funds, so what we've done is set that aside. Once it's worked really well for us, the maintenance group out of our house, contract for hires. So essentially, we're going in on a contract to gauge their performance and their level of understanding of hire. So that's
I hope we can convince them to live in Wyandotte County.
that's a good one too. But we've got the funding set aside that we need to bring someone in to continue, to not lose any, productivity in that EMS group. Right now, we do currently have one, that is taking up the portion of that, but we also have, cover another one. So that's the way it's just set aside to continue. As of right now, we have one.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Those are the two, line items. We did allocate some money in 5,200 for the cyber vulnerability assessment, and that's one of the things that the compliance group has always been good about, is assisting us in the costs associated with that.
series of events in the last month that forced us to move that up. We actually still had building funds set aside, so that batteries will be allocated next year. That's something that we had to do, and that's all this is all. So from an operating budget detail perspective, that's really it on that. I can move to capital before we get into purchase power.
Absolutely.
I can talk about that later, but Andrew can close out this purchase. If you go to page 15, the capital project, we've got, the hardware, software, associated with this upgrade. Originally, you'll see the 2024 capital budget, we deferred some funds to 24. That's, some additional, applications, and functionality that we're gonna, first year. The network model, which will allow us to run real-time assessments, some compliance requirements. That's something we can push out, in addition to the dynamic line ratings piece, which I believe, will eventually be a requirement for us to adjust. So that's kind of not in place now. It's something we thought we could defer, versus having it hit our, project in 23. What you see is the hardware, software upgrade, just base upgrades to the new. That's going to kick off in January. We've actually started some of the work with GE Grid to try to get ahead of some of the in January. That project should be wrapped up by the end of. That's our capital project. One of the things the bill asked me, the reason that it's not we've gone 5 years before with upgrading our EMS system. Fortunately, at the rate that GE upgraded their software, the last one, we kind of got it towards the middle of its life. Why we're upgrading in 3 years. This one that we're going into, we're projecting the end of 6 and 7, so we should buy ourselves a couple more times. You kind of, this last one, we only got 3 years of use out of it before they implemented it. Actually, we're getting into cycle, so we should. End of the 5th year, beginning of the 6th. So.
That's the general, recurrence.
Yeah. Yeah, they do, to kind of help build buffers, they do offer extended support if you did get into it. So there is some extended support in addition to lifespan of the next version. So, I would say 5 to 7 years potentially, depending on how they get it out. But that's just the way it fell with the previous version. We got in and it was already 9 years old.
Each new version, like, I'm trying to picture it, so we have our software updates work in our system, program updates work. Each new version is supposed to offer significant, either savings or efficiencies in some way. Is that true with the way the SCADA system is?
Yeah, it is. It's also at what's expected from the system operators. With that also, and continue to have that functionality options. And that's one of the things, that's what we deferred to 20. For me, if there's no other questions.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. Go ahead.
So,
He bought out all. Moving the platform closer to a G design, farther away from an Austin design. Technical side, I don't know what model is, but I think there were career operators, to definitely change it for them.
No, and some additional functionality with the display, that was one of the things we were concerned about, because there is
I'm familiar with the, Alstom and that Ariba system. I saw his system. It looks very much like.
Okay. Obviously, we've talked about purchase power quite a bit throughout the day. As Dong mentioned earlier, fuel's going up, purchase power is doing the same. And purchase power energy 3050, I'm on page 14, is the bulk of the driving force behind the higher purchase power energy. That's really the cost of power through SPP, so the market energy itself. And so we both sell power to SPP and we buy power from SPP. And so as you can see, going from the budget of 2022 to 2023, it's going up over 200% there alone. And that's really driven by higher energy prices within SPP, primarily driven by higher natural gas prices and other higher fuel costs. But on the flip side of that, I do want to point out that on the wholesale market sales, that also rose from 5 million to 15.9 million. So on the flip side is we are selling power at higher prices when we sell it to SPP, just like we buy it at higher prices for our load costs. So both of those are kind of moving in synchronous fashion, even though collectively it's getting more expensive because we have to produce more at higher prices. But there is an offset there. As we mentioned earlier, 3055 purchase power renewables, we do expect it to go up marginally. Again, some driven by inflation, consumer price index updates on the contract, but a little bit more output on some of the renewables as well. The 3070 purchase power capacity, that's staying about flat. That's effectively the capacity we pay for some of our renewable contracts. So that's effectively staying the same 2022 to 2023. Purchase power transmission 3080, that comes from our network service ownership group that we do with SPP, and we have continued to see that fall. And so we are seeing that come down 15%, so going from 6.7 in 2022 to 5.8 in 2023. So that's good to see on the transmission side.
That was a very good decision that we made. The research that went behind that, discovering a way that we could really, I mean, that's a significant, with minimal cost to get into it, significant savings over long term.
It was very valuable. It was very valuable. It was a very good decision and will be one, I mean, it keeps you within SPP, you're within the ownership group on the transmission side. It simplifies some activities within SPP as well, so it both does, you know, an operational aspect as well as a cost savings aspect, so it's been pretty valuable. On 3600, the renewable energy certificates, again, in 2022, we had a budget of $1 million that we would be selling to the marketplace, and in 2023, we're anticipating 1.8 million. And these are just the credits behind, the non-energy credits behind these renewables, and so we do sell those from time.
We sell basically all of them.
Historically, we've sold up to our Kansas allotment goal, but we continue to review those in terms of what we can. And not all renewables receive RECs for that. So Government Hydro does not receive RECs. Some of Bowersock does not receive RECs. So RECs do not exist after the resource gets to be a certain age. Whatever reasoning behind that was, but that's the way it works. But we do expect, you know, another $800,000 in revenue this year that will hopefully reduce our ERC costs. And then 3990, it's a small cost. We expect it to go up about 2.5%, but that's pretty marginal in costs. And that's all I have on the purchase power side. Thank you.
Jerry, information technology.
Real quick, if I could, does anybody have any outstanding questions for other items to officers? I know a couple of them have some other activities they have to attend this afternoon. If not, I would like to ask part of those that need to be reviewed.
Pardon?
I'm surprised they're still here.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I'm gonna cover IT, hopefully it'll be interesting. Page one, I will preface this by describing who we are. We are a small IT group, all the same things that Evergy does. We probably have 550 staff members. We've got a complement less than 50. Including contractors. We have all the same software, all the same things they have, we do. We do it for a lot, far less. So the effort, I've been down here 2 years. 2 years last week was my anniversary, and so we've worked on, Bill and I discussed this at last about how we improve the IT department. We worked on a lot of things that connect one system to another. We worked on training, we worked on people skills, processes, and then improving the technology. So I think we're seeing the fruits of some major improvements, and I'm going to list what those they are from a capital perspective. I'll first go over what the IT department is. It's very simple. It's number one there on page one at the very top. Application development, that's software. So we have a software group. Number two, network and security is really the hardware group. The data centers and the network and the wires, the laptops, the desktops, and all the communications vehicles. We have a telecom group as well. We've beefed up the project management staff. Robert's showcasing that department. We've got excellent project managers. That helps us deliver and improve the hardware and software. So the leaders of the software and hardware groups rely upon the PMs to plan, design, build, test, train, and deploy the systems. We've got a desktop support group that handles the laptops, all the provisioning, they call it, when you get a laptop for a new person or a person who changes roles. And then I'm in the administration department. I'm going to cover just one or two goals in each one of the departments. So they're not numbered here, but the first one under applications development. Now this is the crux of what we're going to be doing in 2023. We're going to complete multiple system upgrades. Prior to this, we would do things somewhat sequentially. We'd make sure it's done right and before we do the next one. Now we've got the skill sets and the processes and the project management here. We're going to do them all simultaneously. So we'll go live with a system that is robust and has sufficient training to make it work well. So we're going to improve uptime reliability. We're going to make available new functionality that Janetta desperately needs on customers. We're going to align all the best practices for the go live. So what we're going to be affecting is all those systems that listed there. I'm not going to list them here, but I will say it somewhat cavalierly. You know, the toe bone is connected to the foot bone. The foot bone is connected to the knee, connected to the hip bone, and finally gets up to the brain. So the foot bone is all of our meters. We've upgraded meters. Now we're upgrading the things that connect to meters. Last year we did the outage system connected to all of the transmission, all the transformers, and we connected it to the meters to the outage management system. Meters and transformers now connected to the outage system. So it's very reliable, gives us great visibility about the health of the meters, gives us visibility about who's out, who's not out. We'll also improve the texting solution, so customers will get now their cut off for non-pay, may have your bill was just paid, your bill is due, whole bunch of use cases we have in texting now. At the end of this month, we'll now connect that to the outages. So outages will be transparent to you customers saying when they're gonna be out for scheduled outages for water or electric, and that you're actually out. So, great notifications for texting. We also have notifications for management here that knows when a major customer is out. So we get told before the customer tells us that we're out. So these major upgrades we'll be doing, the meter data management. The second one is a 10-year-long project here, asset management, it's called Maximo. We've improved the smart grid coming up this year, because we're improving what they call the head-end system that collects the meters information from the field before it goes into the data center. We have an enterprise service bus for improving that connects all of our systems together. So all the data from one database, one application to the next, thigh bone connected to the head bone. All these are being connected in a way that's very reliable. And we're also, the last one here, we want to improve our enterprise learning management tool so that new employees and employees that need more training can have one repository on our BPU Central website where they get the training they need and links to all the applications they have to training. That's the first one. The next one, we're going to be presenting this at the work session on Wednesday. The business intelligence, just dashboards, analytics for each business unit. We're going to have the drill down that tells them the root cause of why things are the way they are. Really a lot of robust information. Moving on to the next major group, network and security. We want to improve, we achieve 98% security patches within 60 days. I'm finding that all of our neighboring utilities, they really lag on that, so don't we. We want to make sure that we get these security patches upgraded. Sometimes it's very difficult with old servers, old technology, but we think we can get to 98%. Next one here is we have disaster recovery. We have business continuity, but we're not going to do it automated. So if something goes down in the data center, it automatically heals itself. Nifty solution that we're putting in place there. Moving on to project management, I've worked with Robert, and he and I both are on board with this. We want to have a continuous improvement culture in IT. We're constantly improving our systems, improving the people's use of the system. There's a lot of times we put an application in there, they don't use all the functionality. We don't using all the modules. And people need more training, and we need to have a continuous improvement. If you think you're here, we ought to be up here. So that's a major effort. We're doing it through an organizational change management program. It's a solution here to the process we're following to ensure that we've got people that are aware of the change, they desire it, they have the knowledge, they have the ability, and they can reinforce it with a governance structure here to saying, are we using the software that we have? Finally, in the last part here on desktop support, we want to encrypt all of our hardware out in the field. And then the last bullet item in there is we want to reduce our desktop support tickets so that they don't get reopened. Someone has a problem, it's fixed the first time. Improve that by 20%. All right, let's go over a little bit different from everybody else. I'd like to go over the last page, capital projects. Okay. On the capital projects, we'll take a look at the big ticket item on the last page, page 17. The first big ticket item here, I mean, other than IT desktop support for $350, that's just the typical hardware and the desktop support and networks, not too glamorous. But I'm going to talk about the ANTA UMS upgrade. ANTA provides the around for many, many years, good customer of theirs. UMS is utility management, but it's really the customer information system, the billing engine, that everybody in the call center uses, everybody in credit collections uses in Janez Group. And she desperately needs an upgrade to that solution so that we can have a lot of enhancements. I was told she had about 100 enhancements that she wanted IT to do. We're working on that. So that's the major thing we're working on, and that's a concurrent project with the ones that follow. Then we're going to improve the enterprise service bus. What is that? That's the integration tool for all these systems that connect. All the databases get connected with one another. Moving down the list, now that we've got dashboards, and there's 168 dashboards we'll showcase on Wednesday, my team members will help present that with me, give a demo of it. But we're gonna do the drill downs. So it's drill down into, okay, you're over budget here, or under budget. Why? Drill down to the people, you can drill down to the person, you can do what the root cause is on a drill down. What kind of labor, what purchase order was it? So it's very helpful for everybody to have these drill down dashboards, and that'll be available on our website, on the BPU internal website called BPU Central. So Jeremy's team can drill down and find their root causes. So that's that project there. Moving down to the next big ticket item here is GIS enhancements. $180,000 for that, 3011. And most utilities are moving for their SRE GIS, which is their mapping service, to a utility network that enables web-based information on mapping. Okay? In a nutshell, it's a robust solution so that our Maximo tool, which is all the assets in the field, in the power plant, in water, in electric, all you have a GIS tool that's smart, that can see work orders, how many issues are out there. So this spatial thing with GIS connects with Maximo, and it's a tool that we are implementing in the next 2 years, half this year and half next year. Moving down to the bottom of the page is the meter data management system. Our system's about 10 years old, and it's primarily used for right now billing. When you read a meter, you have the usage in kilowatt hours, kilowatts. That's for billing. It's not used in operations as much. It's currently not having load research, load analysis, so that you can do it by customer. This meter data management tool will provide a lot more functionality that we don't have with our current system, the Siemens system. The new one is an Oracle solution. We just signed the contract just a few days ago. We're having a systems integrator come in and do that. And not only does this help with operations, usage of power, kilowatts, flows, temperature, water flows, a whole lot of things that weren't available 10 years ago or really wasn't used that well. Now this new functionality will be there. Major improvement on the meter data management system is that we're finally going to get a customer port. So if anything I've said here is we're focusing on three things: customer, customer, and customer. Last one here will have a port, not only residential customers, commercial and industrial customers, so they'll have a self-service website where they can sign on, transfer, move their household, and have all that information go with them online. A lot of transactions, a really nifty tool for customers. We'll also use it internally. So that's the customer information system. Improvements are going along with the meter data management with a very robust, very informative customer, residential, and industrial. So that's the capital. Now we can go into some of the operating expenses. Go to page 5. I made a case with Bill, and he agreed. I think we're the only department that's added staff. So I think we can't shrink the greatness. We're adding Maximo, adding other tools. We need some people to maintain it. So this isn't contractor increases. This is employee increases. I'm committed to Bill that we're going to convert 3 contractors to employees. So I've got my eyes on who they are, and what they can take over. Pretty confident we can do that to convert good contractors to employees. Moving on to expenses, got some increase in labor, but we've got some reduction in capital. On page number 7. You can see on big ticket items here in the total services, the professional contractor services, a lot of that has to do with the implementers implementing some of these tools, OEM, original equipment manufacturer for the Oracle tool. I think that's about it. Now, if you go over to page 12, we've actually put down all of the different software licenses and everything else like that. A large part of our budget expenses, just the labor and all the licenses that we have for our software. All licenses come with the software, helps pay for maintenance, support, but that's all those tools down you see in office supplies and expenses. Really, all of that is the software.
Hey, Jerry,
Yep.
can I interrupt you for a second?
Yep.
So, on the labor, the line item you just went over, the IT professional contracted services, that does not include the contract employees that you have today in your department, is that right? Or does it?
It does in part.
All righty. Go on.
It does in part because it's spread in capital. So a lot of the folks who are working at capital were contractors. On new things, capital improvements, those salaries are located in expenses. If they're not working on a new thing, they're just maintaining, and or they're also located in the capital budget. I got that right, Lila?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
The other way. New stuff in capital. So the labor, basically, to move 3 contract positions into full-time was about half a million dollars. And so that's $165,000 a person, basically, with
Fully
full
loaded.
burden. Yeah, full burden.
Yes.
But is that reasonable that we can find 3 people? I mean, IT positions are not low income positions.
Or are they low?
Yeah, that's it. They're highly technologically, a lot of education, a lot of proficiency requirements. Is that realistic to believe that we can get 3 in 2023?
I think I can do it.
Okay.
Wow.
Committed to Bill that I will, and I'm looking serious. I wouldn't have said it unless I thought it.
Okay. No, I just know the reality of the demand in that area and how many other facilities we're always fighting with as far as for labor.
Well, on the risk side, we have a high risk of losing somebody, a really competent contractor, let's say in our ESB. Where I came from, ESB was contracted too. For specialized enterprise service bus, it's the integration tool, how it connects everything. They're very talented people. And they live in Overland Park, or they live in Lenaxa, they live outside the county. For them to take an employee job here, they'd have to move their household. I'm not sure if we would give them, moving expenses or not at short distance, uproot their family, and it's a whole 9 yards. They probably would look for another contract job somewhere else. So I tread lightly on the very critical skills, and I'm looking for people that are like, Turner, who come from a company here that has good project management skills. I can bring them in as a project manager. Got 2, one I just converted, and one other one that might be. We'll see how they've been here just only a few months, whether the person we want to offer the job or not. Got another system here, Maximo. I've got no employees for it, all contractors. Core system. I've got to convert somebody in that area. So Bill and I are joining the hip on this. We want to have employees here that move in a way that doesn't put us.
The other thing we started years ago is we can't just build these jobs, put them in the Kansas.
Well, I understand, but you still have to look at the Kansas City destination.
Yes, but while they come into the Kansas City destination, one of the requirements is that you come into KCK. If we're gonna bring you in from Houston, Texas, you come here. You're a contract to hire, and you'll based on your performance.
So I've got a few contractors here who live here, who come here to work every day, because that's the way we think about flight risks, but their families in Texas, or their families in North Carolina, and they commute. So they're a flight risk for me. In summary, with all of these things here, we've got to a point now that we can get a lot of these software upgrades, necessary important, valuable things for Janetta and for Jeremy's group that we can implement. We've got to choreograph it, get the things to go live at the same time. It's counterintuitive, but you can't get here unless the people are a cohesive team, and it's all about people. So we're working on that to make sure that in 10 months, starting in January, we can have the MDM, we can have meter data management, and the billing system, and all the portals, and all the GIS started, getting it all to work with the, even with the maximum. So a lot of projects going on live this year. Exciting year. I think our people are confident. They're a little nervous about it, but I think with good project management, we've got a good team for that. We can get this thing for a lot of benefit to the company and for our customers. Go back, internal and external customers. Over to the next person. Some more questions.
Next up is accounting and finance. They did accounting and finance, so that's administrative services, 5, financial planning, and utility services. So this covers the page book, and then we'll just kind of walk through all the tabs. First, Dr. Brandon, accounting.
Sorry, I'm gonna cover the accounting area. Approximately 90% of the budget is people. We have 14 staff members in our department. We've held that, number for the past, I think, 5 years, consistently the same. You know, part of our things that we look at up there is to be accountable to everybody, be accurate for the information we provide, and make it be timely. Part of the goals we look at, kind of had some new goals that I put into our work plan here, and the overreaching concept is to provide more information to our stakeholders and our customers, other departments, making sure that information is available to them, that they need. You know, we have a new budgeting system that's gonna provide them additional information, maybe a little bit more timelier, and hopefully they'll be able to kind of feed themselves and rely less on the department and be able to accomplish what they need by themselves. So the areas that we primarily, you know, we do financial reporting up there, we do the budgets, we do the vendor payroll, or vendor payments, we pay the vendors, we pay the employees. There's a little section in our area that bills the top 10, top 15 customers, the larger customers. We have 2 staff members that handle those. And then on top of all the compliance and auditing that goes along with just reporting the numbers that we have. Overall, our budget is up 3.5% from the previous year. Like I said, majority of our costs are staffing. Overall, if you look at it the past 5 years, we're relatively flat. The overall cost of the department, I think it's actually down about 1.5%. So, you know, I can go through the areas that we have, if you have any questions or anything. But it's your standard run-of-the-mill stuff that we do in accounting. We pay for studies, there's audits that we do. There's a couple of GASB studies that we do for the pension and for retirees medical. We have some rating agency fees that we have to pay for Fitch and Moody's. We have your telecom expenses that we have to cover for the department. And then there's just some the miscellaneous banking fees that we have to pay for our making payments to vendors and paying the employees. those are generally don't move too much, are pretty consistent. And, lastly, we have some materials and supplies that we buy just for check stock and envelopes and pens and papers and things like that.
So if I would say that concentrated effort on the payable side, we try to convert our suppliers so that we use electronic payment instead of a check. On the payroll side, everything electronic and documented checks and process fees, so I can see good progress on the payroll side as well.
Randy, I got a question for you. So the staffing, you said, stayed the same at 14. Electric supply is moving 4 people over to your guys' department. How does,
So he's in
how's
the
that work?
financial plan.
It'll be the third tab.
Third tab.
Third tab.
Yeah, financial plan, which all of them.
So,
You gotta give them a budget too.
I've got another question.
Okay.
On the, not for you, sorry.
okay.
Next tab is administrative services. That for Jody. So Jody Franchette is the person who is the director of administrative services. Some of her main, responsibilities include maintaining the document management system, which currently have, which is OnBase. Not only document management, but it's a workflow, system that we use, and that's how we pass our, invoices through an electronic basis with our customers, about paper. He also takes care of the mailroom, as well as the copy center, and, does all the form designs, all the forms. And then the last thing, she takes care of the building maintenance here at 540 Minnesota. So basically, hers is a good portion of page 10. Yep, page 10. Overall, her area is pretty much, personnel costs. Going up slightly. The services, actually have dropped a little bit. Some of her, postage and things like that, knowing the shipping services, she things have dropped. We used to do the bills internally, the customer bills internally, and that is now outsourced, and so, those costs come out of, her area. And then, I think, on the, capital side, on page 14. So we budget, the top one there, 100506, so that is the facilities here, so, which also includes the garage. And we're on a 5-year kind of, repair of our garage. This is year 3, of that, so, we're trying to, we haven't done anything to our garage probably in the next 2 years. So we're trying to upgrade that, make sure it's stable and everything. Probably seen a lot of work.
We share the cost.
There's a portion that they pay. So there's kind of these spots that the hotel has, and so fortunately, they share that cost together. And then the other main project there is the resident person and technology. So we have a copier lease that's included in that 500,000, as well as about, I think, about 170,000 of contract labor that takes care of our document management.
So Lori, where would the outside billing be?
It's gonna be in, Janetta's area within customer billing.
Okay.
So the outside printing and duplicating expense of $2170 is $50,000, what's that? Isn't that much? That's more.
That's for doing budget books, doing everything else besides that. That doesn't include any customer billing. It also, includes our offsite storage, for our disaster recovery as well, so we take our IT tapes offsite, and that's a part of that. I'll hand it over to Andrew.
All right, thank you, Lori. So financial planning is a new department. We still have the same 4 people we had previously in the old department. But I think the idea really is, for the role of financial planning, is to work with all the divisions of the utility to develop planning, forecasting, and analytical activities to support all the organization's major business decisions and overall financial health. So hopefully it gives us a broader view, a broader reach of what we can see, what we can touch, what we can look at, and provide longer-term views of all those type of activities, whether it be on the water side or on the electric side. The financial planning group will maintain the same functionality we do today in terms of regarding electric supply activities, SPP activities, resource adequacy, transmission planning, from a SPP perspective, not from a BPU perspective, and those activities. And so it really, I think, is going to broaden that scope. We're going to look more at the cost of service activities, look at that on an ongoing basis, instead of just as we do cost of service activities, to say, how are we performing against this activity, and what are the trends we're seeing in those things. So I think we'll see a broader view, hopefully, be able to get more into the financial activities than we have in the past. That's the goal, that's the plan. So I look forward to that. From a scale perspective, we're going to still maintain four individuals in that department. And so about 80+%, 85% of the budget is staffing, and that will continue to do so in 2022 as it is in 2023. The only expenses outside of staffing that we do have, we have some slight legal fees. Those are generally tied to our transmission program with SPP, so our network service program. So we do have some legal services that submit those to FERC, to SPP, and those things as we go through those processes. We do have some software maintenance that we maintain for planning purposes. So that's about $70,000, and that hasn't changed. Then a little bit of travel, training, subscriptions, those type of things. But otherwise, it's all staffing, and we don't expect any staffing changes over the next 12 months. That's all planning has.
Okay, next, tab there is our purchasing floors, and, you all think you're down?
We're responsible for getting the right stuff to the right place at the right time and the right price. It's simple, but it's not. Because there's a whole list of stuff that goes into making that happen. Planning, the ops groups, paying attention to risk, trying to ensure supplier diversity, local suppliers versus suppliers, competitive bids, aspect of place, what's the work that needs to be. Our budget is 94% labor, so staff is mostly what we spend on
our budget on. That 25 positions budgeted for 2023, you can see on page 23, the percent over the last two. That has several unfilled vacancies, but we're looking to get back up to full staff. Also, we evaluated our staffing, we had a supervisor, the operator, those positions. Individual started today. I'm really excited about that because I think that's a different skill set that a lot of the folks in the group have. We're really gonna rely on that person with some of the things that to happen to get us up to this.
So is that an internal position that you converted?
Yeah, it was a superintendent position, but we have that person had to leave, so instead of refilling back that position, we can find the supervisor position and went outside. We did end up going outside for this much. Had a lot of turnover in our group. We've had 4 retirements this year. And then we've also seen quite a few people bid out to other, opportunities within you. So we, spent a good amount of time trying to backfill positions. But I'm also happy to say that I think we've got a really good group of folks working. They work well together, they understand the our work plan, goals, and objectives. I'm not going to go into detail on those, but it's just some metrics we've established to try and performing. As far as the budget goes, are down a little bit from most of our budget is people. Question?
What extent, does staff or staff able to participate for purchasing, certain materials or goods, do that have that ability to have staff or personnel from within that to go through the system in order to get some goods and services?
To purchase? Typically do that.
So like if you wanted to buy a transformer, did you go?
Or something that might be otherwise purchased through,
Battery.
that might be battery, yeah, something that would be,
We've kind of gone away from that practice.
how long have we been away from?
Yeah. I wouldn't.
Trash bags, very popular.
Trash, but yeah, foods, work foods, or anything that might be.
I honestly wouldn't.
No, I understand, I just wondered if that were still, I knew at one point that that did exist, I didn't know if it was still. Yeah, that, because I didn't, it's zero now.
Yeah.
Patrice, you wanna come up? Patrice there? Our last tab there is utility services, so, people kind of, that, for budget.
services department will be under the chief administrative office. Same department, same, staffing. Of course, we're responsible for key accounts, energy efficiency, development, renewables, and facility service. Our plans are to expand education and energy efficiency, water efficiency. We're looking at bringing in programs to help with, Energy Smart Homes loan program that we had at one time. We're looking to bring that back to the state. Some of the things we're looking at are renewables. We'll be working with, Andrew and another group on renewables and type of services that we can provide for our commercial customers. Of course, our heat pump program is still going. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you all know about townhouse. Townhouse, the rehab, David was there. Actually, BPU, we did install all electric, in that project. So that's 145 units electric heating that went into that building. And also, coming up this year, Davidson Landing off of 65th Street, they are going all electric, and that's 115 2- and 3-bedroom units. So we're still out there selling heat pumps and all electric things, but, we want to do more education on that. We're getting a lot of customers just kind of really not understanding how to maybe operate some of their, electric utilities, but we're gonna be bringing that program back, doing more workshops, working with builders, so.
Sorry, where's they?
It's 65th Street, Turner Diagonal, you know where the old Walmart, 60th Street straight down, and it's like 5.
You mean with
South, yeah. It's a lot, if you know on 60th Street, it's a, it's like 5 buildings, 2 or 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, that's right.
About 3 blocks.
Cambridge Apartments across the street, across.
Yeah, kind of across.
Thanks.
And of course, we're continuing working with, YNC on economic development. We've had a couple of projects come across this year. We probably got 2 or 3 planned. Kind of where we are.
So one of the things that, I guess, that when we did the classes at the library, the problem was that they weren't well attended. You know, it's hard to get the word out. It seems like to get people to engage with that, which was opportunity to improve your homes, you know, and weatherproofing and just ideas, you know, teaching people how to more energy efficient in their own home. I know that we kind of, I don't think we do so much anymore.
So that was COVID, yeah. Anything.
So I don't know if we have anything like that in the,
Yep,
in the future plans.
yes, we're looking to bring those back. We're working with the neighborhood groups, getting the interest started there. We'll work with other organizations. We're working with the Unified Government, actually, the Health Department. They've asked us to partnership with them on workshops. They're going to be doing workshops around regarding health. They wanted to look at utilities and, energy efficiency, services and things that we're.
Yeah, because I've noticed the amount of neighborhood groups, and it's, even though, you know, a lot of them are just starting after post-COVID and everything, but the numbers are not nearly pre-COVID. And so when we do think about doing like the classes and things like that, if there's a way to support them and put them on, you know, because anymore it seems like most people just aren't going out for things like that. They're just wanting access. Yeah, something so that people who don't want to get out, you know, and get into the ground, still be involved, can still learn how to save money.
Yeah. One of the good things that came out of COVID, we got to see opportunities.
Yeah. It's a new way to reach people. It's just getting them to know that it's going to happen so that they can be.
You can't even get people back to work now, so.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that I would dog every day.
Careful now.
Don't want to go back.
advertising, marketing, and sales for $35,000. Is that sort of what you're gonna include some of the educational opportunities in?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, and so that's well in advance. I mean, you know, the board all knows that we've had people, you know, submitting recommendations, to the board just over the last couple of days, you know, to have a line on $20,000, you know, for educational opportunities like this, with specific respect to renewables and things like that. And it sounds like you guys are well down that path, so I wanna make sure that folks knew that there is a specific line item that's gonna cover educational opportunities. Thank you.
Patrice, during, the pandemic, admirably, you stepped up and took on an extra role of working with, customers, trying to navigate through the Kira, fiasco or the Kira,
Application process.
and with the money that's coming down now for the, you know, weatherization and for all this stuff, do we have enough staff? Is it just falling on your shoulders, or do we have enough staff to man that to where we can get our customers the help and to the places that they need to go to get the help that's out there and available?
Yeah, I think so. Myself and Carla probably be the two that will, address that. And we are gonna, like I said, we're gonna be partnering with the UG, the health department, and we're gonna be meeting with them. They're gonna be writing grants on our behalf for some of that, weatherization money. So, between Carlos and ourselves right now, we should be able to handle it, but a little heavy, we'll just all build up.
And I think in years past, when there was, audit done and everything was done by a third party. And so with our internal staff, that was good. So, you know, if we're gonna be offering audits and things like that, that would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, whether it be through contractor or through whatever, I just wanna make sure that somebody's tracking that money that's coming in and that our people get their fair share.
We will. Carlos is, recently added to my department, so, he will be up and working. He's doing a very good job so far right now in that area. I think we'll do well.
So, year 11, 17, that they gave the money, and then by the middle of 18, the state reallocated that money, the funds away from our programs. Is this money going, is there new money that's supposed to be coming? Kind of like that same thing, that is still gonna have to go through the state fund us?
I don't know that we know the mechanics behind it yet.
That was the problem with the last one, is that it made it to us, but it had to trickle down through the state, and therefore they were able to divert it away from us without our.
Back in 2011, you know, the state had a program, and then we also got a couple grants from the UG and also Mark. And, so that state program was a 15-year payback. Mark and the UG was 7 years. And so that is all, we have one person that's left on there, yeah. But, you know, I would anticipate that kind of would flow in that same, the mechanics would have to be the same.
Well, let's hope that this time they see the value in it. We have different leadership in Kansas, but they see the value of letting us retain the whole amount that you're giving toward us, so that we can better manage the program, you know, because we had a lot of people coming along at the end, and there was nothing left. So, yeah, demand.
I also asked Patrice to, reach out to builders and developers early next year to see if we can work with them, kind of see how we can kind of restart some of our housing permits. Dropped off significantly. I think you guys remember years back, we're building a lot of houses at a pretty fast clip. All come to a halt. I have talked to a few builders. They seem to be interested in talking to us. They also seem to be interested in working some issues that they're having over to unified government. So, so much problems with us, it's just, when we meet, I would like to have somebody from, why we haven't been able to.
It is kind of weird because, you know, if you look at historical, the pattern, you know, which it repeats itself over time, that the available inventory of homes reaches a low to the point that it sparks the creation of new, new construction. And it always seems like at the beginning of those, it starts more with multifamily units, like we've seen more interest in apartment stuff because it's large capacity for dollars to get up, and then the houses come later. So it's how can we smooth that to where in Wyandotte County people look to build single families? I know their return on their money is less percentage-wise for the amount that they're putting out. It's more stable customers for the UG and the BPU when you build homes instead of building houses.
And I think we really missed an opportunity last year and first quarter of this year with the interest rate. Low level. And all the communities around us were still building, going at a pretty, well, we didn't see it. Hopefully, the interest rates will settle down, but it's really getting to why, what caused that downturn to begin with. I'd let that repeat itself.
Yeah, I would spark interest in single families moving back. More single families moving in Wyandotte.
Thanks, Patrice.
You guys want another quick break?
How are you feeling? All right, let's do 10 minutes. Just in time for a break.
And we're live.
All right.
Are we ready?
Yep, we're ready to go.
Ready for Dennis?
Now we'll be looking at the purple book for human resources. Dennis?
Thank you, Board. With regard to human resources, you won't see huge changes again this year. However, I'll cover general some of the functions that we perform, and then also a little bit about our goals and objectives. So, HR is responsible for employment, labor and employee relations, benefits, organization development, compensation, training, development, EEO, performance management, workplace safety, compliance, security, and wellness. So we have a broad range of responsibilities. Really, some of our major focus for the last few years is working on employee communication. We have got to continue to improve getting the message out to our people about a number of things. A couple of those major areas that we've been working on is with regard to our benefit plans and how valuable they are, how they compare to other organizations. Some of the other things that we talk about is creating a safe work environment. So we've been working on our safety training program. So every month we have a safety training class that everybody in CPU has the opportunity to attend, and we go to each facility and present those safety training topics. We have daily safety messages that go out. We have flags at every one of our facilities that communicate whether we've had an injury today, or we had a near miss, or we have had a safe day. So when you see that checkered flag, you know that we haven't had an accident the prior day. So just those things to bring to people's attention that working safely is critical for us. From a communication perspective, some of the things we've added is text messaging. You guys have heard about that, but with regard to getting messaging out to our employees, whether it's regarding safety issues or emergencies, or it's time to enroll in your benefits, you've got one more day to do it, those kinds of things. So we created our own benefits website as well. we've improved the internet with, you know, all this, that we've been working with our IT group on, so our internal intranet site is much easier for our people to navigate through. And typically, all our major training programs we videotape as well, so that those that can't attend a particular training have the opportunity to watch it on video. So we have that available for them. We've been working on supervisor and leadership training. In our recent employee survey, we do a semi-annual employee survey. One of the things we found out is that we need to work on our hourly employee training as well. Some of the basics about how to log on to our internet, how to navigate through PeopleSoft. Those are things that we're working on right now. So, you know, those are some of the major areas that we've been working on with regard to our the Human Resources Department. When you look at our staffing levels, haven't changed since 2016. We're recommending the same level of employees for 2023. When you look at our budget, overall, you know, when you look at our actual operating budget, it decreased this year. We were able to save a little bit over $100,000. And a significant portion of that was through our security program. So we've invested in technology, cameras, and access through doors, with key cards and all those things. We're making those kinds of upgrades so that we can save on the actual personnel costs for security with our contract group that we work with to staff our security area. So, you know, in the last couple of years, we've saved over $500,000 in security staff with a $300,000 investment. So that's to continue that investment. While we don't have to continue the investment, you make those hard improvements, those facility improvements, they don't cost you every year. So our security savings does continuously save. So it's nice to be able to do that. So when you look at our overall budget between 2019, when I started here, and where we're at today, we're about $500,000 less than we were at that. So we are working to use our ratepayers' dollars to the best ability that we have. And these numbers, again, are operating capital improvement numbers. What we don't take into account are all the really exciting changes we've made with our benefit plan and our routine employee or our BPU administrative fees. So, you know, we've saved over $1.1 million in that area alone. That's not included in the budget. You don't see it here, but that's an additional savings that we've been able to generate. So when you look at our budget, you're going to see, you know, many of the areas staying the same. However, when it comes to our training, the budget, while we increase that by $20,000, we're able to reduce our security services by well over $100,000. So you'll see some give and take here, but overall on the operating side, we save $100,000, and then we're spending $150,000 less in capital. So that's a brief summary for HR. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is Ryan, Marie, Mr. Red Book. Yes, there's no significance to the color.
That's what I was gonna ask.
I mean, it was red, and it was white, so we can take it as it was.
Stop.
Stop thing, look both ways, kind of like railroad stuff. So if we're ready, I'll just go ahead and make it pretty quick. We don't have a lot of significant changes, but there's a lot of things happening in corporate compliance. I'll talk about the past when I make presentations. So, a corporate compliance division was erected basically in 2021. It was kind of new, kind of new stuff where you align some areas and consolidate the compliance efforts all over one program, one actual division.
number of changes you'll notice in the actual budget book, yes.
That's it, Bob.
So I'm on page one right now. So a lot of the things you know is different, it's just, we're just refocusing, moving some of that stuff on there, one's auditing, the other one's our risk management, I have that stuff under the general manager area, so we're moving that stuff under corporate compliance, so that's a lot of changes you'll see, that's dollars for that external assistance that we have out there. We're also, beginning to do, internal controls. That's something we're moving forward with, where it comes to having an internal control prior to us violating, any type of requirement. So that's usually how you mature a program. You get to a point where you have internal controls in place before you actually have a violation. So we're looking at how can we robust some of those internal controls to get them to look at them. Another thing we're looking at from the standpoint of internal auditing, we call it insurance auditing. Internal auditing is where we're kind of auditing ourselves. So in the compliance program, when you have a finding or you violate an actual requirement, if it's NERC, environmental, whatever it might be, I call it like good credit, get credit, basically. You go tell the regulatory agency, hey, we had a finding based on our internal operations, internal auditing, and everything else, and we're going to make these remediations or corrections, make sure it doesn't happen again, but also to correct the actual violation, right? And so that's where that maturity comes, but also that's where it will be in the program, because if we do have a violation, they understand where we're at, and it's not that, they look at the total corporate compliance and say, where are you at as a company? That first step was creating this type of program. So, So, page one, with some of the major areas there, I have the goals and objectives I just talked about, but we want consistency across the corporate compliance. We want to move from ad hoc to more automation when it comes to meeting our requirements and our corporate compliance, and moving to a partnership framework with operations. In the past, we kind of act as corporate compliance and say, we're compliant, you need to do. Now we're trying to build a partnership from the standpoint where we're offering that subject matter experts, but we're also helping you say, this is how you get there from an operations standpoint. Turn to the next page, let's go page 3. Not much to talk about here, but below you can see the spending by area and allocation of spending by utility revenue. Any questions, Matthew?
I do, Maureen.
Yes.
What will these other operating expenses, they're at the very top of the operating budget, the jump from $160,000 to $661?
That will be basically all the operating expenses. That's a lot of that movement we were talking about from the auditing, everything else. I believe that's going under that. So the external things that moved from the GM that was under general manager got moved to corporate compliance. A lot of that is in that. I believe it's in that piece. Does that make sense?
Do you know what the actuals are in 2022?
We will when we get a little bit further down the road here. I know one's 100,000, and Lori, let me know if I'm wrong with in there. I believe that was. One is.
So 2050 is the movement of internal audit to your first.
Yes.
2050.
So that's $320,000 next year.
That's the 5.
So I just couldn't match up the 661, and then it'll be 585. Yeah, I couldn't match it up in 2022 or 2023. So I
The 2050, she said that's where they put
Oh.
$320,000,
But that's the only half of that.
page 7.
Okay.
And it's just a generic category called other operating expenses, and in 2021, the actual is 161. 2022 is the approved budgeted was 661,400. And so I just.
So it encompasses 5110 class, which is outside regulatory expenses, and then hundred NERC liability.
Okay. So,
We'll look,
so it's the
What was the numbers
bottom
again?
two on page 7.
on page 7,
The last
section
two.
at the bottom there.
Yeah, the total material supplies, two categories for that.
Oh, I got it.
I could go through those two. You go through those two.
No, you're good.
I was trying to
I'll come up with one.
next page is page 5, that's the staffing. Jerry, to make a comment, we did hire 2 people this year. So we hired a nurse compliance officer, we actually took a person from, a neighboring utility, we're happy to have him on board. He serves as nurse compliance officer, that's more of a director role. He's also responsible for all nurse compliance operations under there. Then we had another vacancy in that nurse compliance area that we were going to fill too, that was an internal hire. So we're fully staffed. Next one, page 7. And on page 7, it kind of goes into what we're just talking about, with the highlights, the same changes between 22 and 23. Audit services, that $320,000 moved, and that risk management consulting to $85,000. All both those moves from the GM. And we'll continue to page 8. Again, includes those consolidated items I just talked about, but also the new personnel. So that's that increase. We had 2 new people that are hired in 22. So that's that increase, and that changes over there. Page 9. Trying to get into the meat and material here. The administration services, under compliance administration, I'll highlight a couple items here. As you can see, the legal services, we do have significant legal services, as you can imagine. Through our day-to-day operations, there's a number of specific type regulatory attorneys we do have access to and we use on a monthly basis, I'd say. They do a lot of event reviews for us and everything else, but we also have them on the regulatory side for the website as well. So it's a very niche area, and so you see environmental attorneys and then more of those regulatory attorneys as well. So we do use those attorneys for that type of services. Next up is the auditing services. That was Ruben Brown. I mentioned, again, we moved that stuff over, and so we do have risk management consulting services. That is used to be a former director of risk management at Evergreen. We use the services for risk management. We don't have that piece built out yet. We're building that piece out, so we use his knowledge base to assist in some insurance reviews and conferences as well. Page 10. I'll just go over some of the highlights here. Again, we already talked about from the auditing standpoint, we're maturing the program, and that maturing of the program requires us to start moving toward the auditing, and that internal auditing. That will be performed by internal auditors as well, so we'll be towards that and look at that review. Hopefully, I hope we don't have any findings, but if we do have findings, hopefully we document those, get those to the right regulatory agencies, and we get that credit, and then we fix anything that we have identified as a problem. Next, we have any questions on our page? Page 10. That's basically the highlight. We also look at NERC access. So we have a significant number of access controls that we have in the NERC department. We're looking at those to make sure a number of those access from physical to electronic access. We're like to move that to automation. That's what I was talking about earlier. A lot of ad hoc things that we have to do within 24 hours, basically access. We'd like to move that to more automation. Have any questions on page 10? Moving to more the environmental side. There's a lot of stuff environmental side, a little bit granular, but I'll try to keep it high level. Most of the stuff that's coming from changes or big dollar amounts, really not changes, is our landfill, our TCR. We
we have a ton of landfill requirements that we have to do, even though we don't use those landfills anymore under CCR, coal combustion, residual roll. We are required to have monitoring. We're required to monitor those, landfills and those facilities that we did use previously. And so that monitoring requires us to basically document, we monitor, if we have findings, or we have something that traces show up, we could be required to put in new wells. That's some of those requirements. Another one is, the surface impoundment. We are basically removing wells in the surface impoundment. The surface impoundment is a little bit different than landfill. Surface impoundment is more temporary. You kind of move coal there, and then you move the coal to a permanent spot. And so we have approval from KDHE to remove wells from the surface impoundment that we used to use. And then, that kind of reduces our risk from the standpoint of finding something in one of the wells. It happens. You could have something in the well, and even though it's closed, you're not using it. It could be brought back open, and you have to use it again, and necessarily it's not us. That happens all the time, where it's some manufacturer down the road, and we're starting to see stuff from the well. You have any other questions? Kind of the bulk of the high level of that.
Maurice, I've got something that's not budget specific, but it's sort of a general question about whether or not you considered, or Bill, you've considered allocating resources for it. Mary brought this up earlier, we were talking about it, was Philip out in the hall about it. With the incident at the substations in North Carolina over the weekend that were shot up, essentially, putting 40,000 people without power. Is this something we are looking at? I mean, obviously we have a water supply, and you guys do everything can protect it, but I'm not sure that we look at those things too. I know we have active shooter, you guys have active shooter training drills. Not sure that's going to solve the problem there. So I just didn't know if that's anything you guys look at or look to potentially allocate resources for or not.
Well, so that's always been a concern for a long time. I haven't had a chance to sit back, maybe, and talk to the team about, what happened there. And, on that we were coming in for a budget meeting today.
Sure.
It is a concern, you know, with us having distributed assets all over the place. Locations are unmanned. We have a lot of security there. We do have a lot of cameras pulled out, so, but that still don't prevent people entering and sabotaging. Give you a chance to kind of digest some more of that and then have some conversations, and I can.
One of the points for the distribution system is, you have ways to switch it and reconfigure it and back it essentially. For instance, if somebody were to shoot a transformer, we can isolate that transformer and all those circuits out of that station from a point in the system. That's how we would restore as much as we could as quickly. We've changed our design standards with respect to sort of, look at Monkey Station, Rosedale Station, all kind of station, it sits even before the walls are concrete in nature, they're unclimbable, you can always get up and shoot down in, right, but how do you just a significant amount of money to take out
Well, and I've actually seen some recent technology out of a company out of Phoenix that has developed something that apparently is AR bulletproof. And I know that they are looking, you know, at utility companies, schools, things like that.
Like a shield or a window or?
For lack of a better, because I don't understand technology for sure, that's what I call it. I mean, but they're going around and retrofitting utilities right now. It's just something I've seen, and I didn't know if you guys had seen it. Came up because I know these are things you look at too, Maurice, and obviously, Bill, you do as well, but I just didn't know if you guys had seen that.
Can you send me,
Sure.
information on?
They actually did a thing in November out at, what's that gun place out west now? Frontier Justice, yeah.
About guns.
They actually did a live demo. I wasn't able to attend it, but, I don't know. No, but, so those people have been in Kansas City, I think, doing this.
Jimmy's right about a lot of our new designs. We'll have enough stations out there, the old design that may, of a challenge for us, but a little chance to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just, again, I know that we were having the budget meeting today, and this is a terrible time to bring that up, but I'm sure you guys think about that stuff all the time.
Glad you brought it up.
Lighting made a big difference on Main Street. Jeff put a LED in that light that's right there at the driveway for Rosedale, and that's made a huge difference just driving up and down that street and when it's dark. So, lighting helps.
All substations are the same, so depending on what critical load they feed, so, yeah, we'll need to,
I have to believe that was in the news as a kid. I think it was in Moore, North Carolina. Co-op.
yeah.
It was a co-op.
Okay, you know.
The guy gives some information about that. We actually had a meeting about about, when all the Russia stuff was kicking off, it's just about national security. Shock you, but the majority of, threats that we have across the United States are physical threats. They're like this. And so 5 years ago, there was a group called Lights Out United States. They're going around targeting large, substations to basically shoot them. That's why it's going. It happens a lot. I think there's been 1,000 times across the United States. That's like 7 years. And so just because this one right hit the news just right, it happens a lot. NERC is aware of it. They're aware of it. They're always, and through their planning, especially the transmission side, they are, okay, what can we do to make more of a robust system? They have a person come in and look at analysis and say, if you hit 7 substations across the United States, you'd be like out the United States. And so they're aware of the vulnerabilities, and they're constantly doing that. So there is that happening too. So I don't know why this kind of trended that way, but it seemed like it trended this weekend. But maybe it's just because election growth and kind of harboring. It seemed like there was some political stuff with it as well. So I think that's it. That's why I kind of got the traction.
Well, I mean, it's probably goes hand in hand with DOJ warning against demoralizing as well, but, no, but I mean, that's something, I know you guys, deal with the folks over at APPA and they lobby on behalf of us, but that's something I'd be pushing people in Washington for, to get some funding for things like this. I mean, there's no reason to come out of our pockets. I mean, you're trying to provide power and water.
Thanks for raising the issue of concerns.
Sorry, Maurice, that was.
Oh, you're okay. It's relatable. I would say, we get emails all the time from, Minister Gertz who spoke. We have a pretty good security person. He actually sent us an email earlier this morning, kind of highlighting, David does a really good job of stuff that hit national media, so we usually know about already. So that's one of the things of just having a good team that have that constant feedback. Just continuing on page 12, you'll see, and we'll make this quick, I've already been longer than I really want to be. There's not a lot of changes there. There's actually really no changes besides just inflation changes. There's not much. This is mostly our monitoring, surveying, certification. There's a lot of certification that goes into our mill part where we have our people certified to do certain things. Chemicals, even from the standpoint of monitoring, they have to be certified to do that. And that's basically everything that's kind of on that page and what that looks like. Page 13 is mostly our equipment. We use a lot of equipment. We have specialized equipment that we have to use for the standpoint of survey and monitoring, especially on the air quality side, but also the waste side. And I think waste side, that's the non-air side. We're talking about the pathway. So you'll see that. A lot of that equipment is continuous monitoring, calibration. We have to get the equipment calibrated and stuff like that. So you see a lot of those small costs in the actual budget. Moving on, and actually, you see a lot of the transformer PCB stuff in there, the disposal you were talking about earlier. You'll see a lot of that in there regarding the disposal of that specializes that oil that goes. We do have to handle that, take it down, dispose of it, sir. We'll just move on to page 16, we'll move down to the actual air stuff. So there's a number, like I was talking about, calibrations and monitoring that goes into how we monitor our emitters. At the end, you see a lot of our permits. We do have class 1, class 2, or class 1 emitter, so there's certain things we have to pay for from the KPMG standpoint. We emit, we do pay for that through the actual state or our state permits. And so we have a great team over there that sits at the power plant. There's 3 of them that sit at the power plant that constantly monitor what the power plant's doing, but they also play a role into operations, trying to get that collaboration going. We're working on that. Hopefully we get that collaboration a little bit better where we have hand-to-hand working together with operations at the power plant and compliance. But there's so many moving parts from the standpoint of having traps. We have certain traps issued and we're able to tell, and that's what we're actually regulated on. It's not like a third party, it's actually traps that we actually have calibrated to tell us what our emissions for the last 7 days. And it's like a rolling 30-day average, and that what we use for this. We're below our permit levels, or we're above our permit levels. And so it's a constant change environment. I would say it's almost day to day. We're constantly having those communications, changing how we operate. That's about it. Wasn't a lot of changes on this end. More, like I said, consolidating from the standpoint of getting to where we need to be as clients. And what does that mean for later and how we continue to move the next 3 to 5 years. We're excited about it. I think we'll get to the level where we need to be, but also hopefully a level where we find something and then we can go there and say, hey, we found it, we violated it, however, we have things in place in order to remediate.
So I remember, I don't remember here, but I remember this huge worry, concern about the law. And then we learned a lot from each additional one to the point that it doesn't seem to be as fearful now. But are they, I know that there's annual audits for different components, I guess, of it, but isn't there like one that's bigger than all the other annual ones, like a recurring one, 5 years, is it?
You know, it's a little bit less than 5 years, but yes, we do have a recurring one. We had one actually this spring. I actually gave a presentation.
Yeah, that was the big one?
Yes, that was the big one. So we do have quarterly, kind of like certifications that happen, but those are the annual ones, not annual ones, but every 3 or 4 years. We did have that one. We're currently still going through that process.
Yeah.
So you actually go through the process, and then it goes through another group. And those group of the people actually looked at possibility of risk if you had a potential non-compliant thing. So we did have some potentials. And so they look at those and say, are these really something that jeopardize the vulnerability of the law? So they're looking at that. That's usually about a 2-year process or 1.5 years until we find out. We're just now finding out about audits that we had, 19, wasn't it? We're just now kind of closing those audits where we're like, okay, hey, we can close that. We don't see anything here that jeopardizes the local electric system, so we're, that's it. So it takes a little bit of time. We did go through the audit. It was, from a standpoint of internal, it was great to have just all the operation team. They were great. We have really good people when it comes to that stuff. Derek's group and just having Jaren's group, they're experts. And so when they start talking about cyber vulnerabilities, what we have in place for requirements to meet that requirement, they do a great job. So usually it's the ankle biters.
Yeah, that's, I mean, what Rose was speaking about, the threat, from teens and mental heart, to me, those, while they can be catastrophic, I still, in my mind, and it's probably because my lack of finesse as it comes to, online and everything, is that I'm always more fearful of the cyber attacks that can happen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 360 days. And it can be taking place from anywhere around the globe. Those are the ones that kind of.
I agree, but you kind of need to have an actor right at that time, kind of willing to act, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
There's so many processes you're taking up to that point that it's almost having someone walk in with it's all built this early. I think there's so much that we have in place up to that point. I'm not usually worried about the five size. I'm usually worried about us doing some part of our control. So make sure we're going through the actual functions, right?
Not following our own process.
Yeah.
Protocol.
I having that Russian hacker sitting there right there.
I know, but in my mind, for years, you know, that's all we've heard about is, you know, there's a room, you know it's dark light. You know.
You probably have Zoom.
Yeah, Jerry's over there doing it right now. It's just that dark light and you got all these people just typing away and getting all the secrets.
So, I would say if there was a threat like that, it would be on the national scale. We're going through some supply chain stuff now. You'll hear about a worker backend group. This, you're buying software that's currently made somewhere else, and then there's something hiding in there. There was a threat that was probably 2 or 3 years ago that it was sitting in Microsoft and all these big. No one knew about it because it was kind of like in the software, it's embedded in the software that rolled out, and so you would never know. And it was a big deal. I think it was called Sunflower Sun. SolarWinds. That's it. SolarWinds.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
So.
I didn't bring it up, Gary, earlier.
Sorry?
SolarWinds is still a key that element after like.
And so Microsoft uses SolarWinds, all these products. So I would say it's starting to face towards supply chain now. Where we're purchasing it, how we're purchasing it. Can we make that stuff in the United States? Tighter ability to see what goes into the actual product.
Been a while. To the board about all the cyber threats we're facing. For a while, knows that. Not doing that again, there's, reports we have on trying to hack those, one with our internal control, external control. Interested, just let me know.
Well, to Jeff's point earlier too, Maurice, I think, and since the whole SIP audit started, there's just been a whole kind of change in the culture of how we're looking at those, and all of a sudden it's not as scary, and people are cooperating more than they used to want to, I think.
I would say a little bit of that scariness came from 14, that's when stuff really rolling out.
Yeah.
I think that was scary, and I think some people got pretty significant findings during that time.
Exactly.
And so it became this thing where, oh, we have to start putting money towards this.
Right.
And so I think we're past that, and even from a nurse standpoint, they became more mature as like a corporation. They're like, okay,
Exactly.
hey, we're auditing this way, this is not really working here. So they start to pay more attention to internal controls. Hey, let's audit the internal controls instead of the actual part. So they shifted a little bit as well. So there's been some changes. Also, we moved from SPP to MRO, and that was a change as well. So that could seem like a little bit scary when you move from entity you know very well to someone that's close to the Canadian border that you've never even seen at all.
Right.
So I think that was a significant change.
I just know it's 100% better than it used to be. It seems like, and
I would love to take credit for that, but unfortunately I got here this year. I think I'll give that to Karen. It's still scary.
But it seems better. I mean, the anticipation of the actual, when the auditors are here, it doesn't seem to be as threatening as it was.
And I think that's kind of how we, at least I, came to grips with, I mean, $5 million budget.
Exactly.
It's not insignificant, but you look at it, that I do remember when we were going through that first SIP audit, we heard beforehand, they were giving us reports, and they're like, this utility got and it wasn't so much, hey, spend the money in advance to prevent the problem. It was like, hey, we're coming along and we're gonna start finding you for all the things you're not doing. And it just felt like we weren't given a lot of advance notice on what we were supposed to be doing. It's like, I just remember constant hearing over and over about they're changing the rules. It just, the end game just kept moving, the target kept moving, and if you weren't on that target in time, you were gonna get fined, and it was going to be significant penalties. So that's kinda how I came to the realizing a $3, $4, $5 million budget is, those are things we're putting in place, not just to protect our utility, but to protect ourselves from fines that could be, 10% or 15% of the money that we spend on Nearman, the air system in Nearman, just for a fine,
The fine is still out there on the environmental side.
I know, I see them.
They're happy. There was just recent one at the Kansas City Star of the local utility, and on the environmental side. Happened last month ago. There was an entity in Midwest that was fined for a, department, and it was about $250,000. So they're still very much out there. I would say it becomes with a little bit of a calm and ease with what you have in place here, what we have internally, and what we're working through. I think it reassures we know we have something in place, and we know how they do that. We have something in place. If there was a lapse in some type of compliance, we know, number one, we got back into compliance right then and there. And then there's a very small window, so we know if they're looking at that, that's not the $1 million fine. It could be a fine, but it's not the $1 million fines we're looking at.
So have those overall, because I almost, from standing back at 36,000 feet, felt like they were overimposing the fines to try to, represent the severity of how the energy system needs to move this direction. It's like they were thinking that most energy systems weren't taking it seriously enough and were, dragging their feet to implement these.
I would say back when it first, the standards became requirements at that point in time where they were actually abilities attached to them, there was that slow, it was collateral. Oh, we'll do what we have time.
Yeah.
And so there was that. How can we get people in line and believe that this
Change
is
of
something we have
priorities.
to do? And a lot of it too is not necessarily municipalities, it's a money thing here. How are we going to fund it? How do we fund it? Some investor owns it's not going to be recapped on like, part of our cost that we'll be able to recover, right? And so we'll be able to get a return on that, so they won't spend the money for it.
Yeah.
And so a lot of it's to say, hey, we're going to include this, and even NERC is looking at that. Can we add this to their return on equity? They're looking at some of their costs and say, hey, they're earning 10.5%, but we'll allow you to earn 11% if you start doing this.
Yeah.
And so they're doing incentives, they're looking at a ton of stuff to say, how can we get your system like us? And so they're looking at ways, hopefully for the public power, I know APPA is working on this, if you're gonna have attendance attached, that means, I know, Andrew knows this, we're gonna pay for them through our transmission costs. Fortunately, attendance to us is not the same thing. And so APPA is looking at that to make sure those costs are not going to be passed down to our customers. They're looking at that. However, having incentives for this type of protection is good.
Irrespective of which department the hacker's looking at, hackers daily, thousands of probes on our firewalls, looking for vulnerabilities. Every transaction we make that goes outside the company, whether it be a customer interaction or a bank transaction, look for, has the software been updated? Is there a vulnerability? Is there an open port that can our system? They can actually see what type of software I have in our data center. It's visible because we have to have our systems open, whereas energy supply is basically closed. So we got to keep one step ahead. That's why we built the SOC, the NOC, Network Operations and Systems Operations Center. We're beefing up the security staff. It's a never-ending issue. We just can't be better than the next guy because they're vulnerable. They'll be the ones hit. We gotta be better than the city.
Not going there.
Okay, we're not. Do you have any more questions?
No.
Okay. I think we're ready. I appreciate your time.
Thanks.
All right. Next on the sewer management and utility wise.
All right,
Like salmon.
Like salmon, what?
So page one, section, under responsibility, general management, I've added the chief operating officer. That was a new hire, the general man, and the chief operating officer also shows up in the work plan, goals and objectives. Got about 3 areas. Continue to perform in the electric and water cost of service guidelines. Earlier about right in the middle of a cost of service study, we're wrapping that up. But more important, I want to go through that exercise. That is important. Also important to operate within the cost of service guidelines. So that way we're not going too far and veering too far away from the plans we're building as to saying our cost of service is and the type of revenue we have, type to identify. And I know things shift from year to year, change. A lot of things we face that we're not in full control of all the time. But by having that framework of guidelines for what we're working in, trying to stay within those guidelines. Working over. Another one is evaluate the overall facility performance through annual peer reviews and benchmarking exercises. On that, talked about power, water, financial, customer service benchmarking exercises that we're going through. Some of us do reach out to peer utilities, request information, policies, operating procedures, and things like that. Kind of gauge where we are, how well we're doing, how we compare in the right ballgame. So continue to look for that to continue 2023 and hopefully beyond. And that's how we'll always know where we are. We'll always know how we compare. Questions around utility operations. We kind of know where we fall within the industry. And the third one from the bottom, going back to risk management, legal strategies for the utility, properly managing that. Really appreciate all the questions you had with Maurice, such as you raised with Jerry about, some of the risks are encountering and some of the possibilities and things that are out there. So we dialed into that already. We're getting more plugged in where we need to be. Page 2. Much of a change. Personnel costs is adding a position. Personnel costs. The increase of new supplies. Those are minimum cost increase compared to. Page 4. Highlighted auditing services. 5,000 earlier. Budget that shifted out of the general manager's into things Maurice just had organized clients that was other parts of the utility. Where the whole idea was to try to get all these auditing services one part of the utilities, we could properly manage it from have it scattered across different departments and showing up. Also reduce the management services. So the NERC building compliance. Not too much other changes other than spoke to on labor. Go to page 6, if there's any questions. Page 6. Didn't really make too many changes here. I left it, as is, sponsorship levels. Saw everything over. We are, ramping back up and recover from the last few years. And I am trying to get back to where we're supporting community. I am mindful of sums up what we pay for, and it's kind of slow to approve some of it. I am asking many of these groups to early in the year as to what their requests are, and kind of see these type of dollars come their way. We are managing throughout the year.
That category, it's like $250,000. $2380? Or the sponsorships. Sponsorships. It seemed to be back, it was a bit higher. Yeah, it was 180 or 250 or.
Sponsorships.
We're talking 3 years ago.
Yeah, I think we did cut.
I know we cut significantly on them.
I didn't bring back as much.
Well, I know some of it got cut because COVID hit people and things like that. So, I mean, that is, those are the ones I kind of wrestle a little bit, although I understand that it's one of the few, ways the BPU kind of gives back to some of the organizations that are Wyandotte County organizations. Otherwise, they have very limited access to.
There are limited dollars here. One thing that I'm doing, I did last year, the year before. 2 years ago, I just froze it completely. But, I am looking at what type of impact are these organizations on my decision and type of sponsor. So, that return on investment is there. Yeah, okay. But I am asking those questions and take a look at that. Dollars going to use and goes to the community really big.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we discontinued the $100,000 a year that the board awarded for, community projects.
Right.
But we transitioned that on another hardship program for people, one time. Good pay, regular pay customers. Yeah, it's a balance, it's a fine line to walk to support the community, but.
Right. But I do want to continue to look at ways that measuring how effective it is. Is there something we can do different? Something to come up, big significance also. Thinking about shifting in this direction. That's good idea. Do you support it?
Yeah, post-COVID, the world has changed a lot, and the way that people look at things has changed a lot. Because are we gonna, the biggest thing for our community
Page 7, account number 90. These are just mainly membership subscription dues that get out of the general manager. I haven't gotten invoices or notices on any of them that they're raising their fees, so assuming that, based on if they are, if there's a need to pay, then somewhere else.
some of those are we set, right, like Chamber of Commerce, we set that,
you know, staff.
some of the others that
Yeah.
are just membership.
Yeah. And David is having some hard discussion with the chamber about making sure that chamber is following whatever the goals this utility has, because if we're going to support them, then at that conversation.
Yeah, and I mean, because there's some that I don't even think it falls under, necessarily falls into this group, but it still fits in that, like the, I think there's a misunderstanding about the money that's given into the hardship at, United Way, where people are like, hey, I would prefer, you know, I think it's $500,000 annually. Well, from what's collected from the board matches, what the.
Oh, the employees.
The employees.
Yeah, 105.
105, total between the two.
So it's 105 on the employer side, and then it's whatever the donations are, so.
But those are dollars that I think are misunderstood, because when they go to theirs, they are earmarked, can only be used for utilities, and specific to line account. Okay, so it's not like we're pulling money into the United Way and then they're just building it out wherever. These are dollars that are set aside and they're specifically earmarked that they can only be spent on utility assistance for our ratepayers.
Don't forget about the hardship program.
Yeah, that's the other one. That used to be the community funding, and now we shifted it to where it's a hardship program. Same way, it's only used for utility assistance. So between the 105 and the
120. 240 total.
244.
If you go by those numbers right there on 17, 240 total. So there's United Way Company match of 105. Employee Council, United Way campaign 5,000.
And that's just our expenses.
My bad.
Yeah.
500.
But
35.
But then we add into it, I'm not saying just the amount of the utility itself, I'm also saying the dollars that are collected also add into that. So there's this pool, there's this pool of money that goes there, and it's all collected, assembled for specifically utility systems.
But it's really not very much.
I understand, I mean, but every dollar that's collected like that, or taken out that's used like that, is taken out every rate that pays for certain groups that are struggling.
Well, and I think
This is just a balancing act of how much do you charge the whole to pay for the select, group, and I don't know what that number is. I mean, I would say that our city is probably has more needs than your average city. So are we well balanced on how we do that? Because everything that you take above and beyond is just maybe expense. Either you're pulling out of some other place that you could be using money for maintenance or things like that.
Want me to look into that?
I don't know that it's super high priority, but I do think that as we're coming out of this post-pandemic, there's mindset, we've always done business this way. I think it's changing. I think that the dynamics of our community are changing.
So I can tell you that there's a number of utilities that don't offer utility assistance. So, I mean, BPU is one of the few that do.
Yeah.
And, but, for all of those other ones that may offer some type of similar program, I don't know how we compare when it comes to resolve our total budget, post here. I do know there are many that do not offer that type of.
But we also have a line item, as everybody here knows, of $500,000 a year for economic development. And in my 3 years here, we have not come close to using the entirety of that each year. And I think Patrice has given us those numbers in the past, just over the course of the 10-year period or whatever it is. I would rather see half of that money allocated to something to help, to help utility systems than that. I mean, and that's.
Certainly a board decision, okay?
I understand.
You know, and that could be a conversation, because I mean, really, maybe it is more of this discretionary, that the board needs to rethink what best serves the majority of our ratepayers. What is the best way to assist our community?
Keep in mind, the economic development fund don't, if we don't have projects,
I know.
Otherwise, that the whole dollar gets spent.
I know, and that's that balance, that's that, hey, if we don't spend it, we don't have to charge for it. But, on the other hand, have the needs of our community changed over the past few years to the point that maybe the economic development isn't the best way to assist the majority of our
Would say, don't
service.
take it away completely.
No, I wouldn't eliminate any of that.
That's helped to bring in more dollars.
I agree, but at this point, and it may have to be something that has to be flexible, you know, that it may change annually, because we look at it and say, there's not a lot of projects, you know, coming up the pipe, but the needs are higher because inflation is up, you know, it's just kind of, and as a board, and we can do this during the year, because we can vote for a change to move the money from one fund to another, but.
We're here at the end of 2022, and we have $250,000 sitting in that budget that is just kind of going out. And that pains me in the month, with respect to consumers who have reached out to everybody on the board. And, you know, they're sending a message right now.
But it's still that balance, that if we spend that, if we reallocate that budget item, a good portion of it, then it becomes an expense that is realized and therefore has to be reflected. Because right now, it's just a budget line item that, if it doesn't happen, we don't charge for it. And if it does happen, we have to charge for it. And if we allocate it into something else, like the assistance, then we will have to charge for it. So it is kind of a balance. It is but I think it warrants for the, among the board.
I don't see it.
Oh, how much we give them?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a,
Oh, come on, you know it's not a line item on your bill, despite my request for 2 years now, it's not a line item.
Well, it goes, it's part of, economic development, the heat pump program, but it's all involved in the, kind of the heat pump program and,
I was contacted by Rick Kendall the other day, dollars, said that, well, all numbers here, that, 20 years, that BPU government has provided some additional dollars, so told them that are all our budget. Other, having a conversation with the board, but, Rio's, approval to, I don't have that number, and
Do you know what the past number was?
that's what I was looking for, but,
Well, I know it's not segregated out from the heat pump program.
this request just
200 something.
Thursday or Friday. Friday of last week. Anyway, any other questions about general management before we move on to marketing?
I have some, they've been town-wide, so I guess I'll be penny foolish. Just going right quickly through the consultant services under, 92,100, supplies. Are we maintaining the same consultants,
What page are you on?
page 6?
Page 6.
What page?
6.
facilities, general,
Okay, which,
2090.
2090, consultant services,
right,
are we maintaining that? I got a few of those questions along these lines, so these consultants do,
so
they
there's,
provide something, are they still with us, or are we gonna
No.
retain them?
okay, there are no known consulting services that been paid out of this budget, just in case something comes up. Have some funds to be able to pay for type of consulting services if needed throughout the year. Currently, okay, Corey reminded me, we did some benchmarking.
So these consultants, of course, would turn in, do they report to you, or they'll be able to bring invoices for the services?
Well, the consulting service, they will come to me for approval, but I may have the consultant work with me around utility on that type of work, who that consultant is, and whether we need services from that.
We retain those.
Yeah, Jerry McKenzie, there was a number of financial benchmarking activities like that.
Got those receipts. In government affairs, under the same section, is that a supplemental, lobbying effort to, who we have already? We've got our main guy here already, Mr. Melhoff, but to supplement that, this is still,
It's under
2160.
Yeah.
Third one down.
that one, kind of struck me. Some of these I just think, and then, of course, I'm glad that the mileage is provided for.
That's travel.
Travel training,
Glad we have the GM's mileage there, 3,500, an ancillary perk, $300 a month. You get around, yeah, that's good. Then community affairs, still in the same chapter, a line item for 4,000, but then we look below to the sponsorships. I know they're all broken out to different ones. Is there a breakout for what are community affairs? Because my interest is actually further down, I guess, fourth line item from the bottom, 25,000 for miscellaneous sponsored events. Would that be
I just asked
affairs?
here's an example. I'm on the board at Rosedale Development, and coming out of COVID, we hadn't done a lot of things, so I asked if they could support our luminary Christmas walk. We are big in Rosedale about our trails and trying to maintain them, so I asked Bill for $200 to put our little luminary lights in the Rosedale Park, and it brings our community together. They sing some carols, we have some hot cider, so
I'm strongly supportive of that, and I just want to know what is the procedure.
that's one thing that was used that for.
That's great. I think it's a good thing. I just don't know what the procedure would be for those who, like, that entity, what the application would be, with these miscellaneous sponsored events,
Well, it wasn't.
and or
A lot of
community
those,
affairs.
you know, the community organization, a lot of times, the email will come to me, okay, and they'll say, hey, and so, but somebody particularly new, it's like, I right away do a little due diligence for Bill, going, okay, because we'll get some organizations from KCMO or Johnson County, and I said, we don't do any sponsorships there, it's gotta be something that benefits Wyandotte County citizens, Wyandotte County residents, Wyandotte County children. So we'll get those requests, and I'll bring them over to Bill, and I'll say, and I'll ask him to say, hey, send me an explanation. What are you gonna do with the money and how it's gonna be spent, where it's gonna go, give it to Bill, and he'll take it out of his discretionary funds if it makes sense.
I agree with him.
A year ago, somebody called me and asked if the BPU would sponsor something with the cancer walk at the track out at the college, at the junior college. It was a minimal amount. I said, sure, I'll take it to Bill, and there's paperwork involved. It's not like I just knock on Bill's door and say, hey, could you give me $200 for the luminary walk?
Well, personally, I would, could streamline it, so we could knock on Bill's door or Dave's door for certain organizations or entities that are within Wyandotte County and streamline it to make it easier for our public relations inside of various entities to be able to participate in this $25,000 line item for miscellaneous sponsored events or the $4,000 for community affairs and where they dovetail. I'd like for it to be streamlined. I think it's a good thing. I just was seeing what the procedures are. Do they invoice us? Some of them are gonna be some small, they're probably gonna be some organizations, like churches, the neighborhood groups, organizations.
They always send us an invoice to sometime. You haven't sent us an invoice.
Yeah, that's what
Do you have
happened.
anything left
Your
over?
man
Do you have
discretion,
anything left
got
over?
discretionary fund you can utilize. That's part of that $25,000. Been there for 40 years.
I think it's a
Give
good
it
thing.
discretionary funds to utilize
I just wanna see
based on
how
application.
it's accessed, and again, I think it's a good, I think
We ain't
it's a
gonna
good thing.
change
I'm
that.
trying to better understand, again, as a new person, when I'm at $30,000 cumulative line item, how the community as a whole can access this, which does good work and make the utility look much better coming through our GM, coming through, our communications department, that we're doing this outreach through there. And then, finally,
Something, let us know, we'll take a look at it. Compared to all the other requests that may be coming in at the same time, it's,
great, and
you're asking for $1,000 sponsorship, those somewhere other than that may be a little bit tough.
yes,
On that, there's other requests that are out there too.
I think some of the ones that have been enumerated right here are all, I mean, it's over encompassing, for a lot of the areas, a lot of fine organizations that are listed. $8,000 in office supplies and materials, ink pens, paper, $8,000 a year.
Yeah, so this is a general office, it's not just me by myself.
Does that ever go down a little bit? We're doing a lot online, a lot of, not stationary.
Okay. This is Jenny, Chris, ordering supplies for, not just for my office by itself, it's for general management's office.
Right, I know it's not just the individual, it's the broader one, but I just was kind of getting an idea what kind of supplies, materials that the whole office uses on that line. So a lot of stuff's done electronic now, it's not like.
And we are, and I'm on board, we're doing more and more of that, so.
We spent $2,200 today. Spent $2,200 today.
Put all rolls back in, it's not a use or lose.
Yeah, I mean,
Right,
it's
right,
budget,
right.
it's just,
It's a budget
we
line.
plan on not
All
spending.
right, I do that.
But it's
Carry over
Lori's,
next year.
Lori's monthly reporting on finances, different areas, general management costs has come in way under budget all year.
And going back then, have we expended everything from last year that was budgeted for the miscellaneous sponsored events and for the community affairs and for the, consultant service?
No.
Did we have some?
We did not spend everything.
And where do,
We're having cash flow issues for a great part of the year, so when we're running off the expenses for cash.
do we graph that trend during reconciliation or what was not expended that was budgeted for? We look at the end and see, you know, how, is there I'm sure there's a graph that shows what was allocated in one fiscal year, but wasn't expended, and so we're able to look at the trends for various departments and different degrees, so we know kind of how we're, the ebb and flow, if you will.
I don't get it down to, like,
No.
at the department level or whatever.
Right. But overall,
Overall, yeah, so you'll see the budget by class,
right.
and that's where you'll see overall what the budget is, what we spent. I don't have it, I mean, we internally get a budget to actual comparison report, because where we're at from a budget perspective, that's what all departments look at.
And my final question is, so we're able to look at
What
what
are
we
you talking about? I
not
can't understand what you're saying.
someplace that will show, it's not by department, but overall, how much we actually allocated, what we did, sequestration with rings and maintaining our, okay, there'll be some ability to look at that, so we,
If you look at the financials that are in your agenda packet, that, not what's here, but the agenda packet that you got, you received probably on Friday, there's, about 2 or 3 pages called budget comparison. And it breaks it down by all the classes. And it'll tell you where we're at.
and where do I find, where will I?
So,
I'll get it from there, I know.
so you received your agenda package, right? I think it's a tab in that agenda packet because we're presenting October financials. So there's a tab in that agenda packet that has the financials, and it's, page numbers on it, but
Okay, I look forward to getting that, I'll get it something when it's not.
on page 17 of that document, you'll see it there.
Mine isn't.
Thank you, sir.
You should have gotten yours on that Friday, I believe.
And can you read that before we do things?
I don't be trying to do whatever because it ain't right. Whatever you want.
Wednesday, I'll ask you a series of questions to get you ready.
There'll be a test, right? By the way, I won't be. Okay, what's next? By the way, it might be a good time to remind the board, I won't be available, I won't be at Wednesday's meeting, I'll be on Zoom, I'll be away, I did have to say that.
Email you the
Yeah,
questions.
right, exactly, right.
You're not even gonna name drop where you're gonna be. I know where you're gonna be.
I don't know what he's talking about, it ain't right.
Any other questions?
Don't give up discretionary for, on a no circumstance. You get that right, you know, man.
So David's next.
All right, let's go to page 9, same book. Marketing and corporate communications. You're all kind of familiar with what I do. The real key is to promote our operations, our services, our legislative and community activities as best as we can. That's marketing, all utility programs, community relations, media relations, and government affairs. Going through the work plans, goals, and objectives, some of the kind of the key ones, at the very bottom there, we haven't done it for a couple of years, we're overdue. That's doing residential, commercial, industrial customer satisfaction research. So, we'll take a look at what questions we asked before, try to get some benchmarking, always, have we moved the needle or anything like that. And, anytime we've done this research, we take those results seriously, we make changes. If you remember, it was back at the time that people said, I'd like to pay online, but I don't want to pay that convenience fee. And we took that fee off. We found out that people went more online and stuff like that. So we take a look at that research. So, we're going to start that first quarter doing the research, with the online survey to start with, and then some phone calls. So, I'll be looking for a report to the board. Probably have to do a work session here down the road. We really dig deep into the customer research. So that's a big thing to get done. This utility has never had a crisis communications plan. We have, what I would call crisis plans or work plans as far as more of an operations plan. But Marisa and I, our offices are close by. We talk every day. I've been working with him and others from the senior staff on, identifying areas where we're vulnerable. But where we talked to Marisa, let's take that and develop a corporate crisis communications plan. And then you test the plan. You do a vulnerability assessment, you test the plan. An example, little things happen when you're testing the plan. I had a photographer we use all the time. I had him in the building, he wandered around the building. I did it just to test, kind of see what people would do. Took an hour and a half before somebody asked him, what was he doing, okay?
Nobody's getting in trouble, but just you find little things that slip through the cracks. And then when you develop your crisis communications plan, you lay it out there, who's talking to who, which entity, okay? Who's the person that immediately let the rest of the senior staff know, let the board know? Who's gonna let the people, whatever the government entity know or anything? So that's a big thing we wanna get rolling this year. Work with staff on regulatory affairs, open records requests, those ebb and flow. We've been getting a lot of them lately. I think I get an open records request weekly, on people wanna know, they can go to us, but they can't go to some other utilities. They wanna know who has had their, utilities shut off permanently and never back on, and they use it because they're entities that buy ugly houses. They go up there and they try to buy homes and stuff like that. It kind of goes and flows like that. Then we'll get open records requests as we get to election time and stuff like that, but that's something that they come out quite a bit. Jerry Staff's been great to work with. He's got a couple people that are really great for me to work with, to go to immediately for an open records request. They turn it around really fast. And so that whole process has improved dramatically. Looking at developing marketing plans, we're gonna be busy, I think, with some of the things going on with, in Topeka and Washington DC and so forth. And I'll get into a little bit more about that. Let's go to the next page here. Let's go to page, 10 and 11. So, and you can see the budget. The big difference there is for about 4 years, they had their own separate budget 1 year, but for 2 years, it was all part of the marketing corporate communications budget was utility services. Now, they've been moved under, as you heard earlier, with Lori's group. So naturally, the staffing's gonna be a lot less. Now, we're getting close to filling those 2 positions. I'm delighted to be able to have those positions filled. I've got one final interview next Monday, and then we'll have a senior communications specialist and a communications coordinator. We've been without a communications coordinator for over a year. Tiffany Johnson has left, went to Washington State. And so, I relied a lot on her. So, I'm a department of one. It'll be good to have some hands. Also, the other position I'm looking at filling, somebody who's got some experience in public relations, writing, somebody who's worked with the press before, somebody who's not afraid to get in front and do a meeting interview and that type of thing. That's been needed. If I get hit by a bus tomorrow, we don't have anybody to do that. So we needed to get those positions filled. Bill has talked to me a lot about that, so I'm delighted that we'll have a full department, and we'll kind of separate that out. And you'll meet these folks and get to know them. But the goal is to finish that last interview Monday. It's been kind of tough. The job market's, people don't want to move. People don't want to work. It's been real hard to find good qualified folks, but I'm feeling kind of confident where we're at with these folks now.
Until then, look both ways when you're crossing the street.
There you go. Or they'll push me this year.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that's kind of so that's the change there. So looking at number 11, the big change with the budget has, naturally, it went up for a couple of years when we had utility services involved in the budget and also their salaries, because a lot of times it was just myself, and Patrice has 2 other people on her staff, so that was the difference there. Looking at, page 12, kind of says the whole thing, the similar thing as far as the labor's the big difference in the budget. But also, if you go to page 14, laying out the budget, even taking out the dollar amounts that was part of utility services, separating that, I still kept the budget for 2023, just because, and I had some areas I had to keep it where it was at, just because postage keeps going up, and we have a group of folks that really like getting that hard copy newsletter, and that postage alone is $13,000-$14,000 every time you mail that out. It's postage is, but we're getting more and more people signed up for electronic version of it. We trying to keep moving that way, which would really be great. So in the budget there, you're taking a look at the areas of my department. I've got corporate communications, government affairs or public affairs, and then marketing and branding. So under the marketing and branding is the social media work we do, website, managing the brand, the research, the customer research, things like that, and marketing our products and services. So sit down with Janetta's team, we try to do that monthly. It's worked out. We kind of lost a little of that time together during COVID. Let's sit down, what do we want to promote this month? What do we need? Well, you know what, or Lori tells me, or others, we'd like to get more people signed up for paperless billing. How do we do that? How to creatively start? And you got to grip on the rock multiple ways. Not one way is going to reach everybody, right? Then the government affairs part, we talked some about that going on today. We've got a good team with Kimberly and her husband Josh Shabani, and two other folks. We share her with some folks. I've been meeting with Tracy Streeter from Burns and McDonnell, gotten that done for free. Meeting with Tracy. Tracy used to be the managing director for Kansas Water, and before that was the Department of Ag, oversaw the state corporate state conservation commission. So I've had 4 calls with him just on, he's helping me look for opportunities for water funding that's coming down the pipeline, possibly at the state level. Okay, what makes sense from a water standpoint, if there is some out there, which has been great. Then I'm using, at no cost to us, but others, an outfit out of D.C., Becker, it's a law firm. The head of that person who I've been talking with was a key staffer on the Senate Appropriations Committee and helping us identify possible electric opportunities. So doing that at the national level. At the state level, I think we've got that covered off as well. There's a committee at the state level, and Brad Mears and Kimberly Savati are both on that to look at utility dollars. So we've got somebody in the house and the building all the time when these dollars come out. So, but that's why I want to get the other people on board, because it's going to take more of my time away from here and more of my time with Tamika to do it right. And that's what we want to do. And like I said, we've been working on earmark dollars at the water level for a year now. Okay, that's how long we're waiting to see when the new budget gets passed in 2023. I'm still hopeful, guardedly optimistic we're going to get some of those dollars. But then also in talking to Philip Brown and their staff and Steve Green, we've got a lot of work to do to educate the public about the lead and copper rule. There's a community survey that's got to be done on that. We've got to go do analysis out there and let people know how they can even self-test. So there's going to be a real heavy lift from communications for 2023 and into 2024. And we have to have a special area of the website for the lead and copper rule and all that. So that's something that we normally hadn't planned on, but it's going to take a lot of time. We have to do it right. And we've got, we don't feel we've got a lot of, we have lead lines out there. We've got a lot of old galvanized lines, but we don't know until we really do a deep dive survey. So communications is going to be working very close with water on that. Some other areas there, the website, we're constantly going to update that website. That's an ongoing thing. You guys know that. We'll be doing another heat map study, and that shows me where people click or they're trying to click. So that means there's something here they're going to, but there's nothing they can open. So maybe we need to move things around, right? So where it's easier there for them to find information. We just added a bunch of water leak information on the website, just added pages and pages for the heat pump program. It's always constant. We've got a pretty big, robust website. Other things there, I think that's about it. You've got the youth program that comes out of marketing, corporate communications, and government affairs. So,
Hey, Dave, on the summer youth program, remind me how long has that budget been static?
We bumped it up to 13,000, or 14,000.
Per group, per neighborhood?
Per group. I'm sorry, 13,000. But we bumped that up probably about
2 years ago.
Well, yeah, maybe about 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, I'll have to go look. We did, more like 4 years ago, but we took the year off, we did nothing
Yeah.
during COVID. Okay, we spent nothing there, and they were waiting for, hey, those funds to come back. In most of these organizations, they stretch those funds out some all year long, right? They'll go into it. A lot of them have becoming more mentoring programs, and it's a different animal than it was when it first started a long time ago. So the funds have been static. I'll have to look, but I think it's about 40 years, right around there. So.
Yeah, I know that it has changed, because I remember when I was first elected and became aware of it,
It was at 8,000 at one time. So.
well, and everybody, and the majority of what the programs were, they just worked at a local
place,
company,
right,
business that was close into their neighborhood, where now we're seeing more that are more, instead of just job placement almost, or supplemental for a company, it's more of a like you said, a mentorship.
Well, it's a lot of them are trying to help the kids with life skills.
Yeah.
Get ready for college,
Go beyond,
get ready for.
go beyond work.
Some of these kids come from, not great situations at home, so they're getting some mentorship somewhere else, and simple life skills, whether it be conflict management or, how to budget, put a budget together and all that kind of thing, so. That's where it's at.
I just wanna make sure that we review that periodically to see if we're spending the dollars appropriate to get as many kids as, we would like to see go into.
And I think, this last year, we had, of those NDRs, we had a Lion's share came and gave an updated report. We'll look at picking up some of those that we missed this year and then have to do an update next year. We've got some other community groups that we're gonna intersperse in, so. Bob, you have a question?
Yes, yes. Okay, I've been working this program, I initially programmed 25 years ago, so I've been on top of this thing every year. Problem we have, our budget starts January 1, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the recipients receive their money around about May, is that correct? Okay, so, let me finish. So, the guidelines are, and I think the board needs to get copies of the guidelines. They haven't seen it, I don't think at all. I got copies of that in my billfold. But the age bracket is up to 18 years old. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
Okay, so between January and April, when they get the money, the ages for the young people, they go into the program, normally start when school starts, they're about in September. So now those that are 18 years old turn 19 about a day before the expiration date of the age bracket. So we need to talk about that a little bit, how we can make sure that they have enough time to spend the money. And this is started out as a summer program. I got that extended to 12 months. So it's hard to spend $13,000 2 or 3 months. See, we can do it from January to December, but if they don't get the money until April, May, then they have struggle trying to communicate with the school system and the junior college to get those enrolled to go to school by September, and so forth. So I'm just saying we need to kind of think about making sure that we give them enough time to spend their money before they turn 19 years old. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Well, we could, it's just, I inherited the program from my old friend Joe Dick, and he managed it, and it was one of the things, this is how he told me, well, we do it, we do that.
I understand that.
But we didn't have an application form. So I developed an application form, I'll resend it to the board, and I worked with legal on it.
Okay.
But there's nothing says that I couldn't send those forms out earlier to these NDRs and these folks and say, hey, it's time now for can send them out in January or whatever.
Yeah, okay, we'll talk about that later, but I'm just trying to.
Some of them, they may apply earlier for it and say, as long as they fill out their paperwork, then we go through the process and cut them a check. I mean, some get it earlier, other ones may say, hey, that's great, other ones may want to wait till later.
Well.
Whatever, and maybe it's just a me matter of probing those different organizations, say, hey, when do you normally use the funds? Well, it'd be great if we get them a little earlier, okay? That's maybe something we can do, as long as it's approved in the budget, right?
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Some of them only run a summer.
Some do, and some stretch it out longer.
True.
Any other questions for me, board? Okay, thank you. I look forward to having you meet my new team around here. Folks, thanks.
Last tab in that book, before we go to the other one,
Anyway.
is the utility-wide tab. And basically, the utility-wide budget is, there's three departments in there. 211 is the electric side, so those are kind of corporate costs that are specifically for the electric side, 102 is for the water side, and then 9500 is, both electric and water. On page, 15, overall, between 2022-23, the budget has stayed the same. The biggest volatility in that section of the budget is under personnel costs. There are no people in, either, any of these, departments, but we are required to, an accounting standard to, recognize pension expense. And it goes positive sometimes, and it's a negative sometimes. And you can see in 2021, it was a negative. So we've got to where we've tried to quit guessing, because one year it goes up, one year it goes down based on what the pension plan does. So, but we have to recognize that expense. So I think, Randy's kind of settled on them, just put $1 million in there, and we'll see which way it goes. So that's the biggest variance, that area. And then the only, thing that drove the spending up, from the 93.4 million is that we've got payment of taxes there. So we can talk about that and how that impacted our overall financials.
Lori, can I say something about that?
Sure.
That's a non-cash expense.
Yeah,
We don't
non-cash,
actually
right.
write the check for that. It's just, an accounting entry that's made to record, an expense on an accrual basis. The actuaries matches.
Another actuarial study.
Is that taken as of a snapshot in time?
Yes.
And when do you,
It's based on,
So it's a year in arrears.
so it's based on market conditions, from not, like, this year we'll be doing 2021 market conditions. So it's you're behind. The actuary study's based on a year behind. We don't get that study until we actually just got it. Right.
But it's a calendar.
Yeah, it's based on our fiscal year.
It's a budget.
It's lower if it's based on market conditions for this year.
It's on 21, market conditions in 21.
21, oh.
Yeah.
So if markets are down, expense goes up higher.
So in 22, recognize what happened in 22.
Okay,
Was it 24?
so that would be,
Right?
okay. Probably.
So, page 17, so the biggest part, the department, 9,200 is the board, department. And basically, we've identified, nothing really has changed in this, but, there's some, the travel that typically gone on in the past or whatever. We haven't changed really any of those numbers, per diem is associated with your travel, and your board salaries are in there. The other board expenses are related to, providing, things needed for board meetings. And then Department 9500, that's where we have our sponsorships, 2380 is the class there. So the 105,000 company match is from the United Way campaign, facility, holds, 5,000 there is just for employee council to promote the campaign. And then the 120,000 is bill assistance, program, Page 18 is, Department 6101 is electric side. And probably the, spoke of my overall overview that we provide a billing credit based on the true-up of the water, wastewater billing that we do, and so, we recognize that credit based on the true-up. We have a continuation of our cost of service study, the bulk of the, what we are spending has been in 22, this will be good follow-up to it. Property insurance and liability insurance are the two big ones in this, and we have seen, considerable increases in both of those categories. We've recognized that, based on, some of the other, utilities that we're seeing and what the costs are.
Did doubtful go down?
Doubtful did go down, right?
All the care money.
Yeah, so we have a lot of people that have credit, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, that number, not the number I've used to see.
Yep. Then in, Department 6102, page 19, the other side of, on the water side, for doubtful is there too. And then, the cost of service study on the water side, and that. And then our property insurance is typically 80/20, liability, and some of the categories are like 73/20. That's the kind of portion, that's associated with property insurance, liability insurance. Then I'll just mention on, page 20, we recognize the kind of heat pump program, our energy efficiency program, as a capital expense, and as I explained, you know, we're able to amortize that, so we recognize it here, and then, we amortize it over a 3-year period, so. There's the heat pump program, our estimation, and then also the $500,000.
Okay, so the heat pump program is where, is where we integrate the Wyandotte County Economic Development Council, right?
Yep.
And I guess I just don't understand why we don't separate that. Just don't get it. I mean, that's more of a sponsorship. I mean, that's not, we're not giving Wyandotte County Economic Development Council money to, like, literally go invest in something, right? I mean, they're involved in capital projects, but that's not the purpose of the funding. The purpose of the funding is really a sponsorship or a membership, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can, you're saying not capitalize it, or not.
Well, just separate it as a line.
Oh, in here?
Yeah, they would be there, but since they are both there.
Sure.
But show them as how much of it's really heat pump and how much of it is white hat.
Yep.
Okay, Lori, I have a question on the heat pump. I don't remember who said, Patrice, I think, that some apartments that, I don't know.
Yeah. Down here at 7th Street and Upstate, I think is one you were talking about.
All right, so does the builder get some rebate from that?
I don't know how that one's set up, but typically, like in a residential
Right.
subdivision or whatever, and the developer's doing it, the developer would get that. Now, if an individual owns a home.
But then it gets passed on to the homeowner?
You hope.
No.
Well,
But the idea,
it did in my development. I got the rebate.
well, that would be the hope, but the reality is it's done in a way just to promote the push toward all electric.
To all electric, okay. But, I mean, I knew how it worked in residential, or how it was supposed to work, and in my case, it did work right. But I didn't understand the apartment
I don't think
or townhome.
we put any requirements on who's to do
Because they're building townhomes in my complex right now, and we're all electric, so it has to be, they have to be all electric, because there's
That's all we do.
no gas lines in there.
Permission from, most of the time, builder, developer, or whatever, and we pay them. Now, whether they then turn it back to the,
Okay.
when they, sell or rent.
I think that would be too hard, I think that would be more difficult in the situation where it's a townhome or apartment,
Right.
because it's not a
But if somebody already
station.
occupies that, and they upgrade, you know, do a heat pump or whatever,
Right.
they'll go back to the homeowner.
The individual residential homeowner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the per day unit, yes, yeah.
Right.
Okay? Down there? Is that the last there, Drew? Got the yellow book?
I've been waiting all day for this,
Did you hear that, Janetta? Bob's been
you know.
Maybe.
Bob said he's been waiting all day for your presentation.
We all want to talk about it.
Life's most important one. People we serve.
Everybody has their book. I'm just gonna open up page 1. Goes through customer services, so you'll know what departments are all involved in our division. It includes customer relations, customer accounting, cash operations, collections, coordinators, MDM analyst, which is our meter data management analyst, quality assurance analyst, and administrative assistant. So, some of the things that I put on here that we're responsible for, but we are not limited to, as a division, are first customer account status calls and information, emails or billing inquiries, research just as necessary, electronic payment file processing, payment return item processing, new services, transfer services, final services, disconnects, arrangements and extensions, agency commitments, bankruptcy, and uncollected debt. We are also responsible for managing and reviewing our customer information system, which is our CIS reports for accuracy, assisting with residential and commercial new construction, providing oversight of the customer utility data information, and assisting with testing, updating, implementing changes to the customer information. So, again, I just kind of want to highlight meter data management, which is our MDM analyst, which we talked about a little bit earlier, contribute to a high level of customer satisfaction by monitoring, analyzing the activities of our AMI system, MDS data, and all customer service division departments, as well as assisting with coordination, testing, implementation, and monitoring all the new and current customer systems and programs. We also have a QA, quality assurance analyst, that provides in-depth and comprehensive customer service training while monitoring proper process application, policy, program details, and account documentation to provide accurate and consistent messaging to customers, provides CSR call and communication monitoring for monthly QA scores and feedback. So, as you'll see, we oversee the customer utility account functions. We coordinate and support all our divisions to provide, maintain unified and consistent business processes to deliver an excellent customer experience. So, our work plan goals and objectives are below. One of the things that we look at is our phone system every year to see what improvements that we can make. We monitor our meter data management system, and now we're preparing for that new upgrade of getting a new system in. We review our policies and SOPs for best practices and consistency with industry standards. We ensure that billing processes are approved in a timely manner. We evaluate our current collections providers that is going, now that we have a positive ID credit verification deposit application. We research methods to identify and control unauthorized usage to minimize impacts of lost revenue. We continue to promote paperless billing and other cost-effective programs. We are now monitoring our new text message and initiative and research adding messages that will enhance our communication. We're looking at our kiosk machines to see how they can be enhanced and provide a better seamless process for our customers and real-time options as well. And we focus on customer service training that improves customer service interactions and communication skills. And we assist in the upgrade and implementation of whenever our CIS system is upgraded or we go to a new system to provide new enhancements and options, which we're looking at again. And so you see that I don't have any capital projects, but you'll see that most of our projects that we do are involved in our IT department or another area, but it is to update and upgrade the system that is necessary to perform all of our customer service functions for our customers and our billing. Okay, now if we want to go to page 3, out of here, this is a summary spending, and you will see the 2021 actuals, 2022 budget, and the 2023 proposed budget does not differ greatly. It doesn't vary that much on that page. will continue, so we can go through some of the areas where we have, looked at that to, see what areas have changed. But if you go to page 5, you will see our customer services within staffing, and it did not change in 22 and 23. There was some change in 2020 and 2021. However, there are no changes to our.
2021 to 2022, with the reduction of 5.
Yes, we actually, between 2016, as you'll see, we had, some collections, positions that went down, and then 2019 was the same. 2020 and 2021 was where we saw most of that exposed to the lobby. So between that time, now we've had a reduction of 9.
Not currently expecting to reopen. We're not budgeting to reopen.
We have not budgeted to reopen the lobby, or those positions which were included in those services.
To that, only because, yeah, it's part of the interrupting. If there were to be, and it's not a question just for you, but a broader question, obviously, Janetta. If we were to look at, I know the retrofitting of what was traditionally a lobby area for customer service now, I don't know what it's being turned into, but there's different walls and everything going up. What would a line item look like? And this is a big question, and one that can't be answered here, for an abbreviated reopening of the lobby. And what I mean by that is, if the staffing could be absorbed by the reductions that have already been realized from out years, so that there would be an interactive opportunity, a human interactive opportunity for those that would come to the lobby to be, I'm not saying that we have, and there could be various incarnations. It may not be like it used to be, where there was a whole big area where people sat, and then we'd see customer service against the far wall, and then pay the teller up against this wall. But even if it were a face on the other side of a plexiglass, with a little hole in the middle, you know, that they're speaking through with a screen for COVID precautions, that somebody would have the opportunity, or customers would have the opportunity to open up and have a customer service experience that was human and interactive. That didn't go across the board. Not going back to where it was, understanding we're not going to be able to, at this point anyway, there may be a day, one day, but just to have some sort of human interactive, customer service related experience, and maybe teller experience at some point, maybe one teller or so. And that's something that I'll just share with you, full disclosure. Beautiful presentations all day long. What has this one member very concerned about the whole thing in a nutshell comes down to how we might find that experience revisited and implemented.
So I think you're asking me, when you said a line item on that, at this time, I wouldn't be able to provide that information. That would be something that would have to be researched, looked into, and it doesn't just involve normally just the services we provide as far as customer service information and a teller. It also involves all of the equipment that we have out front for security, anything that comes through the door, security officers. So it would have to be a whole conversation, HR as well as Lori, to make sure that all of those areas are covered, and then we might provide a better response.
Get a report on what it costs to reopen the lobby?
Yeah, we went through that.
The last board meeting or before?
I heard a $500,000 line item, but there would be
Yes, we did
something
provide
like that. But I mean, I'm talking about realistically looking at something that would not cost a half a million, that would be absorbed with existing personnel. That may mean a retrofitting of the space, the physical space. Again, not like it used to be. I think that when we got that estimate, it would be, what would it be to return to that which we had all historically known? But even something that would be abbreviated, or even a different version, that would be within the budget or reasonably sound within the budget.
So
And I understand what you're saying, so you can't just throw that out.
It makes it sound like you just need a spot for, when you described it as a piece of plexiglass for the hole, it just makes it sound like you need a spot to pay a bill. That's what,
Well, it's about actually the resolution of what may be an issue. Many people have reported to me, that they're not getting anywhere with the ability to call, to phone in, that for whatever reason, it's just not working. As I shared with you, and I'll share with others, Jenny left my books for me at security. I picked up these budget books at security, and while I was there, that's right there at the front, I was there for probably 5 to 10 minutes, and 2 or 3 people came through who were trying to come and pay their bill or resolve an issue, and were frustrated. They got the phone call, they called. I sat there and watched them. My heart went out to them. I didn't tell them I was with the board. I told them I understood that they were there to pay their bill and to resolve their issue, but the phone was not working for us. The ability to get to the kiosk was not working. And I turned and I asked security, how often does this happen? I asked him, and he said, well, I can't really tell you. I said, does it happen more than 2 or 3 times a day? He said, yeah, it does. He said, I asked him point blank. And I just think about, and it was reported that only 13% of our revenue is derived from that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what that number is. Your numbers are better than I could guess. But,
but how long does the office have to be closed, the lobby, before people realize, David, it's been how long now? Why are people still coming when it's closed? That's what I don't get.
You know what we can do, Mary? Let's send somebody out there and ask people that are showing up out there and being turned away how long it would take them before they realize that this isn't working for them, and we're sorry they can't pay their bills.
You mean they're coming month after month expecting it to be open?
I don't know. I was only there for a few minutes, and they were unable to resolve the issue of paying their bill, and was looking for someone to visit with, tapping on the window, trying to talk to security, and security's like, it's closed, that's not our job, and it's not. And I just, I don't know. If you want to go out, we can go out and take a survey and
Sounds
find out.
more like a communication problem than a where to pay your bill problem.
But the actuality is I've mentioned this in previous board sessions and meetings, I have received more, calls and comments about that we're just not there as far as the communication ability, for people who are handling problems. And that's one of the things we brought up at a previous meeting, and we were told that, we're working on projects that are going to streamline and make the communication better. But I looked at it, and my concern fell in that if prior to the reallocation of the 5 that were up there, if it took us, everybody that's in customer service plus those 5, to manage the needs of our community up to that point, and then when we closed the lobby, those 5, I feel, would have been better served to move into continued role as customer service, because clearly it took that many bodies to manage the needs of our community. So now we've reduced the number of people who can, communicate with our customers by 4. So that's just whatever the volume that they were able to handle. And my guess is the ones that were in the lobby were actually handling more of the, I need more than a quick answer. I need, I'm dealing with a larger, an issue to them. But I came to a meeting one night, and as I was walking through the courtyard downstairs, there was a guy standing upstairs yelling, hey, how do I get in touch with somebody? And I had to tell him that, unfortunately, the lobby said you can't do it. He said that he's been trying to get through, and different reasons for why different, because I still believe there's 3 sides to every story. But no matter what, the perception is still there, and the perception of that person is a reality of that person. Their perception is that BPU is difficult to do business with because they can't communicate. So it comes down to that whole thing of how do we ensure that we're giving a broad enough spectrum of communication styles to meet all of our customers' needs, or to meet the majority of our customers. And you'll never be able to satisfy every single one, but, as technology has changed through the years, we still have people that are using rotary dial phones, or we have people that, are smartphones. So we have to be able to communicate with every one of those levels of customers as long as you.
So I will add this. The lobby, the majority of the reason why a person came to the lobby was because they were a new service customer, and anytime you had not had service in our service territory, it was our process that you had to come to the lobby. So when you say that people sometimes cannot communicate with us, so when we had the lobby open, people came in those areas, they wanted to know why they had to take off work, why they had to come in person, why they had to leave and come to our lobby. So to mitigate some of that helps now that everything that we do now would be online. A person, for some reason or other, didn't have the opportunity to get online and do that, to sign for service, then they could call into customer service. But we are listening, and as David would do, surveys. That was some of the problem. Customer wanted to know, why do I have to leave to come down? I have to take off work. You have the same hours as me. So then we had to change hours. That was one of the reasons why we had to have the lobby open later. The other thing was payment arrangements. You could only do payment arrangements in person. And now in order for us to do that, we changed that over because people said I shouldn't have to come in to make a payment arrangement. I like to do that and not have to take off work or leave my home, incur some of those expenses. But now we have a payment arrangement line that does all of our payment arrangements and agency commitments. And so some of the things that we heard when the lobby was open, we have tried to mitigate those and has a more streamlined and better process for those that did not want to come into the lobby. Some of the questions that were asked, the same people that are going to answer the phone, the same representatives with the same knowledge, providing the same policies, procedures, as if they were in the lobby, would be able to answer all of those questions and assist them. So, we are continuing to look at our kiosks. We want to make sure that's a good process. We want to make sure that it is, the payments post, immediately. So we're looking at all of those things to try and still make improvements where we can make improvements.
Yeah, and mine's not so much, trying to criticize. Mine is looking for opportunities for improvement in our programming. And part of it, part of what I hear from a lot of people are extended wait times online, IVR, them, good, bad, or indifferent, whatever the reason is, them having difficulties with the IVR system, whether it's their ability to manage that kind of technology or not, because there are people who just don't do well with, I need to hear a human voice, and that's why I'm just wondering and concerned about the removal of 4 potential people that could be answering phone calls or dealing with customers are no longer in this set number of people that we have doing that, and are we doing a disservice? But what would the customer service look like with those 4 people moved from the lobby into the phone phase, where that gives us 4 more people that can interact with our customers, and what does that do to our phone wait times and, ability to have a couple lines that are just direct lines that people can call. I'm just, don't know what the answer is. I think that it's the kind of thing that you have to constantly look at how can we provide unparalleled personal service to our customers. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what our mantra is, where I work at. Customer service's responsibility is to provide unparalleled personal service. When a customer gets off the phone, whatever the answer to their issue is, because, I'll tell people, it may not be the way you want it to be. Everybody, you want something, but you may not get it that way. But at the end of the day, were you satisfied with the way it was handled? And that's what I'm just wondering, because I just hear enough from people that we're not where we could be as far as our level of unparalleled personal service. So I wonder what those 4 people would have added to your department of being able to allow you to be, what notch would you be at with those 4 people? I know that there's going to be some IVR, upgrades and things like that for new instrumentation that will allow us to be better at it, but how much more of a boost would we get with those other positions?
Yeah.
that Janetta and Jerry both gave a presentation on. Here's where we're going with improved customer service from a look at it, and also from a technology perspective. Only a few weeks past that presentation.
I know, but.
I know the board is, people sometimes are sensitive as to how long certain things take, okay, but we're making progress. You know, Jerry made some commitments. By the end of the year, we would have a certain amount of projects completed. By the end of the first quarter, we'd have a certain amount of projects completed, okay? These are things that my hope is will be able to ease some of the concerns, provide better service than where we are. It'll also free up staff time to be able to get to the things that you may not be able to get to now, because we can automate certain things so that we're getting away from all these manual processes. That frees up personnel to say, okay, now how do we go after the things that we need to really focus on with the amount of staff we have in place? As opposed to, okay, we're spending all this money on technology, we're gonna beef up all this staff. This technology is gonna remove certain jobs, functions. We're gonna still pay all this labor.
But what would that, that's the point that you have to balance that. That's the point where you're sitting there and you say, okay, if our customer service is at this level, right, whatever the benchmark is, and this was 2019 pre-COVID, all right, and then you have COVID, and we lose those 4 places, 5 people out of the lobby, so you've lost that interaction. Good, bad, or indifferent. Not saying necessarily that we shouldn't reopen the lobby, but mine is, we were at this level of customer service, where have we gone from there? And if the advancements that we're putting in through technology will bring us back to at or above that position, is that the peak? Or would those, any or all of those 4 bodies also help us go to another level? I'm just saying that I don't want to lower our expectations to, you know, this is a high enough level. I think that with customer service, unlike a lot of other departments, customer service is our face to our community. It is, our community will see your guys out doing lines, and they'll see people, you know, repairing the water main and stuff like that. But that's the kind of thing you just drive by and that's it.
So,
just think of it for a minute, and then it's the interaction. And I can't tell you how it is, because I never call the line, or rarely call the line for an issue. I've, you know, been fortunate that we live in a very reliable area. But that's the impression that is left on our customers when they do have to deal with customer service. And that is the impression that is also spread throughout our community. And I think that at the end of the day, there are certain things that we have no control over. We have no control over the fact that we're having to bill for UG on our bill, okay? Which gives it can give the BPU a black eye. But if I'm a customer calling in because I have an issue with something, you know, on my bill or my utility, my meter, whatever it is, and at the end of the day, the answer is not what I want to hear, but it is given to me in a very professional and concise and timely fashion, I may not be happy with the answer, but I don't have qualms with the professionalism that was handled. And I think that that's kind of what you have to go for. You can't expect that every instance and every interaction is going to end with a customer getting their way. I don't believe that would ever happen. But they should always feel like they walk away as an important customer for each other.
Absolutely. One thing that I don't know is, I don't know where our customer service performance levels are compared to the industry. That's what we're doing also, through this benchmarking exercise. So those results will come in this month. We'll take a look at them. We'll see how we compare them. It's been almost 10 years we've done this.
Yeah.
So we'll see where we are, okay? And if the company says, okay, we need to now focus on this, I have no problem going there. But, you know, I would like to at least be able to have those answers as to how we compare, how are we performing, what do we need to do, and then here's the path for how we get there. So, opposed to moving forward on a number of things, and then come back later and say, you know what, we shouldn't have moved so quickly there. We took our time, we should have done a little bit more research, and made the right decision. So that's what I'm hoping that we'll do is use the month of December to determine data that we have coming in. What is the right decision? What should we be doing? And then how should we move forward with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and I'll be honest with you, that customer service is not an area that I've spent a ton of focus since I've been elected. It takes so long to gather enough knowledge about this industry to be able to not do more damage than you can do good. And I'm just barely getting there. But there are things that I hear that I guess the statement would be they concern me because I don't know more about them. An example was when we were talking earlier, and I don't remember who brought it up, about meters, about the meters overcharging or undercharging, and the response was, yeah, they'll get a bill for that. But then in my mind, I immediately start thinking, okay, if I'm a ratepayer that my meter, I don't know my meter's not working right. I'm just going through my life. I'm doing everything I do, and all of a sudden, let's say 6 months later, or I don't know what the average is, how long it takes us to find out that a meter's not performing correctly. But let's say it's 2 months. All of a sudden, I get a bill. Is that how it's being treated? Is all of a sudden I'm just getting this larger bill, and I have to call and say, why is my bill so much larger? Oh, well, your meter's been wrong. That's not the way I think communication should be.
Exactly, and so let me just say that when our billing department, our billing supervisor does have a meter that's not performing correctly, what she does is she does send something to the customer to let them know about the bill, whether it's a credit or whether it's a debit, and then also offer them for, if the meter was, like you said, not performing or did not, one of the meters went bad and didn't perform for 3 months, then we offer them an additional 3 months in order to pay any bill with a percentage of for that. So not only do they get this letter, they also get a percentage off, and they also get additional time, no matter what the time is, in order to be able to get that bill paid.
So one thing I would ask for is a work session in first quarter of 2023. And it doesn't have to be an entire work session. A lot of the things that I would like can probably be done in 15, 20 minutes of a work session. We talk about, the process that we use when we find out that a meter's not working correctly, and how we communicate with the customer, what we offer to the customer, and also, have we seen that number? We're talking about how it's time, the smart meters are starting to reach the end of life for the current model, the models that we put in 2012, 2011, 12, 13, when we were installing those meters. So if they're reaching their end of life and we're starting to have to replace them, are we seeing a spike in bad meter readings? And is that something we can expect? Just so that, if nothing else, we need to be aware that this is going to happen, because if we change all these meters, we're going to have an end of life again. So is our end of life impacting more residents toward the end in a negative way? Because that also will give us a poor customer service appearance from our customers. I mean, we have to do what we can to also assist customer service, to give them all the tools they need to be successful, to give that unparalleled customer service.
I'll say this, Jeff. I've had meetings with customer service, with electric and water. There are different processes we need to get to be able to capture, these failed meter events quicker. Some analyzing and determining what type of action we need to take so that the customer's not an inconvenience because of this. Okay, there's a lot of information there. We're just going to have to go to more process reviews and take a look at, because all 3 of these departments have information they have, how do they get to not inconveniencing the public. May potentially inconvenience them. We have the data. How do we interpret that? And how do we act on that quicker? Those are the meetings I've already had, and, I'm a little bit in the same boat
Yeah.
that you were in, okay?
Well, and I understand that, you know, the terminology, inconvenience to the customer. I mean, there's also some onus on the customer that if I have a bill of $200 a month, every month, and you know, I know in the summer it's $280, and I know in the winter it's $280, but in the spring it's $170, you know, but then all of a sudden, 5 or 6 months, I'm only getting a bill for $100. Right. If I haven't changed my usage, I should know that there's something wrong. And, I mean, and that's the communication of how do we get customers to be more aware of the disruption. Because ultimately, I mean,
So we both have some responsibility there.
that's right. It's not just a responsibility of the utility.
Right.
It's also the responsibility of the person, you know,
But I
no
don't-
different than the maintenance on your vehicle.
I don't want BPU looking past its responsibility too, and only making it a customer issue, okay? So, we have the data, we need to be able to make these determinations quicker. Because that's revenue we're not collecting, and then we're going back later and back building.
Or there's a possibility that they get this
Or
big
we're
bill,
not
and then they move.
Right.
And then we never collect that money. So we have to, you know, we have to protect the utility and our customers. These are the kind of things I just wanted, these are the kind of things that I'm gonna start doing now.
Gotta know.
Customer service.
And we have been, we've talked about those things because we definitely want to utilize, our systems and things that we have
Yeah.
to identify, well, for the water department, electric system, to identify it ourselves in our billing process, to have something. And this is going to come with some of these upgrades to our system and being able to get the information and be able to utilize it, but also for customers to be able to get, Energy Engage or whenever the new tool comes out and the MDMS, to, you know, see what their usage is and to be able to look at that themselves. I mean, I've done that myself and had left our water hose on outside. I saw a spike in my water. And so, and also on my mother's bill, when she had a step meter for some months, we were able to notice if it's zero billing. You didn't use zero, how did your bill shouldn't have went down? And so, she was great. She was like, yes, no. But, you know, so we do want to be able to utilize all of those things to be able to, assist our customers in what their bills should look like, and if there's a change, and helping them realize that sooner. So hopefully some of these new, I mean, we're, you know, great hope that these new, you know, UMS has been in since 2003. We've done some upgrades, but we are behind on this. So don't want to take up any more time on that. So I'm going to work very quickly. And so what I'll do is I will just take you to page 7. How about there? And that's going to be our 22 approved, our 23 proposed. So if you look down under our personal costs, you'll see that there's an increase in that area, back and forth, whether it's with the, some of them in the benefits, in our labor, and so there's about a $54,000 increase in that area. If you'll go down, one of the biggest, increases that I have put into my budget is on our banking cash management and treasury, which is $105,000. And that basically is for, we do now have a lot more customers that are utilizing all of our systems that we decided years ago to absorb the fee on. Yes.
The charge
And so,
fee.
yes. So as more customers use those options, then now our fees have gone up as what we have to make sure that we are, getting those services and making sure that they're available to
Do we
them.
get any, I doubt, but do we get any volume discount from,
We have an excellent rate.
so that helps us?
When we go to conferences and we
Yeah.
tell people what our rate is.
They're surprised.
How did you get that?
Good.
So,
I like your, I mean, I know that it was a cognizant decision by the board that we would absorb that cost. And it was a small portion of our ratepayers at the time, but
It's even cheaper when we do it by electronic check.
Okay.
Yeah.
then,
So, it looks like, I mean, Bill was talking about independence, I think, do that to the customer paying for that. And they call it a convenience fee, and it's a flat fee, like $4 or something like that.
Like 2 or 3 times higher than what we're.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So, that's
good.
our rate, and it's really good.
and the one thing that, you know, we mentioned years ago is that when we did charge a convenience fee, it was whatever the company that our vendor that we were utilizing, that it was a straight pass-through to them. It wasn't anything that was for us, but now we're absorbing that cost. So we have a little bit more in that area, definitely. So that's one of the major ones. Then you'll see on the outside printing and duplicating, it went up $100,000. And again, those are those costs. Now, when we first put those costs in there, when I first put them in there, I wasn't quite sure exactly how much would be needed. I got that, again, out of Jody's budget. We were printing bills downstairs. And so when we took that over, you know, we had one cost. Now we've been able to kind of look at that. Our bills went into production last year in 2021, so now we've been able to see that. And they're realizing more cost too, and so I know that you know we're still anticipating more postage costs, and they have been looking at that.
Yeah, postage went up in the time we were doing an internal as well, and it's getting ready to go up again.
Again.
So that's why we're trying to maybe persuade people to get e-bill.
Yes.
So this is just bill printing? Just bill printing?
Yes.
So if we had hearing advocating for separate bills, so we'd be looking at close to 900,000.
I mean, I
If
don't
we
think
have-
it's gonna be a percentage increase.
Well, maybe
you
the
know.
UG could just like pay.
No. All right. Well, but I can tell you, that even if the money didn't go up.
I can ask.
Don't ask those.
That in that area, that just like everything else, when those things go up, paper's going up, all things are going up. And so when those things go up, we just absorb those fees, that they send us. So that's, there's a 204,000, a little bit over 204 in there. We were able to go down a little bit in some office supplies. We had to go up a little bit in some, office equipment. So there is a $3,000 increase in that area. So an overall increase in our budget of $261, about $262,000.
I'm happy to see the collection services state of things.
Yes. Our collection services, they did not increase. And so, actually, that's pretty much it. Everything else is just a breakdown in each area of the individual costs in that. But, and again, we don't have a capital budget because most of ours are absorbed because we're working with IT to improve those processes and services and update and upgrade that equipment. So is there any other questions? Thank you.
Beginning of the end. What's that?
Is that why your budget's so huge now, Jerry?
And for the record,
For level.
I am asking more and more to have paid for services.
Yeah.
Have they said yes? Yes.
We haven't found the right person.
You can keep asking. Interested to hear when they say it.
We have a couple things, just kind of clean up in the overall budget that we'll take care of, and I'll kind of highlight when we do the.
It'll be not Wednesday, but the third week.
21st, yeah. So, I guess if there's any other mix up prior to that, you know, but they'll know and address it.
So, Lori, will you be calling those to the attention of people that, I mean, before you present the budget, or before we get ready to vote on it, those few things that were changes?
What I'll do is, when I kind of do a little summary PowerPoint or whatever, and in that I'll recognize
I'll note the changes,
those
you know.
things that we changed in the budget, I mean, moving, kind of identifying why we're not UBC out, moving projects out of reimbursable. If we're gonna look at that actual, labor, what is this to look at?
Just breaking more detail. This was good, very good session.
Several notes to, work session topics, that's that. Going back to, also, through the budget today, and we know that this board meeting is more public than, anyone that I can remember in the past, and, that's a good thing. You know, the public is participating in our board meetings, especially being able to broadcast all the meetings through Zoom again, and, first budget retreat that we put on Zoom and made that available easily for them. So, I think you can see that the 2023 budget is based on number of priorities that staff has identified as utility needs. These costs, fall into the areas we talked about: power, infrastructure improvement, the increased cost of doing business, whether it's buying materials, supplies, and things like that. Really satisfied with all the effort, the work, staff, this budget. I mean,
Baby steps will get you to the finish line.
Do we have to adjourn, or?
I don't think we have.
I think you can call it adjourned.
I would say we're finished with our budget presentation, so have a good evening.
Thank you.